Day 2 of Bengaluru Tech Summit 2024, Asia's largest tech platform. What began as a national summit has today evolved into an international event attracting over 50 countries. You have witnessed the inaugural in the august presence of the Honorable Chief Minister of Karnataka yesterday, following by very insightful interactive sessions with industry experts, policymakers, and members of academia. We begin this salubrious morning with very thought-provoking sessions. First, we have with us Dr. S. Somnath, Chairman of ISRO. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Sir, it is indeed our privilege that you are with us today to share your thoughts and ideas. This will be followed by the signing of an MOU. Thereafter, Ms. Ann Neuberger, Deputy Assistant to the President and Deputy National Security Advisor for Cyber and Emerging Technologies USA, will be addressing us, and followed by a presentation by Dr. B.K. Das, Director General, Electronics and Communication System, DRDO. A very, very warm welcome to all the dignitaries and each and every one of you present here today. May I now request Sri Chris Gopalakrishnan, Chairman, Avalio Ventures, Chairman, Vision Group, Plan to Information Technology and Electronics, Government of Karnataka, to kindly come on stage and take over. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to Mr. Chris.
Good morning to all of you, and thank you for coming in early. It's an honor and privilege for me to moderate this I believe, very important session in this Bengaluru Tech Summit 2024. Just to set the context, you would have read just in the last 2-3 days that SpaceX successfully launched ISRO's GSAT-20 communication satellite yesterday. I think yesterday or day before yesterday. It's in some sense a demonstration of how India and US is closely collaborating across several areas. And from a people-to-people perspective, from organizations to organization perspective, and government to government perspective, this has been a growing collaboration between both of our countries. I will come back to this aspect, but I want to also talk about how India has been using technology for good, tech for good. And the reason is, when you listen to Dr. Somnath, you will realize that, space program is a wonderful example of how India has leveraged space technologies for public good. And there are other examples also, how the payment infrastructure has been built as a tool to increase inclusivity, affordability, access, etc. The India's vaccine program during COVID-19, again, 2 billion doses, 1 billion people vaccinated, and in leveraging technology, etc. So India has tremendous experience and a model for rest of the world in terms of how tech can be used for good. And then I come to my third point. I believe that the collaboration between the two countries must be leveraged to address many of the problems that are facing the world. These are problems that are common to all of us, not just both the countries, but India and US can actually provide leadership in addressing these things. And these are problems like climate change, healthcare challenges, infectious diseases, non-communicable diseases, the whole use of AI. AI is widely used because it's democratized and it's accessible to everybody who has a mobile device or a computer, and then cybersecurity, security online, just listing 3-4. So this is why I believe that collaboration between both of our countries is very important. Anyway, you are here to listen to our esteemed speakers. So now let me invite Dr. Somnath. I'm not going to read his entire profile because then I will take another 10 minutes. So, he's a distinguished scientist. He right now is the chairman of the Space Commission and ISRO. And, you can now look up his profile on the internet. But let me invite Dr. Somnath to make his presentation. This will be followed by, all of us will come onto the stage, and I will request Deputy Assistant to the President and Deputy National Security Advisor for Cybersecurity and Emerging Technology, Ms. Anne Newberger. And we will then have the Government of Karnataka representatives for signing of some MOUs, followed by Dr. B.K. Das from DRDO. But I will come back and talk about that. But right now, I'm inviting Dr. Somnath to make his presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, all of you. Thank you, Chris Gopalakrishnan, for that introduction. And it's really an honor to be at Bengaluru Tech Summit, where the minds meet and things happen. And Bangalore is always a happening city, and Karnataka support it very well through such initiatives. I want to congratulate all the organizers for organizing such a wonderful tech summit here. Today I would like to talk about Indian space technology domain a little bit. Of course, I believe it won't need much of introduction, but it's always important to talk about our journey, about the space program started in a very low-key event of launching a small rocket in 1960s from the Tumba, while many other nations were already on the moon or trying to go to the moon. That was the time. But then over the years, we have been progressively creating capabilities in building rockets, satellites, and applications. And it was always on a very shoestring budget, as we generally say, creating capability in India through the available resources and support from many nations. I must also acknowledge at this moment, we received huge amount of support right at the beginning of the space program to bring in technologies and infrastructure to be created in India to develop space programs and space research. Recently we celebrated its one of the great event of launching sounding rockets. That's the image that you see. But then today we can talk about space program which is making an impact in our economy. One of the study recently done shows that the benefit of socio-economic benefit in the 10-year cumulative period has been significant. It says that almost 2.5 times multiplying effect on every rupee invested in direct and induced ones is something really phenomenal. Of course, we knew it, but then it was done as part of a systematic study. But really the economic impact has been significant, but its scale is still low. I'm not talking about each of the numbers that are displayed. We know today that we have demonstrated huge amount of capability in the space, capability which can really deliver services through the digital systems in terms of imaging, communication, timing services, and disaster support, climate and weather, resource mapping, etc. But there is a huge amount of work yet to be done, and that is something which is making us to work hard to bring in a big change in the space ecosystem from what we are doing now to the future. That's which I would like to explain and talk about. As all of you know, the space applications continue to remain as one of the important key jobs that we do. We work with governments, we work with stakeholders like the ministries and departments, and also user segment. But many a times you can see the user segment in India has always been the governments, the ministries, departments. And that has been the traditional way we aggregate the demand and need of each of the sectors, let it be agriculture, the climate and weather, or the natural resources, or even cartography, survey requirements, etc., etc. And then we build sensors and launch them and provide the data for the services. You know, even India today, all the communication infrastructure from space is handled by ISRO, and now it is moved over to NSIL. And we are making a huge change here in bringing about new actors, which is something very important. But if I look at the penetration of this application into our social fabric, I must say it is not enough for, as far as I consider. It need to be increased substantially, because there is a huge opportunity here, and there is a huge possibility of generating revenues and business out of it, something which is very exciting. And a little bit of things are happening which I would like to discuss later. The Indian space ecosystem is expanding now. We have talking about a vision of space which put us to at least increase it by 5 times in next 20 odd years. Today we know that our contribution in space economy is very low, something less than 2%. And as a rightful share, we think that it must be at least 10% of the global space economy, which will grow over a period of time. And this contribution should come from various segments, the upstream, the downstream segment, as well as the midstream, which defines the application domain, the spacecraft building, and also the launch vehicle building. But we know that all of this cannot grow in the same manner, and we realize that it is important for us to put effort in the downstream area, where there is a huge talent available in this part of the country where we can invest and create their capability. And this will drive the real growth in the upstream segment as well. And some of the examples which we would like to talk about. And triggering this movement, there has been certain announcements in the recent times. The space policy of 2023 is an example of it, how the ISRO, the NSIL, the New Space India Limited, and the non-governmental entities are going to work in space. And we also announced a foreign direct investment policy which will help investment to come in. Also a geospatial policy which will allow the data that we produced from the satellites to be made available free to the users. And very important is recently a Government of India announcement of the Space Vision 2047, which looks at expanding the space activity, especially in the domain of exploration. And this is really going to make a big change in the coming days. I will speak about a little bit. The verticals what we work in ISRO are in the launch vehicle design and development, the spacecraft building, the applications, the services that we do, and also the Gaganyaan, the human space flight program, and also capacity building across various domains, including industries, ISRO centers, academy and research capabilities, even science capabilities across institutions. I think this domain of activity continue in various ways through funding and non-funding means. That's something which is very unique. And we created ecosystem infrastructures across the country. And whatever I have marked are only the ISRO centers and units and service delivery places. But we also work with a lot of stakeholders through governmental agencies, industries. We have almost 400 and odd industries working in India, a supply chain, where it's just not supply chain, that we have been working with them to develop their capability, upscale their capability and supply systems and components to us. And of course, our budget continue to remain very, very small in comparison to the national budget. But in the coming days, we look at substantial increase in share of investment in various domains, which includes our projects and programs, investment in core R&D work across centers as well as in our autonomous bodies. This is really going to be a phenomenal growth in our budget in comparison to the previous years because of these new announcements that have come to develop new technologies. But if you look at the space infrastructure that we have created in terms of the satellites, we have 50 plus satellites in various areas, the communication satellites, the Earth observation satellite fleets, the navigation and timing services which are through the NAVIC, and also the science missions which have been taking shape little later in our program. You know, in the early part of our mission, we were not putting so much of effort in looking at exploration as a theme. and we started with the Chandrayaan-1, and we have now a steady and vibrant space exploration plan, including travel to Mars, Moon, Venus, human space program, building space station, etc. And it's really interesting to work in this exciting area, because we realize that once you start working in exploration and those cutting-edge area, it will actually feed into our regular operations, like the building of satellites will become more autonomous, their compactness and technological strengths will increase. And because it has a component of innovation and component of challenging designs, which will add to our operational systems as well. That's why we would like to pay attention to this. I think this has been the story that all of us know, the travel to the moon as well as through the sun, and to study the black hole. The recent times, these 3 missions have really captured the imagination of all of you. Chandrayaan-3 landing on the southern pole has been really historic for us. After the failure to make it in the Chandrayaan-2, the Chandrayaan-3 landed softly at the Shiva Shakti point. And it's not just it landed soft landing, it has been achieved, but we also did experiments with the 5 of the payloads very well during the 1-day period. And the huge data has come, and very interesting scientific outcome has come out of it, like what we did during Chandrayaan-1. The discovery of presence of water on the moon came out of Chandrayaan-1, all of you know. The Aditya L1 is also working very well, looking at the sun to understand its corona, the coronal mass ejection and its impact on weather. The space weather has been really going very well. One of the interesting paper has been published just a few weeks back. XPOSat has been a very low-cost satellite to look at the origin of the black holes, its reaction with the living stars nearby, and studying it in X-ray polarimetry is one of the very unique satellites that we built and launched in the recent times. But I can tell you, Department of Space has been hugely successful even under the constraints of low budget, low resources, and available technology has been always constrained, primarily because of the vision and direction that has been given by the governments through the years. Of course, this department is directly working under the Prime Minister with always a very clear vision and goal set for us. And also the public perception, as you all know, that it is really captures the imagination of young people in the country. It looks at as a technology capability that we can all be proud of. We also invested huge amount of effort in creating the local capability instead of bringing in too much of technology from outside, and how to develop it in a low-cost manner. I think all this has been one of the characteristics of the space program. And it's not just demonstration. We've always been asked by the government, what exactly did you deliver to the people ultimately? This has always been a question which makes us to make sure that with the investment that we put in space has always been in some form or other becoming beneficial, ultimately in providing direct and indirect benefits to the economy. I think this has been going very well, and I'm very happy about the part that we continue to nurture that type of management approach to keep the space sector growing in the coming days as well. The story of Chandrayaan is really phenomenal. I think the soft and safe landing, though looks at very easy task, but it has been a very huge challenge for us. One of the important thing has been the failures, where we spent almost few years to understand the failure, address it, then learn lessons from it, and also build equipments and instruments for Chandrayaan-3. And I can tell you today, Chandrayaan-3 has been one of the best built satellite with its own sensors, capabilities, all designed and developed in India using our own talents and our own people. But then this gives us a huge confidence to now talk about future missions like building space stations, etc. And I can also tell you that while building Chandrayaan-3, we got huge collaborative support from other players in space as well, because such scientific missions always attract interest across the world. And I can tell you that people from the US and Europe has been supporting us in this mission through their consultative processes, their reviews, and their infrastructure support that has been extended so much to us to achieve success in this mission. And we must thank them at this moment profusely. Now we look at the launcher capability development. I think the transformative changes that has been brought out, the new space actors in the US, especially the SpaceX, has been phenomenal. I think all of you know the launches, they are happening at such a frequency, and also has brought down the cost of access to space very well. And there is a huge demand for launch capability to increase. primarily because there is a low latency communication services demanded like constellation building, and also access to space has become very, very easy, possible for people even to imagine some payloads and build satellites and launch. So we look at how we can increase that capability in India, bring down the cost of access. And we have been traditionally not to do this at a low cost. So we have now looking at how we can build a series of rockets in the coming days at substantially low cost. That is precisely that we are looking at to build a new next generation launch vehicle with a higher payload capability, something like 3 times the current capability, and also cost not exceeding maybe 150% of what we are doing today. So this is a great target that we have set for ourselves to achieve in coming 2-3 years, I mean. The human spaceflight program, the Gaganyaan program, is another major venture that we are in for the last 4 years. And we hope that we will be able to make a human space flight mission by 2026 if the targeted missions of uncrewed missions, which we are set for next year to complete, goes all very well, and I'm very hopeful. Our first mission is scheduled now. We are currently assembling the rocket for the uncrewed mission now. It may happen possibly by the beginning of the new year, and all the rocket parts are already at the launch complex, and we hope that the technologies required for ultimate human spaceflight mission also we will be able to develop within the country. And we have already announced that this is going to be a huge challenge for us in terms of technology capability. But I must also thank at this moment the type of support that we are getting for our astronauts to get trained in different nations. The Russians helped us, the Europeans helped us, and now the collaboration is with the US. Our astronauts are in the US now undergoing training for their flight in International Space Station. And all this experience together will ultimately bring in a capability that we want to develop in India. And this is going to be a huge game changer in terms of our aspirations for the future. Of course, the work on research and development is a key driver for us. We have identified at least 1,200 technology development, targeted developments in various areas. With a funding which you can see, it's a very moderate funding. If at all you look at a technology development scenario, over many years we have investing very small money through collaborative work across academic institutions, researchers, etc. But this is an ongoing work that we have now giving so much of importance to upscale in the coming days. Looking at spacecrafts, I must tell you that we have a series of spacecrafts under building. Right now we are building at least 30 satellites in various areas, the communication domain, Earth observation, and also intelligence, which is required for us. So all these areas we are building our satellites, collaborating with various stakeholders and building them. And one of the important change that we brought about in the recent times is to bring in users into our midst to build satellites. So we know, I told you that earlier we have been building satellites and going to ministries and departments to onboard them to use the satellites. Today, the whole model is different. They are coming forward and telling us, we want this information and here is the money for building it. So we aggregate the money and resources and demand, and we build the satellites and make it available to them. So it's no longer the funding from ISRO, it's a funding from the user community. So this model makes them responsible for what the satellite is available for them and make output usable for the government and decision makers. So this major change we have brought in recently. In the communication segment, we have huge demand, especially for television broadcasting. Being a huge country, we have segments which are still not reachable. DTH services still play a very important role. VSAT connectivity continue to remain as a very dominant service. We also have the mobile backhaul services. And many of the operators depend on our satellites. But this is going to change in the coming days. New players are going to come in. With the opening of the space sector, new players can come in and operate their satellites from in Indian skies and provide the services. So this area is going to be really competitive, especially with the emergence of LEO constellations. And we know that the current transponders that we have, almost 441 transponders which we serve for our television broadcasting, is going to change. There is a big technology change happening in this sector. Televisions are slowly moving away from transponder-based services to internet services. So we are preparing ourselves for this transition in terms of the technology in the coming days. And recently you heard about the launch of GSAT N2, which is the one which we just now launched. Yesterday was the launch, 19th of November. early morning it was launched. Today the orbit rising is happening. It's one of the high throughput satellite, 48 gigabytes per second, providing internal connectivity, in-flight connectivity for the entire the Indian subcontinent as well as oceans. And we are building the next satellite called GSAT N3, which will again be one of the important satellites for the nation. The GSAT N1 is already operational as aggregated by New Space India Limited, and we have a series of satellites which will come get launched. And all of these are being built in India with the support of industries. And I can tell you, Bangalore is one of the biggest supplier of the components and avionics for many of the satellites programs. And the next point which I would like to talk about is a vision which we have set for ourselves in the coming decade, or maybe for 25 years, that we will have to achieve a human landing on the moon by 2040. This is an important vision statement, like the one which we have done, which US did many years back, which changed the destiny of the science and technology growth in the US, which I believe. But then for India, it's a very long-term vision, considering the nature of the nation and the demand of the technological capability that we have today. It doesn't seem to be an impossible task, but we need to have a lot of work to be done, like scaling up the rockets, building a space station in between, and that's called Bharati Antariksha Station. Already the approval has come for us to build the first module of it to be launched in 2028, and also continue missions to go to moon as a series of moon missions, so as to develop the capability ultimately to soft land on the moon with the human beings. So this is a huge program with a large budget share spread over at least 20 years, which we have to commit ourselves and do it over a period of time. And this requires a lot of support from the technology giants in this country, the industries, and also new developers who will be partnering with us in this. This has many elements: the space station modules, the scientific modules like Chandrayaan-4, the next generation launch vehicle we have developing right now with the support of industrial consortia. All of this forms part of this vision of going to the moon. And the whole vision, when we break up into 3 segments which are shown by the colors, the first part of it has already been approved in terms of the funding, and the second and third part of it will come in the due course of time with the progress and the milestone that we achieve. In the first phase, we are going to have multiple missions, human spaceflight missions, building the first module of the space station, and also have 2 moon missions, Chandrayaan-4 and 5, to go and land on the moon. But then building the space station is the fullest form will happen maybe a little later. With the development and progress, these fundings will definitely come from the government. Now, if you also look at the launch vehicle development, which is very key for us, we have been working on a series of rockets. Currently, we have the PSLV, the GSLV Mark III, we call it LVM3, and then GLV. It's a progressive growth in payload. And I can tell you this growth in payload goes with the type of satellites that we have and the markets that we have. And the whole growth is aimed at in bringing down per kilogram cost substantially, that which is evident from the graph, though the unit cost will not increase at the rate of the payload growth. So we are in a position to bring down the cost of access to space over a period of time. But we also have a small rocket now, the small satellite launch vehicle, which is very, very cost effective, and we are moving that rocket to the private ecosystem. Equally important is to create launcher capabilities and launch pads. In this country, we have only 1 launch pad today, and we are building new launch pads and a new launch station as well near the South Pole. Sorry, I made a mistake. It is more the southern tip of India, so as to launch smaller satellites towards the polar orbits. This is also going to help our players, the small players who are going to come in for launches from our Indian soil. The space station, the Bharati Antariksha Station, has right now been conceived and built around an architecture which is feasible to achieve with our current levels of technology. I cannot claim it to be the very modern one because of the type of access of technologies to us, but I believe over a period of time we should be able to scale up and grow in size. But our primary goal today is to create a capability for human beings to go and stay for long duration, conduct scientific missions, like the experiments that we do in microgravity and space exposure, especially to support the scientific research in that domain, like the material research, the bioastronautics research, or bio-related researches. I think this is something very, very exciting for us. But I can tell you that the complexity of such a mission demands a lot of cooperative work, and we are talking to many of the nations who already have this capability. The US, the Europe, are eagerly looking forward to collaborate with us. I think all of you know that today there is a private ecosystem emerging in these nations to build space stations and operate. I think many of them are very happy to collaborate with us and looking forward to Gaganyaan program to possibly become a transporter for such missions as well. So this is really going to be an exciting time for us as well. And we also looked at how we can generate activities around the space station in terms of scientific activity, and we discussed with many stakeholders in this country, scientific laboratories, establishments who will be able to make use of the space station ultimately, possibly as a commercial outcome or even a research outstation. So this is something very important for us. It's not just enough that we build a space station, but utilization of space station for various activities in different sectors becomes very important. And this need to be developed over a period of time. And I look forward to new entrepreneurs in this group to look at how we can leverage a space station like this for a microgravity environment to conduct research in material science, conduct research in molecular synthesis, and many others, which is, the list is very big. We also work with a great deal in international collaborations. We have huge amount of bilateral and multilateral collaboration bodies that we work together. And many of this cooperation has yielded huge benefit in terms of players which are big in terms of technology access, and also small players in terms of the help that we are able to generate in terms of support that we can give to those nations. And this is a huge area, and many missions that we have done, especially with the Europe and the US. And we also had launches happening, our rockets, and Europe has been launching almost 20 plus of satellites of ours. The US also did many launches for us, and in our tally, the numbers are also good to say that this cooperation has paid mutual benefit. Some of the examples of the cooperation is something which I would like to talk about. Is the first one is an ISA. It's a NASA ISRO synthetic aperture radar that we are building now. Is one of the costliest satellites ever built, people say. I really don't know whether it is true, but then this is an interesting satellite with two radar capability, L and S band radar, built by the JPL and India, and we built the satellite bus and launched it from India, and this satellite is currently under full integration, is completed and undergoing testing. Possibly early first quarter of next year, the launch will take place. Another satellite is Trishna, which is a thermal imaging satellite jointly developed by European Space Agency. The CNE is the French National Space Agency and ISRO building together observatory. The G20 satellite is a satellite. Also develop winged reusable crafts, which has shown some of the landing demonstration recently, and we bring them back at real time. We also develop new tech. These satellites will be launched in another 2 years of time. We also work on many of the payloads recently, the quantum key automatic identification of aircraft objects, and this is also a payload that we have recently demonstrated, and we are looking at how to build a constellation of satellites to services, and there is a plan to expand it with a more number of satellites. The next launched boundaries is one of the points that we are currently addressing and looking at experts. I would like to tell you the space sector reforms that has been announced by government in 2020. The space policy of 2023 has really produced that we must invest and create at least a downstream capability which will actually create more of this nation, and in next few years, and we will wait and watch to see what type of policy interventions can really bring in. And I am very happy today, Karnataka is also bringing in a new space policy, building rockets in the private sector, and I can see many young people talking to me, and we also want to build a rocket, a bigger rocket, and building small satellites is really something happening across the country. There are at least 5 companies building satellites now, created the ability to collaborate with these people to build the subsystem for rockets and satellites. We are also doing our part in ISRO to hand over the already built rockets and, to the private sector. The PSLV has already been handed over to the industry consortia, and they are getting ready for their first launch, possibly by the second quarter of next year. The SSLV, the Small Satellite Launch Vehicle, is already announced to be transferred, technology transferred to the industry, and the process of selecting the industry is currently on, and in another 1 month or 1.5 months or so, possibly an announcement can be heard who will be the winner of the bid to take on this. We are also working on transferring the bigger rocket LVM-3 in a public-private partnership model, and also the bids have already been in the process to bring in industries to take on this job of building the rocket and launch with their own investment, not a governmental investment, and then market it themselves for it and with the support of with ISRO. I think these decisions to transfer rockets, building knowledge into the industry is something phenomenal, and this came out of the decision by the government to open up the space sector. And today I can tell you the space policy that has announced also brought in the geospatial data made available to many of the stakeholders, free, up to 5-meter resolution of the data which we have accessed through our own satellites and also the global satellites which are created, a huge database is created, is going to be made available to you. And even now the data is made available to the databases and the repositories that we have. And I can tell you the downloading of the data has increased substantially in the recent months. Just to tell you that the opening of this has really benefited. And we also look at beyond 5-meter resolution, low resolution data is also made available without constraints to the business houses for them to value add and then market it and generate products. And this is really going to change this sector. We also look at indigenization. Indigenization is a very key domain where we want to see Indian companies building subsystems based on the knowledge that we have today. But of course we have huge challenges in this. We are a global community and we are dependent on each other. And it's not our interest to indigenize everything and source it for everything from country, but at least we shall never be choked to decide and do things which we want to do. To that extent, I think we believe it must be sourced from India, and we have been working on this area quite a bit, and we have been substantially successful in converting many of the components that has been sourced from outside to be done in India and become a producer and exporter of some of these components for global users. Equally important is the transfer of technologies. Many of the technologies that we have created within the organization is now accessible to industries to take on and develop further as products, services, or even softwares. And many of the transfers have really taken place. And we are looking forward to many more people to come forward. And we organize some workshops. One of the workshops that we are going to organize in another week is a dialogue between automotive industry in India and the space ecosystem. Many of the automotive sensors that we know, the cars and automobiles, the sensor system today are all imported. There are nothing made in India. We saw that it is possible for us to use the space-based sensors that we build in India, possibly produce at a low cost, can actually serve this sector. And I can tell you for the rockets, entire sensors are made in India. For a car, all the sensors are coming from outside. I felt it is really a contradiction why it is so. And it is because of the nature of engineering. I think for the cars, the sensors are engineered at a very substantially low cost, whereas space sensors, though they are made in India, they are at a higher cost. So we need to have industry people to come in and work with us, how we can make them at a low cost, at a large volume production in India, so as to serve the sector itself. And the COVID has shown us that even availability of sensors can actually choke the product line of even automobiles. So it's very important for us to invest time and money in all of this. And we continue to focus on many new technologies, the artificial intelligence, the robotics, the material development, the quantum, manufacturing technologies, including additive manufacturing, synthetic biology. I think all of these domains come into our domain in some way or the other connected. And we look at the space sector as a domain that we can integrate some of this into our sector, work with many other stakeholders in the government and policy level really to showcase the success in space, to inspire people and do work more in the technology domain for future growth. So let me thank you with this presentation and thank you so much for the opportunity given to me to talk about.
Sir, please take your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, once again a big round of applause to Dr. Somnath, Chairman of ISRO. We heard from him his talk about indigenization and self-reliance in the space sector and productization among a host of other topics. May I request Mr. Chris to thank Sir officially.
Thank you, Dr. Somnath, for a very comprehensive and inspiring presentation. I hope all the people here appreciate the breadth of their vision and how space is being used to advance science, technology, as well as include business in making this a reality. Now it's my pleasure to invite all the panelists with me. So Ms. Anne Neuberger, Deputy Assistant to the President and Deputy National Security Advisor for Cyber and Emerging Technologies, please join us on stage. Dr. B.K. Das is the Director General of Electronics and Communication Systems at DRDO. I just want to mention one thing about Ms. Neuberger. She has received numerous awards, received Department of Defense, US, and NSA's highest civilian awards, the Department of Defense Distinguished Civilian Service Award, NSA's Distinguished Service Medal, etc. So it's my honor and privilege to request Ms. Anne to make her remarks. Thank you.
Good morning. It's truly wonderful to be here today and to feel and see the innovation in the air here. It's truly wonderful to be here, feel the innovation in the air at the Bengaluru Tech Summit. Thank you, Dr. Somnath. That was truly a remarkable brief. One knows that it's not enough to have a vision. One needs the vision and the ability to execute. And as you set an aggressive mission and an aggressive vision, it's always good to look over the shoulder to see what has already been accomplished, to generate and know the confidence to go to the next leap. So knowing what ISRO has accomplished in its history, most recently, we know that that vision and that dream of a human on the moon 2047, you and your team will indeed accomplish. It's an exciting time to be here in Bengaluru. As I was talking with our team here on the ground, I heard that even a year ago, there are 650 American companies part of the innovation ecosystem here. And we know that given the innovation ecosystem, that number is already old. It's probably much, much larger. So thank you to the government of Karnataka that's made American companies, international companies, we see the 50 partners of ISRO here, has made them feel welcome, has made them feel this is an investment environment to put best talent, best investment in a common vision of what space can do for global, as the chairman said, tech for good. So I want to commend Dr. Somnath for how he's steering ISRO to build on its capabilities for solutions-driven approaches. That slide that talked about space applications highlighted the breadth of that vision. And indeed, in just one area, disaster management, we know that space technologies can save lives. Most recently, we had a very destructive hurricane in the United States. Space-based communications was key, not only to guiding individuals fleeing the weather, but also to helping us find the most cost-optimal way to now rebuild. So in just that one area of space application, we see the promise, and I think you saw the breadth of potential space applications there. So I want to talk about just 3 aspects of the space ecosystem that the United States is particularly excited to partner on. First, on Earth observation. My best wishes on the upcoming NISR launch. With so much data generated, there's so much opportunity for further innovation partnership to use this data to make it usable, because the number of applications, as we talked about, is massive. Second, when we talk about private sector innovation, We have infrastructure here on the ground to help further advance investment in Indian space startups. And indeed, there are so many exciting Indian space startups that are purpose-driven for space. But we also know there are many application areas that are not purpose-driven for space. And certainly when we look at the broader Bengaluru Tech Summit, whether it's AI, whether it's quantum, startups in those areas thinking about the application to space, there's opportunity there. Third, in the area of cybersecurity and security overall, as space becomes a bigger part of our lives, we've certainly seen a growth of attacks, whether it's disrupting command and control, whether it's compromising ground stations. So we invite the broader, exciting work happening in cybersecurity here in India to think about how we build these technologies securely from the ground up. And indeed, how we can work together as partners to build a secure ecosystem that allows these exciting technologies to thrive. So with that, it's truly an honor to be here, to see the innovation on the ground, to see the breadth of vision, both of ISRO as well as the private space and other startups here, and to think about how this environment can be, as we talked about, tech for good in so many different areas. Thank you, congratulations to the government of Karnataka, and I appreciate all the work being done here.
Thank you, Ms. Newberger. I think you've taken the theme of tech for good, and let's hope that with your help, we can further increase the collaboration between both our nations. Now, I would like to invite our Minister, Sri Priyank Kharge, Secretary Dr. Ekrup Kaur to the stage, because the government of Karnataka is launching the draft policy, draft Karnataka Space Technology Policy 2024-2029. As usual, Karnataka is leading the country in terms of creating policies. So the draft policy lays down the overall vision of government of Karnataka for space sector, which is to hold 50% of the national market share and transform into a global destination for space technologies. It identifies key strategic focus area of government of Karnataka. There is impetus and initiatives for skill development, which is important. Aim to make students and young professionals employment ready for domestic and international space companies. Investment incentives to attract domestic and foreign investments. Setting up of dedicated manufacturing park for space companies and testing centers across the state. Dedicated initiatives to help startups and MSMEs for research and development, IP creation, marketing efforts, etc. So let me congratulate the government of Karnataka and
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as the dignitaries launch the draft Karnataka Space Technology Policy. The policy for 2024 to 29 notes that Karnataka is one of the leading destinations for space technologies enabled by a mature ecosystem of ISRO centers, PSUs, academic institutions, a mature private sector, aerospace and space companies. We also request Dr. Somnath, Chairman ISRO, to kindly launch the draft. Okay, so that was the policy. Now we have an MOU exchange between the Department of ITBT, Government of Karnataka and DRDO. So the MOU exchange. This is an exchange of MOU between Department of ITBT, Government of Karnataka and DRDO on cooperation and promotion of defense startups and industrial ecosystem and sharing of testing facilities. one request. May I request the Honorable Minister to kindly... Yeah. Can we have the ITBT team to kindly come on stage for a group photograph? Please do join on stage. So this is the team behind the event, the core team. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. May I request the Honorable Minister, so I request the dignitaries to kindly stay on stage for a moment. Ma'am, please do stay on stage for a moment. Just a moment, sir, both of you. All the dignitaries, please. May I request the Minister to kindly present Deputy National Security Advisor for Cyber and Emerging Technologies, the US. Thank you so much.
Mentioned, they are also accelerating. India has significant programs to bring in private industry participation as well.
Change the slides. Great India, to take our India as a global superpower. Cheers to all of you. Love you all to start with. The programs and the collaborations. Today we are standing here to look at the defense sectors. I'm a man behind the machine. So DRDO stands here today to create history in future, developing the systems which all the laboratories, our DRDO defense mission, our technology missions, our next generation technology dollar is the opportunities ahead for aerospace. And the target for defense export is $5 billion US. Friends, very interesting phenomena. Our foreign exchange reserve has jumped from 1.82 billion when we got the country independent today to 650 billions. That's the kind of a rise phenomenally this country has done so far. We rank the third as the most attractive destinations for investment in science and technology. The country is the biggest provider of IT services. You know, the software is the cream of this country, and so strong is the hardware. 606 industrial license we have given. Defense capital budget is growing 25% every year for the next 5 years. DMA has come up promulgating 5 positive indigenous list. 509 systems, now we are denying import. Friends, here I'd like to tell a very interesting story. Couple of decades back, when we made the first missile Agni, which was hardly a 600-700 kilometers two-stage rocket, but that was the first great missile which India could ever launch, entering into the ballistic defense power. The very next day, most of the technologies was debarred to us. We have been a nation where we are not very strong in every aspect of technology, and that is where we had got a lot of control under MTCR. And growing from that stage, thanks to the industries, thanks to the academic institutions, thanks to the hand-holding of DRDO, today, when the subjects, the topics, the systems like radars, the EW systems, the electro-optics were denied to India. Today, India has grown in power and capability that 509 systems and technology we are denying to the rest of the world that we don't want import. That's the power, friends. That's the journey which has undertaken by DRDO, collaborating with industries and academic institutions. Today, with defense powers, with ordnance factories, with exclusive R&D organizations, and the entire team, it's all poised India to redefine a new defense technology era for the years to come. Our foreign direct investments, as you know, has gone thumping high from 50% to 75%. Domestic defense product has also scaled up from 54% to 75%. If all this data does not interest you much, I can tell you the entire tenfold increase in export has happened, and more than 100 firms that are involved in defense industries today, and startups are phenomenal. Today, with all that together, there is one irony that we are still the largest importers, 11% of the military hardware from the rest of the world. That's the challenge I want to throw across to the entire industries across the country. We all have to be committed. We all have to be designed together. And we should not compete with each other. We should collaborate with each other to create a defense industry force across the country to take India to the next power, that we should have zero import. And that's the target I want to throw upon in front of this great audience. Yes, if you look at the export is rising, expenditure is definitely going low. And look at our industry ecosystem. Over the last few years, thanks to Honorable Prime Minister, with the statement of Atmanirbhar Bharat, with all the ecosystems spreading out, all the startups, MSMEs, large-scale industries, Tier 1, 2, and 3 together, we are able to spread across the country, from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, and from Jodhpur to the far east of Assam. We have got our footprints. This is only one sector of electronic systems I am depicting here. If you throw upon the entire DRDO technology and products today, you will get those colored football all across my country. That is what that entire industry force has been built together today, and we have been committed to create a great defense technology in India. Friends, the war doctrine has changed over the years. It is not the war which we saw or which we have witnessed or read in the history in the World War I, World War II, or even the Kargil War. You are witnessing the war just in the north between Russia and Ukraine. 2.5 years the war is continuing. And look at another war at Israel, more than 1 year it has crossed. What does it show? Today's war is a different war, friends. It's extended war. It throws challenge on economy. It throws challenge on sustenance. The country who can quickly come back with new technology, reverberate by repairing the new systems, getting out to counter the attacks in a faster turnover time, that's the challenge. Gone are the days when one missile neutralizes another missiles. End of the day, I feel both the countries lose. Maybe we protect our countries, but we lose an economy, we lose an technology, we lose an aspirations. Today, the story is completely different, friends. If one missile can be defunct by a non-kinetic warfare, by throwing a pinpointed laser beam, by pushing a high-powered radio frequency waves, that you defunct the missile and we can recreate your power within, that's the country which is going to win today. That is the warfare which is defined as the non-kinetic warfare. Let's fire any number of missiles, keep on making it defunct by the laser pulses with directed energy weapon. That's going to be the new generation warfare. I thought to trigger the entire industry and startup today that you have to think absolutely non-conventional if you really want to control over the rest of the world on the warfare today. Friends, just to give a glimpse of the defense R&D impact, nearly 4 lakh crores of orders are today unfurled across the industries. Thanks to our armed forces, they also have said no to the weapon. They have taken a challenging decision on their own. They are going to fight the war with the weapons, with the technology, with the systems designed, developed by Indian industries. Very few countries in the world can throw such challenge. Hats off to all our users who come forward. Every single systems, right from submarine periscopes up to the space-based systems, has to be designed, developed, delivered by this nation. So that's the kind of an opportunity coming to all of you today. But having said so, if you want to be world leaders, friends, if you want to take care that the rest of the world is going to be follower of India, we can't be the technology followers. We can't copy the system with the United States or America or Europe is making today. If we have to make systems, it has to be imagined in India. It has to be designed in India, developed in India, and produced in India. That fast line, imagined in India, is what unfurls today is the disruptive technology. That's the defense applications which we require today. AI and ML, you talk about cyber warfare, you talk about directed energy weapon. Just now I explained you Internet of Military Things, augmented and virtual reality, laser cannons, plasma protection field, what not. These are the areas which you should trigger, friends. These are the systems which should transform to the game-changing warfare technology for this country, which none of the countries across the world possess today. So I just wanted to throw upon that challenge on this great meet. Looking to the critical technologies for the future warfare, whether it is foundational technology, whether it is strategic technology, or whether it is tactical technologies, whether you talk about cyber warfare, space warfare, and AI/ML warfare, or nanotechnology, metamaterials, robotics, the list is endless. And these are the technologies which India needs today. Friends, the futuristic warfare is going to be systems of systems. On the land, it has to be unmanned forces. On the underwater, it has to be unmanned vehicles. On the sea, it is going to be warships with phenomenal climate. Whether it is airborne systems, going to be automatic, UNCAV, UCAV, unmanned systems with all weapons. This is the kind of a warfare which world is looking up to today, friends. And if we have to aim towards that, we should have a great connect between space and ground. I was very happy to see Chairman ISRO here with all the kind of space satellites he deploys for us, with all the kind of space powers he unfolds in front of Indians. Today, the connect between space and the defense is going to define the next generation warfare with integrated information network called SIGIN. Next one comes out to the very, very challenging technology for all of you. Many startups come and meet. I have thrown this challenge to them, and they have really come forward in a big way, which is called the formation systems. Today, like I said a few minutes back, huge tanks of one country, Russia, gets defunct by the small drone of Ukraine, and the vice versa. The fight is today not strength versus strength. The fight is today the strength versus the technology. So it's the technology which empowers the entire power of the systems. A small drone with its weapon systems with a top attack can defunct the complete tank. That's the kind of systems. A series of drones today can make a reformable warfare. That is the technology which DRDO is developing today, thanks to all my startups who have come forward to help me in this mission. It's very simple thinking. Today, you are seeing in Olympics, so many drones make such a beautiful formation to lit the light of the sky and make a wonderful sky for all of us. Why can't the same formation make me a synthetic aperture radar? Why can't the same formation make me a huge array communication system? And why can't the same dynamic formation make me one electronic warfare system? That is kind of the war. Think for a moment. You have got a huge radar on the ground. No doubt you can see beyond the space. No doubt you can command all class of missiles. But to do that, basic law of physics you can never break. If you want to go long in a radar, you have to pump that much of power. And the moment you pump power, friends, you expose yourself to the rest of the world. And any missile can come and defunct you as a radar with your location. Unlike that, if you look at the formation of the drone, together each one of them transmit a very small micro power. But all of them joined together create a huge pencil beam to have the entire aperture radar. And the moment the attack comes, that disintegrate themselves, make an absolute different formation and fools the entire missiles. Just to trigger your thinking, I thought I'll explain you one simple technology which you are working today. Like that, we have got phenomenal set of technologies DRDO is working today for future warfare. Digital soldier becomes the next, which we have already done, and we are going ahead for deployment and testing, wherein the human does not fire, the humanoids, the robots with all kind of AI ML, with the kind of intelligence within, with the kind of weapon in the hand, pinpoints, processes, and creates the dynamites. That's the kind of research which goes on across. Same happens on the space. Today, if I always say, a fighter is a toy in the sky if it doesn't have its weapon within. You should have the active electronic scan array radars, you should have the EW systems, you should have the infrared search and track systems, you should have missile approach warning system, you should have software defined radios, all these. India of late were importing all of them. But you'll be very, very happy to know today, the kind of the radar, AESA radar, which India has developed, I will not say DRDO alone, because it is DRDO, industry, academic institution together, as a country, as a nation we have developed. And this radar of AESA, we call it Uttam, when compared with all the import radars of contemporary class, has outperformed in performance, outperformed in cost, and outperformed in the realization time. This is India. This is Indian industries. This is the power of Indian industries, friends. When power is within phenomenal, why are we scared of the West? We should be here to collaborate with the technologies which we have, scale up the technology to the highest possible, and empower our nation with best of the technology which the nation could ever dream up. Friends, but the future preparedness is incomplete if I can't complete the triangle. The triangle is industry, academia, and DRDO. DRDO has a vast experience, operational expertise, we have the skills, and we have all the capturing of the systems. But the industry has got the power, industry has got the budget, industry has got the procurement cycle, industry has got the cutting edge guys within them. And academia has the brain behind. If this triangle completes, India is going to be the world leader today. There are huge technologies we have identified. DRDO is one organization which has unfolded the technology compendium for the next 20 years. today, if India has to be a global power, it can't be with systems alone. It has to be with the technology, because the war which is going on is the war of technology. So as an organization, we have defined our micro, mini, and the next gen technology for the years to come. And we are throwing upon those technologies every day across startups, Indian industries, academicians. Yesterday evening, I was in one of the very prestigious institute, Indian Institute of Science in Bangalore, where we are unfurling one of the beautiful chips in a very, very niche domain being designed, developed, and realized by our own academic institutions. All along, today, I tell you friends, the criticality is different. I can make one of the best electro-optic systems in the world, but the detector, if I'm importing, I'm crippled. Today, if I'm designing the best of the electronic system in the world, but if the FPGA I'm importing, I may be crippled. And today, if I'm making a photonics radar, a photonics EW systems, but the basic MMIC and photonics, if I'm impelled, I'm choked. So the mission has to happen top down and bottom up. Thanks to Honorable Prime Minister's India Semiconductor Mission, that we are going ahead realizing our own chip. DRDO has got its own fundamental groups who are developing their own MMICs and such structures, and our academic institutions are feeding us with best of the chips and the systems, that India is going to be truly Atmanirbhar Bharat, from the core of technology and chips to the final realizations of the systems. These are few of the glimpses of the next generation systems which DRDO is developing along with industries, with combat goggles. We talk about airborne future radars. We talk about drone array radar, which I explained to you just now. And we have to further talk about the combination of radars, the passive radars, the green radar. Gone are the days, few minutes back I explained to you, if radar works on pumping energy, we may get the best of the result, but we are vulnerable to attack. Today we have developed world's first green radar. We transmit nothing, but we track. So same is the systems with electronics warfare. We have got a huge journey, right from sensors to radomes to the thermal technologies. And so is the communications, whether you talk about software-defined radio, whether you talk about covert communication, whether you talk about cognitive communications. There is a huge research going on in one of our laboratories here. Friends, to sum up, I have made this statement. I'll request you to read this by the time I help myself. Every leading country of the world have a classic approach towards becoming a defense superpower. What does classic means? I have my own abbreviation for classic. The classic, the C stands for the connectivity, covert communications, the cyber warfare, C4I, cognitive systems. This is how the C commands. If you look at L, it's a loitering munition, laser as a directed energy weapon, which I explained to you a few minutes back, long-range hypersonic cruise missile, which very recently the country has flown and make everyone proud with a kind of a single attempt test of reaching the hypersonic velocity and making the flight successful. Lethal autonomous weapon system called the LAWS. What does A stands for? Artificial intelligence, asymmetric warfare, anti-access, anti-denial, augmented reality and virtual reality, additive manufacturing, analytics in video and data, active denial system, automated robot turrets, and autonomous systems. What does S stand for? Stealth systems, sustainability, swarming technology. What does second S stand for? Space militarization, system of systems, smart materials, software-defined satellites, and regenerative payloads. And here I'd like to say, space is going to be the next area to conquer, my dear friends. I had few meetings with different agencies. The kind of systems happening in space, the kind of space robots which are being designed by different countries, the kind of space attacks which are envisaged in future. If we are not prepared with a space situational awareness, if we are not aware of our assets, we cannot protect them. And if we cannot protect them, we just can't win a war. So space is going to be the next dominion for across the country and across the world. What does I stand for? ISR, image intelligence, integrated air defense system, information warfare, industry 5.0. You all are familiar with this. Internet of military things and immersive technology. What does Q stand for? You all know it. quantum and photonics technology, they are going to be the next generation warfare technology today. We make quantum radars, we take photonics EW systems, we make photonics radar, so that everything comes down to the optical domain and spectrum, that things become lightweight yet more powerful. So that's going to command the sky in future. What does U stand for? Unmanned systems. Unmanned system is going to define the war winning. The country having unmanned systems, autonomous systems, lethal systems with absolute autonomy with AI and ML is the country which is going to win the war in future. Tanks are becoming autonomous, fighter is becoming autonomous, soldiers are becoming autonomous, control is becoming autonomous. So that's going to be the, and next one is very important, untrusted system. You will believe me, the data has to be full of errors, but yet you have to still extract them. System is going to fail, still you need to work with them. System will fumble over, and the critical time of the war, still you are going to win the war. That's the contradictory challenge which is going to unfold before our warriors in future. So that's what we call it as a untrusted system. And the last one is very important again, E. Electronic warfare. You know, the Russia-Ukraine war is defined by electronic warfare. Gone are the days where missile was the power. Today it is going to be the spectrum which is the power. If we are going to defend the enemies by pumping high power to kill its spectrum, make its entire warfare defunct, kill its radar, nullify its entire systems, without RF we can't exist. So that is where the electronic warfare is the domination. Electromagnetic pulse weapons, this is going to kill with microwave power the phenomenal attack of missiles and the swarm of drones. And the last one is very, very important, friends, it's the engine. See, engine is the heart of the fighter, and if we want to have a fighter in the sky, to have India as the warrior in the sky, then we should have our own fighter engine. So engine for the fighter aircrafts is going to be the greatest challenge. Lots of work has been done. We have developed our own engines. It is flying, it is going onto the missiles, it is going to the cruise systems, it's also flying with aircrafts. But it requires scaling up, it requires more kilonewton, 145 kilonewton, 150 kilonewton engines, double crystals and whatnot challenges. So those who are under the mechanical engineering, please make your hands strong, that India needs strong support in fighter engines. So now this is going to be my expansion of classic. Do you all agree? Leading countries have a classic approach towards becoming defense superpower. Thank you so much. Friends, I will sum up as DRDO, where do we stand today? We have got a huge systems to support industries. Most important is the Technology Development Fund. You will be very happy to know, up to 50 crores we support to any single industry, startup, academia who have got some great novel idea. We support them as a Technology Development Fund. You will be very happy to know, nearly 89 such technology development cases we have unfolded across the country, tuning to nearly 400 crores, and some wonderful results have come out of it. That's more important. We all have money to spend, but the money giving us the result to take country to the next step forward has happened through the Technology Development Fund. We have got a Dare to Dream Innovation Challenge, throw open to 1.4 billion Indians. All of us has got a power to dream, power to think, power to imagine, and power to dictate what this country needs. So we encourage every such ideas, and when such ideas come to us, we have got a committee who selects some best 10 or 20 ideas. We support them to realize through the funding. That's the Dare to Dream. It's Kalam's dream. We are realizing it downstairs. Transfer of technology. As you know, DRDO develops systems, design systems, the next generation systems. But our job is not to produce. Production happens through industries. So we do the handholding. We hand over the TOT to the industries, and huge number of production orders are coming today against our TOT. Patents are open to the industries. DRDO patents. You can all use our patents because you are all countrymen. Together as one single force, we have to make the country win. Center of Excellence, 15 Center of Excellences we have already opened across all IITs, NITs and other institutions. We are harvesting the talent of professors and students, and some beautiful results are coming. Yesterday I got one phenomenal result, as I told you, from Indian Institute of Science. That's going to define the new world for the world of photonics. DRDO test facilities. we have created over the years. We are making it open to all the industries. You will be very happy to know just now with Honorable Minister, we extend a memorandum of understanding that depicts that all the facilities which DRDO has, it is not only for DRDO, it's for my country. I never expect a small startup to spend billions of dollars to create a test facilities. It's available with me. Just come forward, we'll do your hand holding. All that you have to do for my country is to trigger your ideas. That's it. Rest all, we are there to help you out. Come forward, we are doing it day in and day out. We will do your hand holding for that. And we have development partners. We have got 3-tier industries, friends. So tier 1 industries, we are engaging them as the lead system integrators. Let's say a huge system like a radar, a fighter upgrade, electro-optic systems, EW systems, which has got huge number of systems. So the top man is going to be one of the bigger tier 1 industries. It could be Bell, BDL, HL, Tata, L&T, who not. Next layer is going to the middle layer industry who should build my basic systems. They will make the radars, they will make the EW systems. Tier 3 industries, who are our real workers, who are our MSMEs and startups, they are going to make the basic building blocks, whether you talk about TR modules with GAN technology, whether you are talking about the basic systems and software to be developed by all of you. That's the kind of a supply chain we are developing across DRDO, and thousands of industries are together with us to deliver to our Indian Armed Forces. I've explained you TDF. We are going in a big number, friends. Come forward, write down your great ideas. We keep throwing TDF challenges. And don't expect and wait for me to throw you challenge. You are there to throw me challenge. Looking at the war today, see, though the war ho raha hai, one in Russia and one in Israel, probably to make us learn and understand what a war means. Let's learn from that war, that what war technology this country needs tomorrow. And keeping that technology in mind, throw me your ideas. I am going to do your hand holding, and together we can create some great future systems. This is the dare to dream I was talking to you about. And most important is, I will conclude with my startups. My startup is my strength. India today has got 1,40,803 startups as of June 24 data, which was meagerly about 400 startups in 2014. Can you imagine? Just in 10 years, any country can afford to create so many startups. They are coming because there are challenges. They are coming because there are opportunities. They are coming because they are enjoying the challenges to work with us. I am there. I promise you on the stage, every single startup I am going to own, I am going to do the hand holding. I will ensure that you get all the supports from DRDO, that we transfer your ideas to the realities. This is what is our commitment as a nation to all of you. Friends, we are taking some major policies in future. Our budget is going to be phenomenal, and we are going to support all of you. There are few supports which is going to happen. There are few great systems which has happened. 100 megapixel camera has been developed by startups. IDEX Challenge has got the first quantum key distribution in 150 kilometers fiber, which is probably none other in the country have done so far. This is the kind of supports Digantar has done, Dhruva has done, Bellatrix has done. I think Chairman ISRO said few more. Friends, I will end with my favorite slide. My India is not complete without my 5 alphabets. What does I stands for me? I stands for industries. What does N stands for me? It's the nascent forces, the forces which are invisible. They are the startups and MSMEs. What does D stands for me? It stands for DRDO. What does I stands for me? It stands for the incubation centers which we create across every universities to give the root cause power to my country. And what does A stands for me? That's academia. This is the 5 alphabets which creates my country called India. And if all these 5 are together today, India is going to be a world leader. Thank you so much for your patient hearing. And from DRDO, I reassure you, I promise you that together as a nation, we will build a great country. We have power, we have technology, we have vision, we have dream. All that we need is that passion within, to trigger within, that every breath of yours, you should breathe in to say, I am proud to be an Indian, and at every breath till my last, I will empower my country to be a world leader. If every single Indian of 1.4 billion makes this commitment, India will be a developed nation, best nation, great nation. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Das, for that passionate and inspiring presentation. It's truly amazing to see how much is happening, and it's a great opportunity to all of you actually to participate in this. Now we have a memento for Dr. Das.
So thank you. A big round of applause to Dr. Das, please. Dr. Ekroop Kaur, Secretary of Department of IT BT, will do the honors and present a token of our appreciation and gratitude to Dr. B.K. Das. I request our friends who are sitting at the back to kindly come forward and occupy the seats in the front. May I request our friends who are at the back to please come and occupy the seats in the front. We have a NASSCOM session in just a couple of minutes. In the meantime, I would like to apprise you about the events that are sessions that are being held in all the halls which are towards the back of this hall. So we have very interesting and important sessions going on there. I request all of you to also please see which sessions interest you and to go there. World Stage 2 has India-US Tech Conclave by USIBC, and in World Stage 1 we have a Germany country delegation that is talking about exploring clean mobility with Germany, progress, challenges and innovation. The founder stage, which is the startup ecosystem, has a session on health tech. Life stage, which is biotech and healthcare, has a session on One Health and pandemic preparedness. The circuit stage, electronics and semiconductor hall, has harnessing India's chip design talent and ecosystem by IESA. And of course here we are talking about making Bangalore the GCC headquarters of the world by NASSCOM. May I request the moderator, Mr. Bhaskar Verma, Regional Director, NASSCOM, to kindly come on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we welcome the panel members for this discussion. Mr. Pradeep Menon, MD and CEO, HSBC Technology India. So I request you to kindly come on stage. Mr. Vijay Kishan, Head of Fidelity Wealth and Brokerage, India and India Regional Chair, Fidelity Investment. A warm welcome to each and every one of you. Andrea Zimmerman, Miss Andrea Zimmerman, who is SVP and President in India Target. A big round of applause to all of them. And Mr. Milesh J, Vice President, Head of Strategy and Operations, SAP. A big round of applause. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear us welcome them with a warm heart and a big round of applause, please. May I once again request the members at the back to kindly come and occupy the seats in the front. Those of you occupying the seats at the back, genuine request, please do come and occupy the seats in the front. Now I hand over the stage to the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was such a powerful session just before this, and I felt so proud when I heard Dr. Somnath speaking, Dr. Das speaking about what India is doing and what we should be taking it further. So now this is more a technology, global capability center session, and that's what you will see, ladies and gentlemen. I have a esteemed panelist here with me. So I will start, and I will just give you a brief context what Indian technology industry looks like. So if I will give you a few facts, it's 254 billion what we create as a revenue from technology industry. And if I zoom in into the GCC world, which is a global capability center, it's close to around 65 billion. And if I go onto the people side of it, it's 1.9 million people, which is a direct employment given by the Global Capability Center. And while we are in Karnataka, Proudly, I can say we contribute around 30% of the GCCs from Karnataka, and in terms of number, it's 34%. So if you can give a big round of applause for the Department of ITBT for supporting us. So I will move on to my esteemed panelists, and I will start with you, Milesh. So the way I have thought I will have this conversation to take all of you from present, past, and future. So how you see role of GCC and role of Indian entity? Because if you will see, role of GCC is we are working for a global organization, which generally we call as a parent. So how you see role of Indian entity and role of GCC?
No, good morning to everybody and to my fellow panelists as well. GCCs are no longer cost centers, right? I mean, supporting the back-end functions. I mean, we see over the years it's evolved into really differentiated value creators across the dimension of driving innovation, operation excellence, and also customer sensitivity for their parent organization. I think some of the numbers that you talked about, totally we have about 1,800 GCCs in India, and that's grown 400 GCCs in the last 5 years, and to about 1,100 centers, in India. If you look at closer to home, from a Bengaluru perspective, we were also discussing with the IT minister this morning about 875 GCCs with a growth of 41% in the last 5 years. This is tremendous numbers. If you bring it to the Indian entity, I take the example of SAP, where I'm coming from. We started back in 1998 with about 100 employees. Now we are 16,000 strong with a CAGR of 20% year over year over 26 years, right? This is quite significant. And back then, we started with localization of the ERP solution for the Asia Pacific market, and also some industry verticals as well. But then we took a very, very conscious call not to run it as an offshore center, which is just doing some low-end jobs. We wanted to actually integrate our India Development Center into the 4 global hubs of development centers that we had. In fact, I'm very proud to say SAP pioneered the concept of distributed R&D. If I look at my own journey, I started in 2000. In 2004, I had a chance to start a team, a product team. And at that time, I had 50% fresh from university and 50% of lateral hires. And it was all about ramping them up with the German counterparts. All upstream functions were done in Germany. But 3 years down the line, we had the next step, that is running the entire support operations for those products. 3 years down the line, development responsibility. 3 years down the line, business responsibility, including P&L. And I see this is exactly how the Indian entities from a GCC standpoint probably have followed from a patent perspective. So that's what I'd like to add, Bhaskar.
No, fantastic point, integrated ER&D site. I really love that word. And just to give you an idea, so we had a roundtable meeting in the morning. It's a breakfast meeting, closed room with IDBD minister. And very inspirational talk and very aspirational number he has thrown to us. The aspiration is, can we get 500 more GCCs to Karnataka? And we all have a role to play in this. So that's what we are looking forward to. Now I will move to you, Andrea. This is your second stint in India. And first I would like to start with what changes you have seen in your first and second stint, and role of target in India and how a parent organization looks towards it.
Very happy to be here today, so thank you for having me, and honored to sit on the panel with this very fabulous group. I actually love the point that you made earlier around it's important to understand the journey that GCCs have actually been on over the arc. The level of work has changed, the type of work, the type of ownership, the type of capabilities, and I think that's a really important part of the story because it's actually what starts to pave the way for the ambitious growth in front of us. And Target in India has a really kind of similar arc. We started our operations in 2005, and so we are in our 20th year. And to Bhaskar's point, this is my second time in India. So my first time was in 2012. So about 12 years ago, and I mean, a couple things have changed. First and foremost, there were about half as many GCCs a mere 12 years ago than there are today. I think it was about 700 in 2012 when I first came. And I think that's an extraordinary testament to the investment and the time that has been spent in nurturing this community. At Target in India, as I mentioned, we've been around for 20 years. One of the things I think is really special about the work that we do is we have every single capability represented at our site in Bengaluru. So merchandising, properties, store design, architecture, finance, HR, supply chain, I could go on. And what's really interesting about what that unlocks for us is the ability to drive elevated impact and value for Target back in the US because of the way that these teams work together. The last time I was here, our team was 1,800 people, and we're just about over 5,000 now. Modest compared to some of the other players up here, but a team that works in a really, really integrated fashion. On the personal front, I think the thing that's most different is like the way that the digital revolution has fundamentally changed the way we experience our daily life, like UPI payments and last mile delivery changes and just fundamental advancements in how you experience your day to day, and about 5 million more people in Bangalore. Those are some of the main changes.
No, fantastic. And as I said, I have a very diverse panelist. So from product, SAP to Target Retail, now I move to BFSI. Vijay, what means Indian entity for the parent organization?
Good morning, everybody. Absolute pleasure to be here. Thank you, Bhaskar, for hosting us on this panel. 20 years, congratulations on 20 years. I'm here. I'm sure there's going to be a big celebration, and we look forward to an invite to the NASSCOM family. We just finished 20 last year, so 21 years of being in India as a financial services entity, GCC. Interestingly, for us, like everybody else, like you said, Milesh, started out, we are a cost arbitrage site, but then that's changed, and you said it so well. I'll just say this, that we've been able to create a sort of a microcosm of the whole firm here in India. And the beauty of what happens here is you're not working on market hours, even though we trade globally, a large part of the effort happens at US trading hours. So if you look at what we can achieve is businesses coming together to actually build out the future of the firm. And that's what we're focused on right now in terms of bringing together talent across technology, operations, analytics, and data sciences to essentially build out what this company should look like in the future. And that's a big deal for us at the firm. We are the largest site outside of the United States for this company, and we continue to be that way. We've grown in terms of impact. I would say value was always there from a cost standpoint, but in terms of impact, the ability to actually think up what should be the future and therefore build it out and try out things, fail cheap, fail fast, and then go build it out for the enterprise. There are some very wonderful solutions that have actually been thought of from here and taken global for the firm, and that's what we've been able to achieve. You mentioned UPI. A lot of my partners come in here and are absolutely amazed at the sheer digital economy and the financial inclusion that it's actually created in the country. Interestingly, there was a time where you would look west for what's digital, but I think it's time to look here for what's digital, and there's a lot more you can actually pick up from the ecosystem, and that's why we work very actively with the startup ecosystem to look at opportunities where we can provide an edge back to our customers back in the United States.
No, fantastic, Vijay. You spoke, and you, Andrea, also spoke about UPI. I will share one of the story. I was in meeting with one of the global leadership of one of the members of NASSCOM. And we were talking about UPI and the QR code. We don't carry cash at this point in time. And one question he asked me, how many times your system got hacked? And I said none. So that's the power of India, the kind of digital India stack, what we have built on. So that's amazing. It's all because of all of you, what we all are doing. I move to you, Pradeep. Indian entity, what's the role of Indian organization?
First of all, thank you, Dr. Kaur, and thank you, Bhaskar, for having me, and it's my privilege to share the stage with all of you all. And I was just thinking, I mean, just adding on to what my colleagues have spoken about, generally the globalized world has meant that GCCs are a norm. I mean, and increasingly that's bound to happen. That's just the way we do business. And generally the India center tends to be the largest amongst most. I mean, again, I wouldn't say it's always, but it's more the norm than the exception, that the centers tend to be big. So given that, what's the uniqueness of India to the GCC world? And I'll tell you what I've heard most people talk about when you talk about maturing GCCs as the takeaway is the power of co-location. See, this is a big advantage because when you bring relatively larger groups of people together, magic happens because you've operations teams who work with tech teams, who work with compliance teams, who work with payments teams, there's a lot more of that happening in one building, sometimes and invariably on one floor, which is worth its weight in gold, right? And that's also where the recipe of success that a lot of GCCs bring in happen. This has been happening as long as we've had GCCs in India, and that's also the reason why the India centers, and they're not the only centers, there are centers around the world where these things tends to happen, and there's a lot of importance that gets ascribed to it. And this means that the parent or the principal tends to generally be aware of the fact that, there's a lot of co-location, hence a lot of structured processes that you can have, and people work together, there's innovation that can happen and so on. So that's the growing importance of GCCs to the parent and India to the GCC ecosystem, given its size, is just my take on it.
No, absolutely. And one thing I want to put in perspective, if I speak to any of the GCC leaders, it's no more discussion on cost arbitrage. It's more towards the value, more towards the customer centricity. And even in the morning, we were talking about what innovation we can do from India. So that's the narrative from the Global Capability Center. Now I'm coming back to the theme of Bengaluru Tech Summit. It says unbound. So what are the limitations you all see and how we can break these boundaries? Maybe very briefly, maybe I will start with you, Pradeep.
It's not a boundary. I think what happens is, let's take Bangalore as an example. I'm just using it as an example across GCC cities around the world. Bangalore is a very well-known city. It has been, the GCC ecosystem has evolved, including the IT services ecosystem, for about 25, 30 years now, right? So there's a lot of good talent. But for us to have escape velocity, to actually make it be more significant, the business connect and the customer centricity is very important. Now this has to be inculcated by culture in as much as by the ecosystems in which we play. There's this adage that we keep talking about, saying what got us here won't get you there, right? And I think that's also true in the GCC space. A lot of growth has come in from the sheer prowess of having digital skills and tech skills. They are absolutely needed. They're not going away anywhere. You do need them. But you will need to do more, right? And that is where the customer angle. So I think that's something that we should not allow ourselves to be bound by.
No, I would thank you. You gave me a nice word. And with that, I will move to Vijay. To trigger that escape velocity, what do you think? What you will do from your organization?
So I actually would pick up on one of the things you just mentioned, Pradeep. This is, we build products serving a US customer base. None of our employees will ever use them. Right? That's the reality of the product that we build. But that doesn't mean they don't have an investor's mindset or a growth mindset around what an investor should do. There are enough products that we use in the local markets, and we all do financial planning. So we do two things. One is, obviously, we want to make sure all people understand what it means to be financially well off, but at the same time, creating experiences through working on things and using our products in some manner so that you get to know what it is. That's one. The second I would say is, I think you don't have to invent everything yourself. The biggest advantage we see in an ecosystem like ours, whether it's here in Bangalore or anywhere in India, is the very rich startup ecosystem. There's so many beautiful ideas and wonderful entrepreneurs who've come up with some great solutions, whether it's in customer service, experience, or actual products. If you actually put your head out there and start looking at that, there are so many opportunities to partner and learn from, and we actively do that at Fidelity and bring that back to our customers.
No, fantastic. Andrea, I will now come to you. If you can talk about, one is how you can trigger escape velocity, and second is more towards how you will unbound, and if there are any limitations you can see, if you can highlight those.
Yeah,
I like the earlier point, Pradeep, that you called out around thinking about them like opportunities rather than limitations. You know, part of this, to be able to understand, you know, where we want to go is about where we've been. And so when I think about some of the things that are really important, a handful of them were already stated. I think the type of work that the teams do is really, really critical. End-to-end work that's grounded in strategic ownership, that is fueling and impacting the parent or the principal. I think if you are a part of a GCC, that you don't have a team that can experience what that business is, like Vijay just mentioned with Fidelity, Target has the same challenge. We don't have stores here, and so we have to get our team connected to the heartbeat of our business. That's actually U.S. retail. And we do so through a lot of different mechanisms, but that takes work. You know, it takes investment on the side of our U.S. team. It takes grit and desire and just sort of that push from the team here. It takes structures and room for the teams to be able to sort of learn into that. A couple of other things that I think are really important when we think about what we should do to make the next phase possible. I think contributing to the ecosystem that we operate in is really important. Moments like this are important. Taking time to teach and contribute to the community and the ecosystem that we're a part of. Investing in leadership is really, really important, and supporting a really strong culture. A couple of the things at Target that we're really proud of is we have both Elevate and Multiply, our two platforms that we run externally, and they're tech platforms, one for women in tech and one for AI practitioners. And these are forums where we do them to actually contribute back and fuel the conversation in the community that we're a part of. And we cater more to external in those moments than we do to our internal team, because that's a responsibility that we feel. And so I would underscore the role that we all have in learning together and building together for us to achieve where we want to go.
Fantastic. Milesh, how to unbound? That's the theme of Bengaluru Tech Summit.
Yep.
And how you are unbounding in SAP. If your thoughts, please.
No, absolutely. I just would like to add on to what my fellow panelists talked about. I think to really break the boundaries and go beyond, I think the most important growth driver should be innovation. And the moment you talk about innovation these days is AI. I mean, you cannot escape the word AI. Let me just quickly talk about some important statistics on how AI has been adopted as a technology. If you look at the internet took more than 2 decades to have 100 million subscribers. And if you look at smartphones, probably took about 5 years before you had 100 million subscribers. But if I talk about generative AI part of it, the ChatGPT, which was launched end of 2022, you know how long it took to have 100 million subscribers? Just 2 months. That's the pace in which technology is evolving, and GCCs have to, really go on that route to really ensure that they break beyond the boundaries. Let me also cover a little bit about the AI landscape around the world, right? If you look at it, there are probably end of 2023 about 160 foundational models existed. Of course, now the number would have gone up. And out of that 160, 100 plus come from US, and 20 plus come from China, and rest of the world. None from India, right? And of course, the government is taking initiatives with AI initiative and so on to have their own foundational model. I'll give you another statistics. You look at the number of AI patents filed from India, right? I think the statistics of end of 2022, beginning of 2023, 60% of the AI patents come from China, 20% from US. And what's India's number? 0.23 at this point in time. So that is an area of work that the Indian GCCs have to really invest in to really amp up the innovation factor. From SAPs per se, what we are doing is we are building our own foundational model, and India is playing a significant role in it. I mean, in fact, majority of the teams are actually working out of the Bangalore office to really contribute into that foundational model, to really ensure that the business data side of it, what we call is the business AI. I mean, our aspiration is to become the #1 business AI company. And this is some of the steps that we take to really ensure that we go beyond boundaries and to really go into that unbound stage.
No, fantastic. You put it in a very amazing manner. And you also gave me lead to my next question. You talked about innovation. So I will share my experience and a few instances when I speak to many of the leaders in different organizations. Innovation is restricted to a set of people, those who are called as innovation leaders, or around 15-20 people. Or in some of the cases, they also say, okay, we do innovation, but it's more just doing a hackathon. So whether it's restricted to a hackathon and how we can create that innovation culture within the organization. I know SAP is doing a fantastic job. So if you can share a few thoughts from SAP and also message to the audience what the innovation culture means, because it's going to play a very important role right now. If we can go on to the journey of innovation, I think in next 5 years, that's what we are aiming to become, a superpower, developed nation, and things like that. So if you can share your thoughts, please.
No, can't agree more. I think innovation is the lifeblood of GCCs in India, right? And that is very, very important to be there. One thing about SAP, since the time I've joined, I've been 24 years on the journey, one thing that did not change is the culture of innovation. Really having that atmosphere and collaboration amongst the people, I think that's been really stand out. And that's also what made me stay in the company for a very long time. We do a lot of things. We run innovation programs, we run entrepreneurship, promote startup culture within the company and so on. But one thing which is really stand out, I'd like to share with all of you. Probably if you look at, humans have been the dominant species on the planet, right? Two things from my opinion which led to that. One is the ability to work in social groups, that is one. Second, to be able to share best practices. And these are the two ethos that we actually wanted to bring in, because as a company, we have multiple verticals, right? Everybody is chasing their own business functions and so on. But innovation always happens when there is a culmination of diverse opinions. So you need to bring these group of peoples together. So we started doing communities of practice. We actually bring people together of different job functions together, apart from their normal work, so they actually work on problem statements and they actually can innovate. And we have so many such wonderful success cases. One example was, I cannot take the name of this customer, there was this huge global smartwatch brand, you know, in the retail business, and they wanted to work with SAP and said, hey, look, we want to have a corporate fitness program. Can you integrate your success factor solution, which is the human experience management solution, in trying to really launch a corporate fitness program? And then our line of business teams came back and said, oh, it is going across many parts of the business. It would take a very long time, would be very difficult. We go to the communities of practice. You have now practitioners from different areas, and they put everything together in such a fast time. Both the CEOs of SAP and the other company that I'm talking about were really, really impressed at the speed of innovation. So I think the communities of practice has really worked very well, and I would definitely recommend all of you to look at it, because that is an intangible that everybody is looking to tap into.
Oh, fantastic. I will move to you, Andrea. How you are building that innovation culture in Target?
One of the things that I reflect on with that question is, I don't actually think an innovation culture has to be built, because I think an innovation mindset, to your point, is just inherent in the DNA in GCCs and the community that we have here. And so it's actually about how do you cultivate it and how do you nurture it. And when I think about it through that lens, I think of three things. I think the importance of a really strong culture. That is a bit of what you target. It's a bit about an environment where you can create communities of practice, you're sharing best practices. It's also where your employees are rewarded and encouraged to take risks, that you give them the guardrails within which they can operate and test and learn new ideas. It's about progress over perfection. I think the second thing I would call out is the work. Innovation for innovation's sake is great, but it does not drive the core of the business from an impact standpoint. And so what we try to do is think about how do we innovate in ways that are in service to our long-term multi-year roadmap from an enterprise standpoint. How do we make sure that the innovations are channeled and directed and guided by a North Star that's tied to our strategy, I think is something that is really fundamental for us at Target. And the third thing I think is really important is the structure. What's the structure and the leadership that fosters an environment of innovation? Do you have global leaders? Are your leaders globally minded? Do they know how to tap in and draw out that innovation and those ideas from places that are not always the obvious places too? And so I think, you know, when you have some really solid investment across those three lanes, that's the type of an ecosystem that can, again, like cultivate and nurture an environment of where innovation can really thrive, which is super important for GCCs here.
Fantastic. Vijay, how, if I may ask you, how you are fostering that innovation culture with Fidelity?
So I'll say this, at home I have 2 teenagers, all right? So not a day goes by where they tell me, Dad, there's a better way to do this, there's an easier way to do this, there's a faster way to do this. Imagine a country whose average age is 29. Everybody around the corner is telling you there's a better way to do it. And there is so much opportunity to really tap into that thinking. So innovation, like you rightly said, just comes as a natural way of doing things. Now I'll also say what Andrea said. You know, at the same time, we don't want a whole bunch of high school projects happening across the company. It's a criminal waste of time and effort. So you have to put some amount of structure to it. So one, how much do the associates understand what the strategy of the firm is? How close is every employee to the reality of what are the big goals we're after, why are we doing this in this industry, right? So you kind of understand what's your priority for the firm, what is, okay, just keep it moving, and what's, put it back on the drawing board, think about it later. Now, if your innovation is happening on the drawing board, then you're like, okay, it's not going to hit mainstream. So you want to look at being transparent to your employees to understand what it takes and where it's more important. So that's one thing that we do, keep it transparent, keep it open. The second is creating platforms. So we look at innovation 2 ways. There's the big eyes and the small eyes. The small eyes is small pieces that everyday jobs, I'm doing something, there's a better way to do this, I want to automate this. So you want to put a structure to it. So we have an open platform, people can throw in their ideas, there's a small team that looks at it, tells them if it's relevant or not, and incentivizes the delivery of it. Others who believe they have a passion to go deliver for somebody else's problem can sign up, and it's our own little gig economy of sorts. The big guys are, okay, here's a whole new idea that we feel we can hit a segment we don't have a solution for, and it's going to bring in the money. But those need a little more attention, and we have a platform that allows for that too. So creating both an ecosystem which is transparent so people know what needs to be done, and a system through which people know that if I put my idea out there, somebody's watching, somebody's reading it, somebody's going to give me the backing for it, is the second. Last but not the least, we also work I'm going to be like a broken record on this. I think sometimes innovation, there's so much you can think of, but there are smarter people on this planet, so you reach out. The ecosystem is very, very ripe with talented individuals. We tap that and see what we can do from a partnership standpoint. And last but not the least, I'll say this is something that we feel is a power of having all the GCCs here. Some of the problems we're working in, we work with a lot of partnerships with different firms globally. All those firms have a shop here in Bangalore. So it's very easy for me to go across in the same EGL campus to another company and say, hey, here's a problem we're both dealing with, let's solve it right here. So there's an opportunity to solve a problem near shore than going all the way back to headquarters.
No, absolutely. And I have heard many stories wherein IT services, I will not say even GCC, so IT services firm, the person who is managing, who is in Bangalore, next street, and the GCC who is the customer, he is also just around 500 meters away, but to get in touch with them, they have to call somebody in US, and then this person will redirect here. So that's a model I think we need to definitely figure out how we can. But Pradeep, moving on to you.
I know, just very quickly, and I think my colleagues hit the nail on the head, right? But I remember one culture which I would talk about not doing. When I started my career in one of the early GCCs I had, there was what I would call an innovation by compulsion culture. So we were given targets to innovate. Now, that didn't work. You can imagine it would have lasted for a year or two and then it fizzed off, right? It didn't work. So that doesn't work. GCCs sometimes are under undue pressure to innovate. This question occupies boardrooms, it occupies leaders, and everybody is under pressure to do it. And I like his concept of small eyes and big eyes and building on the small things that Andrea spoke about. Just remember that, and I use this analogy at times, a pit stop in an F1 race, probably a few decades ago, was about between 60 and 70 seconds. Today it's less than 2 seconds, right? And that's the holy grail. People try to crunch it even further. Now, this did not happen because of one innovation. It happened because of thousands of small innovation in kinetic recovery and like hundreds, brake pads and all kinds of engineering that went into it. It meant that the game got tougher and tougher and you were eking out that last bit of efficiency from it. And I think that is exactly how GCCs will also have to play. They'll have to play the big eyes. I'm going to borrow that thing from you. But they'll also have to keep their eye on the small eyes and ensure that, that nobody loses the ball in that.
No, fantastic. I think we're on the top of the hour, but before I let you all go, quickly in 1 minute, I will start with you, Milesh. And this is not only limited to your respective organization, but overall GCC, what you think would be a short-term and long-term goal they should focus on?
I think short-term, definitely skilling. I think that is a continuous learning process that GCCs will have to really adopt to. And even though India is really the homegrown for talent base in AI, but I think there's still shortage in certain areas of deep tech AI, quantum computing, and few others very specific domain areas. So in short term, I think that needs to be addressed. And I'd like to also double down on what Andrea talked about. It's also about leadership. I mean, if you look at the leadership strength from 2015, there were about 110 global leaders in Indian GCCs, and that number has now gone to 6,500, and that's projected to grow to 30,000 in the next 5 years. And I think it's very, very important to really build that leadership bench strength, right, to really ensure that the GCCs flourish and go forward. From a long-term perspective, I mean, all along we've had this globalization culture, right? Your headquarters decides the products, solutions, and then you extend it, and then you innovate. I think time has now come to do reverse innovation. Take those products, take those solutions, test it out in the Indian market, your emerging markets, and then feed that innovation back into your established, developed markets. One significant example, what we are doing in SAP is on custom AI and agentic framework that we are working on. I mean, our business AI solution is for all our global customers. But when we talk about custom AI, it's about personalizing it and also making it very, very specific to a target market in India. And also introducing this agentic framework. So you have multi-agents which can do more complex tasks from a business function perspective. So we're trying to test it out in the Indian market. And this is already gaining a lot of traction because some of the solutions that we developed for the Indian customers are finding really a sweet spot with our global customers as well. So I think these are the two aspects I would really say from a short-term and long-term that companies will have to look at investing.
Andrea, I will move to you. Short-term and long-term goals for GCC?
Yeah, short term for Target in India, we're focused on delivering the roadmap that we have in front of us, continuing to refine the capabilities that we have, fostering culture, et cetera. I'll shift to the long term, and I'll plus some stuff that Malish said. If I look to the long term for efficiency and speed, a couple of things are on my mind. One, we've been around for 20 years, and we're looking firmly at what we want the next 20 to look like. And that means we have to be thinking about how we're learning and adapting, how we're helping ourselves along the GCC maturity curve, how we're doing more transformative work, and we're talking a lot about end-to-end capabilities and how to deliver work in a more kind of connected way. The other piece that I would maybe end on is we're having a lot of conversation about the importance of growth and efficiency. And so a big part of why we talk about the different and more elevated work we can do is because this mindset of continuous improvement and sharpening, and we have to not lose sight of that refinement and sharpening and improvement and efficiency when it comes to charting a path for growth, because I do believe that that's actually what can fuel us. And so those are a few things that we're spending time on.
Thank you.
So, Bhaskar, I'll say this. We're going through an interesting phase where we have so many different generations in the workforce right now. Having been here only 21 years now, we haven't hit a phase where a workforce is transitioning out into retirement. We're going to start seeing some of that, and our ability to handle that transition is something that we're going to watch very closely, because there are some senior people who've been in the company long enough, etc. I know there's enough things to do, but we want to focus on that. The two other things I'll talk about is while we all talk about growth and value for the GCC itself, it also comes down to the individual who's an employee in the company. For the longest time, growth was very linear. You talk about more headcount, and then therefore you have more roles pop up. We're switching that up to say the definition of growth moves into what impact you're making, and actually having people understand that impact that you bring back to the business is how you have to really stand up and be counted. And that's a big shift in terms of thinking from a GCC standpoint that many of us will go through as GCCs, because we can't just keep growing in headcount. So that has to have a change. And last but not the least, I'll say is, while this is all true, there's a huge gap between education and employability in this country, which still is a problem. And I think we're doing our part, whether it's the apprentice program, etc. I think there's a lot more we can do. And I think looking beyond Bangalore, that initiative that you're trying to run, that is helping. I think more such initiatives are required, and the GCCs can play a very important part in setting up the nation for the future.
Pradeep, all plus?
Mostly plus.
Now
I don't think there's a long and a short-term goal. The only thing I'll say is GCC's got to realize that their customer is not the parent organization, but the end customer of the parent, right? So whatever you do, as far as it adds customer value to the end customer of the company, do it. If it takes away, don't do it. That's all I'll say.
No, very interestingly, and that's what we also talk about, whether your customer is your parent organization or is a real customer. So that's going to play an important role. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts. I thoroughly enjoyed, and I hope you all liked it. Thank you for hearing us. Thank you very much. Back to MC, please.
Thank you.
A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to the panel members and the moderator for this session. May I request the moderator, Mr. Bhaskar Verma, please stay back. May I request a group photo now? May I request Mr. Bhaskar to kindly present tokens of our appreciation to all the panel members, to Mr. Pradeep Menon. May I request the secretary to kindly come on stage to present the token to the moderator. Ms. Ekdeep Kaur is the secretary, Department of IT and BT. Thank you. We will begin the next session in just a couple of seconds. May I kindly request the members of the audience to kindly take your seats? May I request the members of the audience to kindly take your seats? Navigating the superconvergence of biology, medicine, health, and AI. Talking about this is Mr. Vijay Chandru, co-founder and director, Strand Life Sciences. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, as I invite Mr. Vijay Chandru. May I request the audience members in the front of the stage to kindly take your seats and make way for the panelists of the next session. Mr. Vijay Chandru, ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause. The keynote speaker now is Mr. David Ewing Duncan, who is contributor, Vanity Fair, Wired, CEO, Arc Fusion. A big round of applause to the gentlemen on stage as they take on the forthcoming session. So, over to you.
Yeah, I think we're still waiting for the area to clear a bit. We'll start. Thank you. So for many of you who were here yesterday during the inaugural and then the high power panel that followed, you heard Dr. Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw and, Prashant Prakash and Chris Gopalakrishnan talk about this phenomenon of convergence that is starting to happen between biology, health, medicine, and AI. And in the vision group, we were trying to, discuss how we could get a keynote speaker to come and develop this theme for us. And, I happened to be in the US when we were doing this planning and was able to convince David to come back to India. He's been to India several times. He's, as was mentioned, an award-winning journalist, who's covered life sciences, technology, AI, politics, and culture in print, in television, radio, on many TED Talks. As we discussed yesterday, he's written about 12 books. About 6 of them I've read, right? And he spoke about one of the themes yesterday, on micro lands at the Science Gallery. But today he's going to develop this theme of superconvergence. There's a book of that title, Metzel, I think, has written it here. So, the superconvergence of biology, health, medicine, and AI. And without further ado, I think request David to start the presentation, and I'm going to step down so I can actually watch. Thank you.
Thank you, Vijay, and it's a great honor to be here. Thank you. And I appreciate the invitation from Vijay and the organizers here, so thank you very much for that. So I changed the title slightly to A Skeptic's Guide to Superconvergence. And my friend Jamie Metzel did write a book that just came out called Superabundance or Superconvergence, and you should check that out. It's a wonderful book. But I'll tell you about the skeptic part of it in a moment here. So we do seem to be in an extraordinary moment right now, and the trends are exciting, right? We're all here talking about them. There's biology, there's medicine, there's health, there's data, there's anti-aging, and by the way, this is going to have a life science focus to it mostly. Artificial intelligence, of course, precision medicine, synthetic biology, cures, you know, the ultimate for healthcare, robotics, enhancement, and these are all subjects that I have covered as a reporter over the last 30 years. And so I've been following each of these strands, writing multiple stories about them, and on, I mean, many other topics. And the question that I'm going to pose to you and try to at least give some guidance on here as a skeptic is this real? Is it here? Has it arrived? And I should say that my job as a journalist is, first of all, to be excited. I wouldn't be covering these things if I wasn't excited about it. And also to be optimistic, you know, that we're going to be able to make these things happen. But I also, since you're going to be reading my stories, and some of you are experts, much more expert than I am on these topics, I have to look at it, you know, very carefully, and I have to judge, you know, as much as I can, talking to experts, doing my research process, what's real and what's not. And by the way, a lot of you out there already, this very day, are pitching me, your companies, write a story about this, you know, investors, you know, we have this new breakthrough I want to tell you about, and I want to hear about all of it, but it's your job to try to convince me, you know, that something here is happening. And what I'm here to talk about today is about all of these trends perhaps coming into this idea of super convergence. So this is all driven, by the way, by my friend Ray Kurzweil. I'm sure you've heard of him. He's the guy that did The Singularity is Near. But he has talked about for years about the law of accelerating change. And a lot of people talk about this, but this is kind of what's driving everything we're doing here, really, is the idea of this historic trend upward. And it goes back thousands of years. This chart starts with the invention of written language, or the written word, you know, about 3,500 years ago. And it obviously accelerates as we get in the last 200 years, 300 years. But this is what drives it. But this is the big picture, okay? This is, if you happen to live maybe 100 years or 3,000 years, this is what you would see. But we all know our history enough to know that this isn't like a clean line like this. There's ups and downs, there's dark ages, there's things that happen where change goes into reverse. So we live in a shorter span than what that chart represents. And this is more what it looks like, say, right now, or at least in the last few years. These are arrows kind of represent all the different aspects of technology, of science that I was just talking about. And they're all kind of, in the last several years as I've been reporting this, about 30 years, all of these genomics, AI, whatever it is, they all have been more or less on their independent trajectories. And that's partly because of how we organize ourselves in science and technology, which is, at least especially in the life sciences, tends to be fairly siloed. So they definitely interact, they play off of each other, but this is kind of, you know, when I look out at what I've covered, all these different topics, this is partly what I see as a lot of different, disparate, you know, fields that are all progressing, and it's all very exciting, but when do they come together? And I have to admit that I spent a lot of my career writing about how exciting new breakthroughs are, but they're not quite ready, okay? And I've even heard that in some of the sessions here. We're all really excited for that moment when they do become ready. And some of them obviously have over time, but genomics, not ready. Other omics, and these are things like metabolomics, proteomics, many omics. Digital health, I remember when digital health started and I started getting calls from companies to come and check it out, only to discover that it was mostly IT people that didn't understand healthcare, or healthcare people that didn't understand IT, which I'll get to some more in a second. Anyway, on and on, precision medicine, synthetic biology. So this grouping right here, I've written articles, lots and lots of articles about this, but I've also written some books, as Vijay said. And Vijay, I can't believe you've only read 6 of my books. Anyway, more reading material. So I wrote a book called Experimental Man, which gets into a lot of these topics. And I didn't realize until I prepared for this talk that a lot of what I was writing about was how amazing and aspirational these technologies are, but still not quite ready. And obviously, some of them are more ready than others. Some of them, like genomics, I would argue, is actually finally here for common diseases. It's been very important for rare diseases, but we're finally there for common diseases. And so another little grouping here is robotics and AI. I mean, again, they're ready for many things, robotics, especially in industry. AI, we're kind of seeing how ready it is. I wrote a book called Talking to Robots, which gets into that. And then anti-aging, that's been a topic. Gave a TED talk, wrote this book, a TED book, called When I'm 164. And that's a riff off the Beatles song, When I'm 64, if in fact I live to be 164, because we somehow developed a technology to do that, which we have not done yet. But again, not quite ready. So, why is this? I can give you lots and lots of reasons, and I'll give you 2 or 3 here. But one of the main ones, especially for a meeting like this and many other meetings like this that I attend, is a piece that I wrote almost 10 years ago called Biologists are from Mars and Engineers are from Venus. And I don't know if you remember the book about love. You know, men are from Venus, women are from Venus and men are from Mars. And sometimes they get along, sometimes they don't. So I took that metaphor and the kind of planetary aspect of it. And the piece is really about the fundamental philosophical differences between engineers and biologists. And especially 10 years ago, I was really frustrated because I would talk to biologists who really fundamentally didn't understand what engineers did, and engineers who fundamentally didn't understand not only what biologists did, but the fact that the human organism and other organisms were not designed by humans. And engineers design what they work on, they build it, they know how to use it. We're still trying to figure out what nature did in terms of organizing us and building us. So this is one reason, and it's getting much better. I mean, we're talking about that here in the meeting, and it's kind of exciting what's going on with bioengineering and the kind of joining of these 2 fields. So another reason, and I'm going to share with you a couple concepts here, and then I'm going to get into some specifics, which will be kind of fun, about where you can decide if superconvergence is happening. So I've been working on a new book, or at least developing a new book, called The Wave Theory. And the wave theory, it really posits that everything in the universe, basically, comes in waves. And whether it's technology, I mean, it started because I do consult with a lot of companies. They're always asking me, is this the right time, to go out and start this company? Our investors, so we have investments. Is this the right time to invest? I mean, the reality is that there's a right time and a wrong time. And it comes in waves. So you want to be in a wave of the technology where it's being successful and you're going to make a return on that investment. You don't want to be in one of the troughs. So this wave theory, by the way, it obviously applies to markets, but it also applies to lots of other aspects of life. So the book is going to be more than just about technology and investment. Politics, we have definitely ups and downs in politics. Won't get too much into that here, but I think you all know what I mean by that. So love. I don't know how much love has been mentioned in the meeting here, but emotions work in waves, and I'll be writing about that in the book. Emotions like sadness, joy, and then civilizations come in waves too. I mean, you all have a very ancient civilization here, but it hasn't been a linear line. And by the way, the wave theory kind of denies that earlier graph I showed, that everything is just a nice line. It really goes like this. So this is a little depiction of what that looks like. You have, say, a breakthrough in technology, and everybody goes crazy over it. You know, so excited, the internet or genomics or whatever it might be, and you power up that wave, and everybody goes gaga. They invest in it, and then it fails. And a few diehards stick with it, they develop it, there's another wave, and another wave, and another wave. And to give you a little example here, artificial intelligence. Really, humans, at least for thousands of years, have dreamed of machines that can help us. And they're not exactly artificial intelligence, but that kind of concept, a smart machine, has been around for thousands of years. There's been times of exuberance, big booms. There's been what they call high winters, when no one would touch it. And we all know these cycles. We're now in a very interesting cycle. But AI has not come yet. And we're probably a wave or two away, not even sure what that's going to look like. So the wave theory. The other concept I want to share with you about the idea of superconvergence is the theory of adjacent transformations. So I met recently Stuart Kaufman, who is the man who came up with this theory, an evolutionary or theoretical biologist. And this is something you need to keep in mind too when you're thinking about superconvergence or how we're moving into the future. And this is the idea. He created this tree. He's more in sustainability and climate change than, say, life sciences. But the concept's the same, that when different technologies are moving rapidly and they're adjacent to each other or near each other, they play off of each other. And I'm mentioning that because this is partly, as my revised title said, a kind of guide here to superabundance. So this is something that I would advise everyone to pay attention to. You know, get out of your silo, get out of your area, and see what's, first of all, right around you. You know, what is naturally coming to become adjacent to you, and also look beyond. Because superconvergence is about lots of things converging. It's not about just what you do. So, are we in an age of superconvergence? My friend Jamie Metzel thinks we are. I say we're close. And that's a lot for me to say as somebody who is, trained as a skeptic. And I haven't really said that very often over the last few years, because like I said, I felt like things weren't quite ready. But things are really taking off. And by the way, convergence is important, but that's kind of a natural force. You all are doing your thing. The guy next to you is doing his thing. Everybody's doing their thing. And it's all happening somewhat organically. Super integration is equally important, because integration is us actually planning. It's us figuring out how to take all these threads of the convergence and making it work. And that's as important as convergence. And it's something you have some control over. So superconvergence, super integration, obviously the future. And it's more powerful than exponential. I've been involved with the Exponential Technologies group at Singularity University. Some of you may have been there or know about this. I think this is a more powerful trend than exponential. It's much greater than exponential in many ways. And we need to probably come up with a new law of super accelerating change to play off of Ray Kurzweil's earlier law. So, I'm going to spend the rest of my time here talking about me and what's in it for me. And I am, of course, standing in for you. And this is a lot of what I do as a journalist. 23 years ago, I was asked to write a story for Wired magazine on the Human Genome Project. And I was a fairly new science reporter. I'd been covering politics in Washington before that. Really happy I'm not doing that right now. But I was asked to write this story, and I looked into it, and most people didn't know anything about genetics back then, or DNA, and I was trying to think how to make this interesting, so I talked to a company in San Diego, and actually sequencing me. And I didn't even know that I was going to be one of the first humans to ever be genetically sequenced, so that's what happened. And we wrote the story, and it became a very big deal because an actual person got tested, and it humanized the story. And again, I was standing in for everybody else, It wasn't just about me. But that got me off and running on what's been a 23-year journey, getting tested by basically everyone for everything. And anything that didn't hurt me in the life sciences, I would be tested for. So I have about 70 terabytes of data. Actually, it's probably more now because I just had a bunch of new data tested. Thousands of tests, environmental tests, DNA and omics tests, scans, MRI scans of my brain, my body, on and on and on. Wearables, apps, all the digital technologies. And I hopefully will get a big pile of them from you all before I leave so I can test them. And by the way, I'm going to kind of rifle through a lot of this information, which is showing how in one person this idea of superconvergence is beginning to happen or where it's not. And I'm going to be giving you some references. Feel free to Google my name and Wired, and you can check out the details of that story from 2001. These are some of my results. I'm not going to get into gory details here, but this is early testing, early genetic testing. I had a slightly increased risk factor, I found out, when I had that early testing, a brain aneurysm, some warfarin, blood thinner sensitivity. One of my favorites was back then, there was a lot of kind of pseudo genomics, and they actually were testing you for risk factors for emotional situations. This turned out to be much more complicated than a single gene marker for sure. But I've always loved, and I always like to put on my talk, that I found out back then that I was high risk for having low empathy. But I always say, I don't care what you think. So anyway, so I got tested, actually I should have put up the article up here, but a National Geographic story on having levels of toxins inside of me tested, these tiny little trace amounts of, in this case, DDT, which is a pesticide, and I had a higher than normal, or higher than average level of the metabolites that DDT breaks down into, because I grew up in the Midwest in the US and they sprayed DDT when I was a kid. It's now been banned. MRI, another fun one was all these MRI scans that test you, fMRI scans to see what your brain is doing in different circumstances. And I was tested to see if where I sort of stood on a scale between greed and altruism. And I found out I had normal greed. Again, not sure what that means. Okay, so my favorite genetic marker, how many of you all can drink coffee right before you go to bed and you fall right to sleep? It happens every time. About 25% of humans have a gene mutation, the caffeine fast metabolizer gene, that allows you to do that. It basically, you metabolize the caffeine very, very quickly. And now, if you drink a lot of coffee, you still have some of the other side effects of caffeine, like the jitters. But I love having a double espresso, at the end of dinner and then go home and go to bed. And I feel sorry because I love coffee, and for you guys that can't do that. So I'm going to jump into this idea of making sense and integrating this data and some of my own data using AI and machine learning. This is a company called GNS that helped me in the US integrate some of this data. And it was used by a company called Araval, which unfortunately is no longer with us. But they were able to take some of this massive amount of data. And by the way, most of this data has unfortunately not been that useful to me. I would say about 95% of those 70 terabytes I'm not even sure what to do with, mostly because we haven't set up that integration yet. We haven't figured out how to use it. We haven't built the platforms. And it's getting much better though. And this is one example of where I got actual kind of health reports based on massive amounts of data from blood draws on different omics, wearables, things like that. And I got a nice kind of picture and assistance in where I am, in my own health. Wait a minute. I'm just going to run through, 3 or 4 of these fairly quickly here, just to give you an idea of what's out there. And this, by the way, for you all who are not in life sciences, this is a little bit where we are with integrating all of this data and this idea of super integration, super abundance. So risk of heart attack, way back in 2008, I got a prediction. Actually, I got 3 predictions. And this was the most useful information back when I was starting out with this data that I got, and it might even be still one of the most useful algorithms. A company called Intellos, again, way ahead of their time. They ended up not getting funding because they were just too far ahead, and they're no longer with us either. But they took all of this data and gave me 3 potential predictions for my future. For the 20 years after 2008, my risk for heart attack. And it was very interesting because my particular, especially my genetics, suggested that I'm very sensitive to weight gain in terms of risk for heart attack. You know, you might be different. Some people are, you know, would have very different profiles. But so I was given a potential future, if I gain a little bit of weight each year, of a 70% risk factor for having a heart attack in 20 years. And I was given an alternate future of gaining no weight and staying almost 0% risk factor in 20 years. And I'm pleased to say, 16 years into this chart, that I actually lost, I weighed slightly less than I did in 2008. So I'm on that little green line, and I hope to stay there. But again, this is the kind of information that you all that are starting companies, this is what we need. This is what the average person, they can understand this. You take all this data, you plug it in, you build the algorithm, and this also gives you a choice. It's a lifestyle choice. You can take care of yourself and eat right or not. And this is another finding back in 2001 in the original testing I did, sequencing. I found out that I was high risk for hypertension in the future. So this is 23 years ago. And it turns out around 2018, my blood pressure started going up a bit, as a lot of people's do when they get a little bit older. So I was able, you know, I kind of knew it was coming. Hypertension is easily treated. You don't, I mean, it's nice to know in advance, but I started taking an ACE inhibitor. Also some additional testing. You all will like this. Vegan and vegetarian diets actually help, at least for me. My specific data is showing that that also helps me lower my blood pressure. And I still eat a little bit of meat, but I've actually listened to that. Again, these are choices that this data has told me that can make me healthier. And that's all in Wired magazine as well. I'm going to quickly go through, this is a kind of cool study that was a joint combination between an American and a Chinese company, which unfortunately was shut down by politics. But this is an even larger study that it was a little later than some of those early studies. It also involved a diet, where I did a vegan diet for a week and a paleo diet for a week. And I was tested, there were 30,000 biomarkers. I had my blood drawn every 3 days, before, after, and during. And this is, I'm not going to explain this, but this is what happened to 2 of us. I'm subject 2. So the vegan diet, we had certain amino acids that went down, and as soon as we started eating meat, they spiked up. Subject number 3 was a friend of mine. I don't know what the heck was going on with her. Amino acids all over the place. This is yet another type of test I did. This is a stem cell line from me. So it's called an IPS stem cell, induced pluripotent stem cell. So for this test, they drew blood, they pulled out the white blood cells, they basically converted these cells back to stem cells, like embryonic stem cells, which grow into any cell in the body. And once they had created the stem cell line, which is this green blob version of me, they created heart cells. They were able to tweak those cells to create heart cells. And I got to tell you, it's a very strange experience to look through a microscope and see your own heart cells beating. I don't know if you can see that, but those are actually beating. Oh, and we also did some tests to see about toxicity of different drugs on heart cells, which is a test that hopefully is in the future will help people know if, say, a chemotherapy or some kind of a drug that's fairly toxic to heart cells, what your tolerance is as an individual. And then finally, we've got synthetic biology, which I mentioned earlier in that long stream of things, and even had some self-testing on that. So in a lab at Harvard, I wanted to do a story on synthesizing organisms. And this is basically taking raw DNA, taking code like this, and building it in a lab, building a genome in a lab. And I asked the scientist, could we do this for a human? And he sort of laughed because the technology right now is at the level of synthetic bacteria, yeast, fairly simple organisms. But this gentleman, who some of you may know of, George Church, is a very famous biologist at Harvard. He said, why don't we do your Y chromosome? And he pulled my code out. This is actually part of my code in my Y chromosome. And we made a Y chromosome. This is the raw DNA that we ordered from a place that manufactures it. We ran through some machinery, and we plugged it into some bacteria to see if it actually worked, and it did. So we built a very tiny one chromosome version of me synthetically. And then finally, a story I'm working on right now, it'll come out in the spring for technology review, MIT Tech Review, on the human immunome. And this is very, very exciting. And as a journalist, I have a story here that almost nobody's written about, which is, the new waves of happening in the immune system and research in the immune system. I mean, you know about, some of you anyway, know about CAR T cells, these immune cells that are taken out of cancer patients and bioengineered and put back in the body, and they then attack the cancer. It's a brand new way, or fairly new way, of attacking cancer that's very exciting, won a Nobel Prize recently. So anyway, I'm being tested for that as well. And these are some of my preliminary results, and I won't get into that, so I can kind of wind this up here. But this is a bit of a snapshot of my immunome, and they're testing literally millions of immune biomarkers to come up with a brand new way of looking at the immune system. There's still a lot of work to be done. There's a lot of gaps between the data and the insights. But I'll wind up here with 4 ways to position yourself in this era of superconvergence. So, convergence is a force of nature. I said that earlier. Integration is an active choice, which you have. You need to respect the wave theory. Not everybody does. You think you're on top, you're going to be there forever. You have to think about that. Pay attention to adjacent transformations. And I really implore you to do this, because many of you are specialists and you feel really comfortable in your zone of your specialty. But to move forward with superabundance in a lot of the things that we're talking about, we need to be able to pay attention to things around us as well. And then ideas we're not talking about, which I often do talk about, but these have a huge influence on on technology and investment, economics, politics, human behavior. In a lot of ways right now, they're more challenging than the tech and the science. I also would love for you all to check out my company in an effort we're putting together, and we hold meetings and do some research projects around this idea of fusion, which is another word for superabundance, especially in the life science space. And then I'll end with my favorite quote from William Gibson: "The future is already here, it's just not evenly distributed." So, thank you all very much.
I don't know if, yeah, this is on. So, the experimental man, David Ewing Duncan. Thank you very much. And a huge round, please. Thank you. I think, David, they want you to stay.
A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to Dr. David Duncan and Mr. Vijay Chandru. Mr. Vijay Chandru, may I request you to kindly present a token of our appreciation to Mr. David. Thank you so much. Our next fireside chat is themed around technology innovation in public administration. To discuss this, we have with us Mr. Atul Satija, please put your hands together. Mr. Atul Satija, founder and CEO, the Nudge Institute. Sir, warm welcome. Please do come on stage. May I welcome Srimati Uma Mahadevan, Additional Chief Secretary and Development Commissioner, Government of Karnataka. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you for being here with us. I hand it over to the moderator now.
Am I audible? Yeah. We have 30 minutes and we'll keep it to 30 minutes. But it's a very offbeat topic compared to the startup world, the technology ecosystem that we are in some ways, but not at all very different from what we are trying to do here, which is to solve real societal problems. It's an honor actually to have Additional Chief Secretary and Development Commissioner of Karnataka, Uma Mahadevan ji with us. Thank you so much, Uma ji, for taking the time. The topic of technology and public administration is at the core of how we as citizens live our lives every day. And Karnataka is actually one of the most advanced states in India in terms of delivering public services and solving for societal issues through technology. And who better than Umaji to actually talk through the journey of how governments look at technology and how they've evolved over a period of time to improve lives for all the citizens through their work. So, Umaji, why don't we start by you helping us share the context. You've had like many, many decades of public service, pretty much since India opened up its country boundaries, liberalized, etc. And you've seen how the country has evolved and built a vibrant economy, especially in Karnataka. How sort of this public service evolved over the last 20, 30 years, especially with technology being at the heart of it? Can you just take us through the journey over the last few decades?
Thank you, and thank you for having me at this wonderful set of conversations happening at the Bengaluru Tech Summit. Lovely to be here. Thank you for that question, Atul. Actually, it's a moment of reflection for me because I am now 32 years into public service. And I joined service in 1992. At the cusp, as you said, of change, of liberalization in India. It was the cusp of many kinds of change. It was also the time when the local governance took a new shape with the constitutional amendments, the 73rd and 74th amendments. And lots of exciting changes were on the anvil and since then have rolled out. When I joined service, we worked almost entirely on a manual basis. We had cyclo-style sheets. It's a twinge of nostalgia thinking back to those days. We had the typical, what we had was the, copies in triplicate, cyclo-style, lots of things. But the level of, I must say, the training that I had and field training, especially the level of meticulousness and care with which even those reviews were conducted was quite something. Then, of course, by the late 90s, I remember we moved to electronic typewriters within government, and we were issuing government orders in those things, again, working till 7:38, the first Xeroxes and so on. But by 98, I think I had my laptop, I had my email set up, I had PowerPoint, and I made my very first, 97 was when I made my very first PowerPoint presentation as a very junior officer to the finance commissioner and this thing. And it must have been a good presentation because I asked for X amount and I got much more than that, and I got a lot of support for that program, which was great. But that was in a lighter vein. But since then, I think increasingly governments across the world, and especially governments in LMICs, the Global South, have started recognizing the importance of technology in administration, not only in working within government and bringing efficiency into the work we do, but also in citizen service delivery, in bringing transparency, effectiveness, equity, and citizen-centric services. So today, I'm happy to say that one of the departments that I lead, for example, we have 5,950 local governments, Gram Panchayats in Karnataka, and you cannot manage to support 5,950 local governments to do their work effectively without a digital platform, without digital modes of working. Why go that far? Even just a few years back, during the COVID pandemic, when we had the lockdown, all our messaging on social precautions to be taken, on awareness, science-based awareness to be done to the panchayats during the lockdown was on YouTube Live. And using WhatsApp, when we told them that this meeting is going to be at 11 o'clock, please sit in front of your computers at 11, they would be there at 10:45. So that shows in many ways the way in which the readiness of government also to adopt technology seamlessly has increased. Today we have 81 services in Gram Panchayats, decentralized, including birth and death registration, including issuance of various cards, domicile certificate, various other things, maintenance of street lights, drinking water and so on, all in rural areas, payment of online taxes. We have POS machines in all Gram Panchayats. In 5,000, nearly 6,000 Gram Panchayats, all have POS machines, they have online payments, multiple modes of payment are there, and we've collected 800 to 900 crores of revenues simply through these POS machines and online payments. So the point being that technology not only delivers efficiency within government, but also brings transparency. We also have, as I was just telling you, as we were having coffee, we also have a chatbot now for 5,950 Gram Panchayats, a chatbot which allows people in English or in Kannada, and soon will even take voice messages, a chatbot which allows people to access public information, including meeting proceedings of your local government. If your local government, your panchayat, has taken a decision in the last meeting and you want to protest it, or you want a clarification, or you want a copy of the action plan, you want a copy of the budget, you want a copy of the expenditure, all of it is available on PDF on your WhatsApp. You can apply for services online. 81 services, you can apply through the WhatsApp chatbot. You can issue grievances. You can register your grievances. We just started this a few months ago, and I'm happy to say we have nearly 200,000 users already enrolled on the chatbot. So I think government is realizing that technology, the old apprehensions about whether our people would be quick to learn, would be agile, would be able to move with the times, whether citizens would be able to avail of services, all those apprehensions are increasingly getting allayed, and the way forward is really amazing. One last thing which I want to, even if I do say so myself, I was very happy that even urban departments have asked for the FRS document of our platform which we're using for rural. And I think that's really imitation always being the best form of flattery. That really speaks for itself.
It sounds like quite a journey from physical printed sort of copies in triplicate to now having WhatsApp bots to AI chatbots to I've heard that in Karnataka we have ATM machines to be able to file FIRs and so many such interesting use cases that we have reached with technology. Can you take a couple of examples on where technology you think has made the most impact as an example? And just talk through that. We've seen, obviously, as a citizen, when I go and apply, I feel very proud that in India we have so many services way better than developed countries. You apply for a passport and it always surprises you positively on, it says 2 days and comes in 1 day. It says 1 week and comes in 3 days. So it's just super fast that we have made many public services. So take one or two examples, ma'am, and share us with what you think has been the most transformative in your journey that you've seen here in Karnataka.
Sure. One of the very key, there are many examples. One of the key things, I have some data here and some numbers, so I'll just share those. One of the key examples is the farmers registry, which we have. We have plot-wise, holding-wise, name-wise details of farmers in our state with details of the holdings and the crops that they're sowing. We know what crops. This is extremely important not only for policy but also for supporting farmers with their inputs, with their fertilizer, with planning for the future in a state like Karnataka, which actually has 10 agroclimatic zones. And from one corner of the state to the other corner, rainfall multiplies by a factor of 10, the quantity of annual rainfall. Therefore, it's very important to use data. We always talk about data-driven policy and evidence-based policy, but the data has to be accessible, it has to be reliable, and it has to be a single source of truth. And so that is, the Farmers Registry is one of these. I should also talk about the Bhumi project. Karnataka was a pioneer in the digitization of land records through the Bhumi project. Millions of land records have been digitized, and they are now available online through the Bhumi RTC portal, through which citizens can access ownership, survey, and mutation details. I'm also happy to say that nearly 60 lakh copies, 6 million copies, actually slightly over 6 million copies of these land records have been issued in Gram Panchayats alone. So these are used by farmers to access credit, they are used to access, file for insurance claims, they are used to pay a premium for the insurance or to apply for seed subsidy or fertilizers, various reasons. And therefore, making it available online and then making it available locally for people so that they don't have to actually have a computer of their own. We need to, understand, I think that's where Karnataka has done a lot also. Many states have moved forward in e-governance, but Karnataka's speciality has been in ensuring that even the least privileged are able to access computers in different places. Another example is what we have are the rural public libraries. We now have computers in the rural public libraries with internet, with UPS, and here, if nothing else, even before the internet connection works, we said that our goal is to ensure that every child growing up in Karnataka is able to use a mouse, open a computer up, switch it on, open a document, learn how a computer works, all of that. And so now we have a plan for a bottom-up digital library, which is going to be a decentralized set of resources, which is going to enable young people, students, children, to learn at their own pace, self-directed learning, in addition to what they learn in schools. A great example of how digital technology can be decentralized and can be made available, access to digital technology made available. Even as we speak, we now have plans for 500,000 self-help group women to be given digital literacy training this year. Digital literacy of basically 5 hours. Not 5 hours at a stretch, but learn how to hold a phone, how to switch on a phone, how to save a contact, how to send an SMS, how to use WhatsApp. These are basic skills. These may not be immediately recognizable when we talk of very high-level technology, but these are the ways in which we can make technology equitable and reach the marginalized and reach the vulnerable. And I think that is a tremendous success of Karnataka. The final example I need to give is of our guarantees, the government guarantees. The cash transfer to women, for example, of more than 30,000 crores has been easily enabled through e-governance, through digital direct benefit transfer to the beneficiaries' accounts, to the recipients' accounts. Similarly, the unemployment support that we give to young people during their job search, again, is enabled by asking the universities to upload their documents so that there's no manual verification, there's no chance of rent seeking or, different kinds of dysfunctionalities on the ground. It's an efficient process, and we're only going forward in this.
Wow. I think you talked about how technology can do efficient delivery, effective delivery, but we've seen examples of national level change coming through technology thanks to the government initiatives. COVID is a great example of the best technologies that any country in the world used to get the entire country vaccinated. We have seen UPI is built as a technology infrastructure to get P2P and now all kind of business transactions also happening, passport services. Like so much has been done on the government side that sounds simple in technology but transformative for society. If you look at this entire landscape, Umaji, what models do you think work? And what models do you think we have learned through history of doing e-governance and government initiatives in technology that do not work? Think of it as like best practices that you have seen in working. There is sort of a model in which governments have leveraged private talent to come in and contribute to, let us say, an Aadhaar journey or a UPI journey or other journeys. There are simple RFP models where you understand problems and say, who can build technology will pay for it. There are sort of more PPP models available as well. Like, what are the pros and cons, and how does government think about this societal level, large initiatives? Any learnings that you can share from that?
Let me again take the example of the rural sector. The rural sector, where the information asymmetry tends to be highest, the infrastructure also tends to be weak on bandwidth, patchy, uneven, all of that. So here is an example where through an end-to-end digital platform, we had what is called Panchatantra 1, which was a double-entry bookkeeping, secondary data, backup, discrete and kind of incomplete thing, very good to the extent at the point when it was rolled out. But then we realized that now technology can do much more. And for local governance to be fully enabled to do whatever it has to do, technology has to do everything that it can do. So we said we will do end-to-end management on the digital platform. So the architecture of Panchatantra 2, which is Karnataka's rural governance platform, it's not just a platform for planning, identifying works, monitoring the works, and payment. That is a very limited, that was the first generation, I would say, use of technology within governance. We started saying these are the physical infrastructure works that need to be made. So this is the list. You upload that list, you do some geofencing, then you do some works monitoring, and then you do some payments, you do some online payment. Well, that's only the first step. That's only the very basic step. There's so much more. Here, for example, in Karnataka, we have 6,000 panchayats. I'm just saying 6,000, but I have to clarify it's 5,950. It's very important to me because the reason we're able to be accurate is because of technology, right? So we have these panchayats and their meetings. So earlier they were holding their meetings with a register. There would be a manual writing of the proceedings. There would be a manual printout of the agenda. What is to be discussed. Sometimes meeting notices may not reach certain members. See, we work in a political economy, right? So things happen. Sometimes there would be mistakes which would happen, omissions, errors of omission, errors of commission, and so on. But now you have meetings happening on Panchatantra. You have a meeting notice being issued to all the panchayat members, elected representatives, on this platform. You have them coming to vote, and you're supporting it with on-ground reforms, where you're saying that we will enable women, SC/ST members, marginalized community members, everybody to come by increasing the sitting fees, so that they don't have to lose a day's wage. So this is the other thing. Technology must never be standalone. It has to be accompanied by all the on-ground reforms, and so there has to be this ethnographic mindset to understand what are the difficulties that the marginalized or the poor or the least privileged, and I don't mean least privileged only in terms of poverty. There can be those who are least privileged simply by not knowing how to use a digital platform, right, or a phone. So you need to help people. You cannot just put a technology there and expect it to solve it, which is to say that it's not a panacea for all ills. At the same time, you cannot sit back and say, I will wait until an entire generation goes by, right? You have to do it when you're doing it because the technology is able. And here we have a time when we can bring people to the table, to the panchayat tables. They're holding their meetings. They're voting on every single agenda item, and they vote biometrically. So how do you enable participation? What is the end goal of local governance? It is not to have technology. The end goal of local governance is to enable participation. Every person should feel that I'm participating. Here you are. You have every member voting on every agenda item. You have the digital proceedings being signed with a digital signature of the panchayat president at the end of the day. The moment it's signed, earlier what was happening? It would be signed manually after 5 or 6 days. There would be gaps. There would be little bits of space left over. Right? So you're solving for all those. And you are putting it in the public domain. So the moment at 7 o'clock, if my panchayat, I am from ex-panchayat in Chikmagalur district, if my panchayat has had a meeting and I'm sitting in Seattle, I want to know what my panchayat has decided. 7 o'clock, the proceedings are signed, I will get it. Okay? And that enables transparency. So technology should be pushed much further, and I'll come back to your question of what works. What works is stakeholder consultation, doing a good pilot, doing a pilot with a sense of openness to understand what are the things that work, what are the things that don't work, how can we reach the unreached. Another thing about technology is that we often use it to address inclusion errors, because they're very easy. You merge two databases and you see who's not eligible and you take them out. Well, that's the easy part. We're not here to do easy things. We're here to do the hard things, right? The easy things anyone can do, a computer can do for us. We need to do. So how does technology reach the excluded? That's the conundrum. That's what we need to solve. We haven't solved it by any means, but we are on the way. A part of it is to make our panchayat meetings. Now this year, we're planning to make our panchayat meetings go online. We've had a discussion with YouTube, we've had a discussion with Google. We want to make it online. So if a panchayat meeting is online, people who cannot read can still see what their panchayat is discussing. If a panchayat assembly, a village assembly is online, I may not be there. I may not be in Chikmagalur, but I'm sitting in Seattle, I can see what's going on. Right? So these are ways in which we enable participation and we enable deliberation, both of which are values far greater than the small little benefits of just removing a few inclusion errors, using technology to send a few SMSs or a few WhatsApps. We have to think very ambitiously, think in a visionary way, and think about how technology today can reach all those who we have not been able to reach through many other ways on the ground.
Amazing. And Umaji, one sort of very quick one before I get to we have the last 8 minutes. How does sort of government think about the use cases government wants technology to solve for? In business domain, you have product managers and you have engineering teams. Product managers come up with what the product should look like and engineers develop. In government domain, there are business use cases that we know that we want to make this service available to people. But this capability of conceptualizing products, where does this sit and how does this come about?
So again, Karnataka and many states have their own e-governance departments. Within the e-governance departments, we have people who can be onboarded, experts who can be onboarded. Individual departments with their domain experts have long consultations. We bring in expertise at different levels. I have the advantage of being a completely non-technical person. So what I can do is I can say, I want this, this, and this, and this. How do I do this? I have the advantage of being a person who observes. I can see that my son, when he's being lazy, will ask the iPad to speak and read out the text, and he'll plug in his AirPods. I want to know why my panchayat member, who is illiterate, cannot listen to the same using text-to-speech. And that's how. So we have to move quickly, and that's what government does. Karnataka does that. Many states do it. But it's not enough if we're just talking among ourselves. We need forums like this. We also need to go outside Bangalore. We need to go into, especially because it's my remit is local governance, we need to go into the hardest places, the tribal areas, the forest areas, the areas where you're trying and trying and trying and you don't get the network. There must be some other solution. There must be some other solution. Go offline, take it to a place where you have Wi-Fi and then it gets uploaded. Solutions can be there. having said all of the above, there are always ways to game these, and so one eye has to be kept on how we can always be a little ahead of the game. If not ahead of the game, they're at least running alongside those who are trying to game it. But I think the potential has to be tapped only through extensive and deep conversations. The conversations have to happen. Technology has to follow the policy. Technology cannot be a one-size-fits-all solution. That would become techno-utopianism. We don't want to go there. We need to understand what we need to achieve. I need to achieve participation. I need to achieve deliberation. I don't need to achieve a fancy technology platform for the sake of itself, right? So if I need to achieve participation or deliberation, how do I use technology to get there? And how can I make, another example, in childcare centers, Anganwadis, which are early education centers and early nutrition centers for young children, there are 1.4 million childcare centers across the country. Now, each of these has around 20 to 25 children. An Anganwadi worker, an early educator in these, has to keep a track of which child is malnourished, which child is severely malnourished, which child needs an attention, which child needs to go for a referral to the... It's a lot of cognitive overload. This is what the phone can do. The smartphone should do everything that the smartphone can do, which frees up the humans. Within the government, we have a limited... it's facile and generally superficially remarked that government is overstaffed. It's not. At the front lines, it's understaffed. India is a fairly understaffed bureaucracy. But at the front lines, the humans who are working on these very key sectors must be enabled to do what only humans can do. And that is only if we make the technology do everything that the technology can do.
Yeah, you sound like a very, very evolved user of technology, madam, from the way you're speaking. So let me just push it a little bit further. These days, there is no meeting, conversation in technology that does not finish, that finishes without talking AI. So as as somebody in public administration with so much experience, the world's thinking AI as not just as a continuity of technology evolution, but a huge discontinuity in what technology can do. How are you seeing technology, AI and government intersection? Will it help us solve for, like you're saying, we are very understaffed at the last mile? Is it going to solve problems like that? Is it going to create more equity in service delivery, which today we are not able to, let us say, for exclusion errors? And things like that. Like, how does government look at AI, and what's the level of excitement versus nervousness around it?
I am so glad you asked that question because last week, I got a deep insight into what is one of the most surprising uses of AI. And I'll share that in a moment. Very excited about AI. I try to stop my children from using it for their homework. But I also, keep an eye on how it can help them understand the questions that they have to. But that's in a lighter vein. So AI is, its potential is tremendous. We need to watch it. We need to start having deep conversations about ethical AI. We need to have conversations about the potential of AI. Again, what can it do? How can we understand its potential beyond superficial understandings? But here's an example. We are already doing AI sessions for learners in our rural libraries. With Shikshana Foundation, with the help of Dell Technologies, we are doing AI sessions. These are very popular. Now, there are women coming, self-help group women coming to learn these. Anganwadis, the early education centers that I talked about, early educators in these centers for underprivileged children are using AI to create learning activities for the children. I mean, I get goosebumps just listening to this. It's so outstanding. People will take technology and run with it when it is meaningful to them, when it is made accessible to them, and when it is made relevant to their work and their lives. And that's terrific. The other example I want to give is of visualization. We have so much data, and we have such brilliant people in Bangalore, in the tech community, we would really, this is an ask, we would really, I'm using this platform to make this ask, we would really love it if people could help us look at ways in which we can visualize data, because I think participation and deliberation and being good citizens at the local level also depends on understanding the data. I can understand bar charts and pie charts and all kinds of infographics and so on because my mind is trained to that. But there are other ways in which we can help data be visualized in ways that the semi-literate or the illiterate can also understand. And that's an urgent need. It's a duty and it's a collective responsibility of all of us to do this. I think AI is, and maybe AI is one of the ways to do that. AI is absolutely very exciting, and I don't think there's any apprehension on that count whatsoever. Keeping in mind the need for us to be, we need to have guardrails, we need to have checks and balances, all of that.
So you're saying regulated, but strong use of AI. You're in an excited zone with AI is what I'm hearing. Awesome. So I know you already made a small appeal for the people who can help the government think about visualization of data for the common man, not an illiterate man. But given that we are at the end of our session, one last question for you. A lot of people here, I'm assuming, are from either they are running technology companies or they are top talent sitting in Bangalore, technologists, etc. We have seen during COVID times and beyond that people are genuinely starting to ask questions like, how can I contribute to nation building with the skills that we have? Not everybody has the opportunity to actually go to the public service full time, but a lot of people actually are starting to contribute there. Is there any call to action or an appeal you have for people who have this sort of desire to contribute beyond just sort of economic growth and company growth that they are pursuing? How can they partner with Karnataka government?
Thank you again for that lovely question. If anyone ever feels a desire to help and to give back, please nurture that desire, the very first thing. Nurture it. Don't let that light die out. And the second thing is how to do it. Well, one of the ways you could do it is by talking to me, because it's literally my job. I'm the development commissioner. You can talk to me, you can reach out to any of us on my team. But it's our job, actually it was my job specifically during COVID, to work with civil society, with private sector, with different organizations, and even just individual volunteers to find solutions. But I'm very happy to take this conversation forward, because I know that Bangalore and Karnataka has had a long tradition of participation and civic engagement, and you are most welcome to reach out to me in my office, and my email is very easy to remember. It's my name @gmail.com, no dot, no dash. Please reach out to me, because we have made many partnerships and many successful collaborations happen in this way. But don't let that desire or don't let that flame ever die out, because it's very valuable for the state, for our collective future.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was lovely to hear you, one, inviting support, sharing your email ID, but also with the enthusiasm and the optimism that you have for not just technology in general, but also very cutting edge stuff like AI and how it can contribute. I particularly enjoyed listening about how the rural parts of Karnataka are actually using technology, paying for services at a panchayat POS level, and the fact you have revenue coming in from the field with POS machines and technology percolating deep down. Thank you so much for your time. It was really lovely to have you here.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for this very insightful and entertaining talk. Now, may I request Mr. Atul Satija to kindly present a token of our gratitude to Srimati Uma Mahadevan. May I request Ms. Neha from MM Active to do the honors to Mr. Atul. Sir, just a moment. Just a moment, sir. I need to Thank you. Thank you all for being here. We break for lunch. The next session begins at 2 sharp, so please do come back. See you soon. Thank you. All the members at the back, please do come forward and occupy the seats in the front. Some more, please. There are a lot of seats vacant here. Please do join us in the front. Navi Rajjo. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. A big round of applause, please, to Mr. Navi Rajjo, who is futurist and best-selling co-author of Jugaad Innovation. Mr. Navi Rajjo. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Navi Rajjo is here. So he is a futurist and best-selling co-author of Jugaad Innovation. May we welcome him with a big round of applause, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. So let's wait until the slides comes up. It's a thrill for me to be here with you today to talk about my new book, which just came out. It's called The Frugal Economy. I immigrated to the US about 25 years ago with the H-1B visa. I spent 10 years working as an analyst at Forrester Research, a technology consulting firm based in Boston. The internet revolution was just starting. I helped Fortune 500 companies leverage latest technologies to drive exponential growth. I sincerely believed that more innovation leads to more economic growth. But 15 years ago, I realized that what matters is not the quantity of economic growth, but its quality. Sadly, our capitalist system is optimized to generate what I call bad growth, the kind that actually excludes people and depletes natural resources. For instance, in the US, the so-called richest country in the world, 2 Americans in 3 don't have $500 to cover a medical emergency. And in Europe, nearly a quarter of the population is facing poverty. Meanwhile, we are also running out of natural resources. By 2030, global demand for fresh water will exceed supply by 40%. Given these dual social and ecological challenges, we can't just do more with less. We Indians must learn to do better with less. We must build what I call a frugal economy that creates more economic and social and ecological value while minimizing waste and emissions. This frugal economy is no utopia. It is rapidly emerging and is supported by 3 core pillars that I will introduce today. And a new generation of conscious customers and innovators are accelerating the rise of the frugal economy. Enough with theory. I'm a very practical guy, so I'm going to regale you with a lot of inspiring examples to show how this new economy is emerging. So let's start with the first pillar, which is B2B or business-to-business sharing economy. What if companies stop competing and learn to cooperate and share resources? In Kalundborg, an eco-industrial park in Denmark, 12 co-located companies share their water, energy, and waste materials with each other as an integrated ecosystem. This mutually beneficial sharing is called industrial symbiosis. Flow2 is a B2B sharing marketplace that enables doctors and hospitals in Netherlands to share the underused equipment and services with each other. And they also help construction firms in Europe to share the underused equipment. Reapply is a Chicago-based startup that is helping states and cities across US, to build what they call reuse marketplaces. Each marketplace connects companies located in the same area so they can share and reuse each other's idle assets. By reusing existing resources, companies can reduce waste, which is great for the planet, and they reduce also their investments and their spending, which is good for the bottom line. So as you can see, reusing is frugal because it saves both money and the planet. The exciting thing is that here in India, there are many startups now who are using AI to build digital platforms that enable businesses, particularly small businesses, to share the underused manufacturing and logistics capacity. For instance, Vahak is an online marketplace that connects small truck owners with shippers. By aggregating multiple shipments in a single load, Vahak increases the truck's fill rates, which creates more income for small carriers, and they reduce carbon emissions by optimizing freight routes, which is great for the planet. Zwork is an on-demand industrial marketplace that connects thousands of small manufacturers across India with big companies. Think about it as the Amul and Amul's supply aggregation model applied to industry. By bringing in a steady stream of orders, Zwork enables small job shops across India to keep operating at full capacity. And today, they're also helping renewable energy providers in India to increase the manufacturing output without owning factories. So far, I shared examples of how companies can share their physical resources like unused equipment, truck space, or manufacturing capacity. but some visionary companies are sharing their intangible resources like intellectual property for the greater good. For instance, Levi's, the jeans maker, has open-sourced its innovative technologies to produce clothes with very little water. Rather than keeping its proprietary knowledge secretly, it shared it widely so that the whole apparel sector can become more sustainable. Way back in 2007, there was a landmark World Bank report that stated that if all Indian enterprises can costlessly, that means frugally, achieve national best practices based on knowledge already that exists in India, economic output could more than quintuple. That means that India can grow 5 times faster and bigger if Indian businesses were to share and reuse existing knowledge, especially traditional knowledge. And here, I think that, we always look at farmers as being a bit backward, but it turns out that Indian businesses in the services and industry sector can actually learn from Indian farmers who use an online platform called Digital Green to share agricultural best practices and replicate innovative farming techniques across regions. The consulting firm, PwC, estimates that the consumer-to-consumer sharing economy led by Uber and Airbnb will become a $335 billion market by 2025. B2B activities are much larger in volume and transactions in terms of volume and value compared to C2C activities. So I expect the B2B sharing economy to grow rapidly in the next decade and exceed at least $3 trillion in value. And India can get a big piece of this by building digital platforms and communities that enable Indian companies to share their physical and intangible resources. Now, let's look at the second pillar, my favorite one, distributed manufacturing. Especially with Trump's re-election, I think this pillar is going to be very important for India and the US, by the way. So today, if you look at the clothes and the smartphones that consumers in US and Europe are using, they are mass-produced in China, and then they travel thousands of miles by air and sea before they reach stores in New York and London. This mass manufacturing model is cost-efficient, but it is not sustainable, and it is not resilient because it's vulnerable to natural disasters and geopolitical tensions that could cripple global supply chains. I believe that India could pioneer a distributed manufacturing model where companies can produce goods and services closer to where customers live. Let me show you how decentralized production works. Avatar is a French startup that has developed an electric car that is 5 times lighter than typical EVs and consumes 3 times less energy. But the real innovation in this car is not its energy efficiency, but the way it is built. Unlike Tesla's Gigafactory, Avatar will use a distributed network of microfactories located in multiple regions across France. In each microfactory, no bigger than a large garage, local entrepreneurs will assemble these cars for local customers. The vision of Frédéric Mourier, the co-founder of Avatar, is to build a distributed manufacturing network that will create more economic and social value in multiple regions across France. Avatar has joined 14 other industrial startups in France to form the Micro Electric Vehicle, MEV Consortium, to share best practices and their capabilities. The MEV market is growing annually at 15% in France, particularly in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. So my message to you is this: don't scale up. Like Avatar, scale out your production to maximize local impact. The exciting news is that Indian startups like Lumas are building digital solutions to scale out manufacturing across India. Lumas is building a network of nano factories that produce personalized goods and services closer to local markets. Each nano factory can produce a variety of personalized products, such as healthy foods and cosmetics. These nano factories are more energy and water efficient and more flexible than big factories. And they also drastically reduce transportation cost and emissions. The reason I love really these examples is because I told you at the beginning of my talk that I arrived in the US when the internet revolution began. So what these Indian startups are doing is that they are leading the major epochal shift from centralized manufacturing to distributed manufacturing, just like the internet has enabled the shift from centralized computing to distributed computing in the last 30 years. Now, finally, let's look at the third pillar, which is looking at how India can go beyond the notion of sustainability and practice what I call triple regeneration. Regeneration is an advanced version of sustainability, and I'm just looking around because you might have seen a couple of panels, it says regenerate the planet. So, and that's what I'm going to build upon, right, is to show that how we can regenerate not only the planet, but two other things that I will tell you in a minute. So regeneration is just an advanced version of sustainability. If you think about what sustainable businesses do, they focus on two things. They try to reduce the carbon emissions by adopting clean energy, and they try to reduce and recycle the waste by using the circular economy principles. Regenerative businesses also do that, but they go one step further. They also try to boost the health, swastha, and the vitality, prana, of people, places, and planet altogether. This holistic and synergistic approach is what I call triple regeneration. Let me give you two examples from India to show how to practice triple regeneration. Selco is a social business based in Bengaluru that has set up off-grid solar power systems for over 1 million low-income households, especially in rural India. But they didn't stop there. If they stopped there, it would be just a sustainability story. They went one step further. They actually developed a whole range of solar-powered equipment that small farmers can use to process their crops post-harvest, which improves their livelihoods. So Selco is a regenerative business that not only gives a fish clean energy to rural communities, but also teaches them how to fish using clean energy to increase their income. Likewise, Pakka is an enterprise based in Ayodhya. They actually offer regenerative packaging solutions for food products. They transform sugarcane waste, sourced locally, into biodegradable packaging. Their factory in Ayodhya is powered 100% by clean energy. The goal is to ensure that nothing goes to waste, especially people's talent, and in particular, women's talent. That's why they appointed women at every level in the organization, which made Pakka a most preferred workplace for women. Why insist on this particular point? Because I said earlier in my presentation that our existing growth model excludes people. And Pakka and Selco are replacing this growth model that we find in the West with a regenerative growth model where companies can actively contribute to human development and increase social and ecological harmony. This will enable all Indians to become Atma-nirbhar, self-sufficient and empowered. For me, Atma-nirbhar is the foundational step towards Viksit Bharat. So, to summarize, the climate crisis is calling all of us to operate safely within planetary limits. but we need to boldly stretch the limits of human imagination if we want to develop India. And India, Bharat, is the birthplace of frugal innovation. So let's combine our Jugaad ingenuity, our millennia-old Vedic wisdom, and advanced technologies to build a frugal economy that truly benefits people, society, and the planet. I invite you all as technology innovators to embody the three dharmic principles of cooperation, distribution, and regeneration that are embodied in the three pillars of a frugal economy so that we can achieve both Atmanirbhar Bharat and Viksit Bharat. Thank you very much.
A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to Mr. Navi Rajjo. May I request Ms. Sonia Manchanda, co-founder, SPED Design and Innovation Private Limited, to kindly come on stage and present a token of our gratitude to Mr. Navi. Thank you so much. May I now request Mr. Paul Harwood, co-founder, Useristics, to kindly make his presentation. Please put your hands together as we invite Mr. Paul Harwood.
No, I have no clicker. No clicker. Thank you. Oh, no, there's no need. No need. Nothing on the screen. Okay. Nothing on the screen. Well, it's very nice to be here. And even when I got the email, I was really looking forward to coming to this conference. When I got the email, the subject line had been truncated. So it read, "This is your invitation to join BTS." And there was a small second where I thought, this in a K-pop boy band? But I was very relieved when I actually opened the email to discover it was a tech summit. You weren't going to have to see me dance, and we were actually going to talk about a subject that I knew something about. I don't have a deck, but I looked up at the screen because as a behavioral scientist, I know that if I look at the screen, you look at the screen, and that just amuses me. But there's a real reason why I decided not to do a deck. This is a tech summit. The theme is Unbound. This is a session about techno innovations that are disrupting industries. But the deck has to be in PowerPoint. And that just didn't ring true to me. That in a conference that is about being unbound, and we're talking about tech innovations that are disrupting industries, that we should do a PowerPoint. And I'll get to that again in a moment. The other reason I decided not to do a deck is I'm going to be talking about understanding users. And what's critical about understanding users is listening. That is key if you are to truly understand your users and understand what makes people tick. Now, I understand why PowerPoint is the chosen format that the presentation will be in. And that's because this conference is so heavily supported by government. And that's an awesome thing. So I'm willing to overlook the PowerPoint requirement. But having so much government support is great because that is an integral part for supporting startups. And there are some great startups here in Bangalore. There's also a rich ecosystem. So on Friday, I'll be going to the management school that you have here and looking at the Center for Startups and Entrepreneurs. So there's a lot of great stuff that's associated when a conference such as this and an area such as this has such great government support. But what's really key is the ability to listen to your users. And it doesn't matter what stage of growth your startup is at, you have to understand what users need. So it doesn't matter whether you're dealing with adoption, retention, monetization, maybe even acquisition, or user protection, an often overlooked part of growth. But understanding what makes people tick, what is the user problem, is critical. So I work with lots of companies, and the idea that if you build it, they will come. They won't. You have to give them a reason to come. So technological advancement is socially constructed. It doesn't occur in a vacuum. And this is a panel or a session about techno-innovations that are disrupting industries. But the techno-innovation itself does not disrupt an industry. It's the way people apply the technology that causes the disruption. Television is often said to have revolutionized the way we are entertained and the way we even connect with each other within the home. It became known as sort of the electronic hearth. It redesigned the living room. But a technology needs to provide an unmet need, and television did that. But the device itself, the television, the box, did not disrupt entertainment. It was the fact that one pioneering future couch potato got up and turned on the actual piece of technology. They were the disruptor. By applying the technology, the disruption occurred. So technology needs to provide value. It needs to provide utility. It needs to provide an unmet need. So you have to figure out what is the real problem a user has. And this brings me to sort of what does it mean when we say tech innovation? How do we measure that? Does it have to be adopted by the world, just one market, a particular segment, a particular industry? What makes something innovative? Many startups fail for funding and for a variety of reasons, but one of the reasons that's up there is a failure to develop a product that actually solves a real problem. So if you're a founder, be open to what your users tell you. It's not what you build, it's who you build it for that matters. So even if you develop this really cool feature and that is the best thing since sliced bread to you, if the users that you have are not wowed by it, don't push it. If you push the feature that users are not necessarily seeing has the greatest utility, it will impact your startup's success. So once you define that real user problem, then you need to ensure that everything you learn about your users is to engage with a business outcome. Understanding users, though, has three component parts. There's attitudes of the user. There is behavior of the user. And then there is the context in which it exists. And the context is probably the most difficult for founders to recognize. There's the temptation that once you've conducted research in one market, you then understand your users. Each market is unique, and you need to recognize that each market is unique and do research in each market early and often. Now, I help lots of tech companies, but I didn't begin as a person working in tech. I began as an academic. I built models to help predict whether someone was going to be radicalized to terrorism. But then one day I got a call in my university office and was asked to come out and speak to the founder of Facebook. And supposedly Facebook had been one of the 4 people in an audience where I had been presenting my academic research. I don't buy that myself. But I went out there, and I then moved from academia into the dark side and took on the commercial realm. And went from trying to predict people radicalizing to terrorism to predicting what is going to retain someone and have someone adopt this new product called Facebook. Now, when we think of understanding users, it is critical that we always work for that user problem and that business outcome. So I'm going to talk about some examples that I've worked on. They may not have disrupted an entire industry, but they've definitely changed the way we communicate, the way we pay for products, and the way we use our phones to either work or play. The first example I want to focus on speaks to adoption and also acquisition. And I want to talk about a startup called ZipDial. ZipDial is a startup that grew out of Bangalore. And after I was working at Facebook, I moved to head up international research for Twitter. And Twitter needed to get access to the Indian market. And ZipDial provided a great opportunity, and its founder, Val Wagner, really understood the user. She understood the business problem. And we were able to understand that by acquiring ZipDial, we would get access to a different segment of Indian society that we as a company were struggling to take advantage of. So the acquisition of ZipDial is a nice illustration of, by understanding the users, one, the founder was able to be acquired, but by conducting the research for Twitter, we were able to acquire something that was incredibly useful for solving our business problem. How do we gain market share within India? Understanding users isn't necessarily just about how they apply a product. It's also about the perception that they have on new technologies. We're going to hear a lot about AI at this conference. But if you speak to users, or you speak to members of the public about what is AI, what is artificial intelligence, what is generative AI, they will give you 3 different answers, okay? So if you describe it as AI, they'll say one thing. If you describe it as artificial intelligence, they'll say something else. So understanding the perception and what these terms mean for people and what the application of these terms is going to allow them and companies to achieve is important. So I was recently working for a company that does searches online that is pretty big with the ABCs, so to speak, on how to actually measure AI and the personalization of the customer experience, and doing it in multiple markets, and how people perceive AI in Japan is totally different than how they perceive it in Brazil, how they perceive it in France. So as a founder, you need to take the time to understand users by market, by segment. They're going to have different user needs. Waymo is another great example, a self-driving automated vehicle. People have reservations about getting in a car when there's no driver. What are those reservations? We need to overcome those reservations if we want to actually put bodies in self-driving cars and allow them to have a good customer experience when they travel with us. So if you're a founder, there's a temptation when you do interact with a user to focus on your product. Don't do that. You want to listen to them. You want to ask them questions about their everyday. So to give you an example, Twitter had to compete for time when people would say they have nothing to do. I use Twitter, I use Facebook when I've got nothing to do. Obviously, people are doing something when they say they have nothing to do. But it's at certain points of the day. And one of the important points of the day is the commute. So I had many interviews where I was just talking to people in lots of different markets about how they commute. Do you use your phone? Do you use public transportation? And the goal was to understand how the user commutes so that we could build a product that would allow for engagement and ensure daily active users during that commute. And one of the solutions we did was we designed buttons that would be enlarged at certain points of the time to allow it easier for people to actually post a tweet while they were on their commute. Netflix is obviously a streaming service, but it began streaming its content without advertising. They now obviously have added ads into their experience as a particular payment plan. But understanding how people actually use streaming, how they interact with an ad when it's going to be within their streaming service, how do we go back and try and slot ads in where there was no ad break? Understanding these very fundamental things about how we live our lives is critical if you're going to build a product that is going to reach users and is going to be able to solve an actual problem that users have. If we think of retention, I like to sort of always focus on the like button. So I was very fortunate to work on the button and do research about, how should the like actually be designed. It has a slight curvature in the thumb. That's purposeful. If it didn't have it, it would be very rude in some parts of the world. But understanding all of these customs and understanding users by market is critical. Now, is that a technovation that has disrupted an industry? It's definitely changed the way we interact with our friends. And it was small, but I remember when we were doing the tests and we were sort of dog fooding the product, only people at the Facebook headquarters had it. There was these couple that had been dating, and the woman posted on her newsfeed that she was now single, and the guy liked it. There was a lot of four-letter words as she read the fact that he'd liked it, obviously in the office, but it did illustrate that we really did have a product that was going to allow people to express emotion, show empathy, and increase our daily active users. Another great example of understanding your users is Stripe. Stripe is a payment processor. It has revolutionized the way we can accept payments as a mom and pop store, all the way through to huge companies, including companies that are in the exhibit hall today. But that company, and I've had the pleasure of working with them, recognizes that for their product, there is not just one type of user. There is the CEO who wants to look at the dashboard. There is the person who has to process the refunds. There are lots of different users in there that you need to understand what their utility is, what their user problem is. And then you need to build a dashboard and a customer experience that will enable all of them to have a successful experience. If we think also of user protection, an often overlooked part of growth, I like to always focus on password length, because it's a nice sort of illustration of how something so simple can really increase your growth and adoption within a market. So I was doing research for a company that was struggling to get adopted in Germany. And I did interviews there, and we discovered that Germans just perceived this company as this crazy American company that only expected them to create a password that had 8 characters, 1 capital letter, and that was it. You were good to go. Simply by increasing the password length to 15 characters and allowing individuals to add symbols, something as simple as that, increased adoption by some 20% within 2 weeks. So the importance of understanding the user problem that may be the barrier to adoption, that may be the barrier to allowing for retention of users, is critical. Now, obviously, this conference is about being unbound. And as we think of unbound, we naturally think forward. But we should also look at the technologies that we already have that may have great utility by being applied today within an industry or within a context that just has not used them. So for 10 years, I was on the US FDA risk advisory panel, advising the FDA on how to communicate risk of, say, drug recalls, nutritional facts for food, and all the appliances that the FDA still currently regulates. And one topic was, how do we get doctors to actually learn about drug recalls? The system that the FDA had in place was to send a physical letter. That's a technology. To send a physical letter to let the doctor know that the drug was being recalled. It wasn't working. So the government department, in its infinite wisdom, decided it wanted to spend millions of dollars building this super-duper app. It was going to do everything. It was going to do drug recall. It was going to do notifications about incoming illness in your particular area. It was going to be able to brush your teeth. It was going to do everything. And I was asked, what do you think, as the tech representative on this panel? And I was like, well, they don't read the letter. How are they going to know that the app exists? And then I remember suggesting, and this is 2017, maybe we should use email. You would have thought I had just sort of broken the atom, but email, we could use email, an old technology, but it totally disrupted how doctors then received drug recalls. Nothing new. And one of my most cringeworthy moments, because this was covered on C-SPAN, was actually reading into the record that I agree, email may be good because it's widely used, and that the cringeworthy suggesting, it was widely used in 2017. Another example, and it just shows the importance about the application of the technology, is the US Border Patrol. They have loads of gizmos and gadgets that allow them to be aware of happenings on both borders. And I was testing a new piece of technology that is being used. And they drove me out to the border. And one of the Border Patrol agents, car with huge tires so it doesn't sink in the sand. We go to the tailgate at the back of his truck, and he pulls out this huge tire attached to a rope. And he was like, this is the best technology I have. Now, obviously, when you're standing in 120 degrees heat and you're testing this new piece of technology, this can be soul-crushing. But he explained to me that this very simple technology of dragging a tire that rakes the sand and makes it flat, so you can then see the footprints that may have crossed into the United States. That was the most successful, in his mind, technology of solving a particular user problem. And lastly, OpenAI. OpenAI is obviously changing through our application, and the way we apply it is changing the way we educate, changing the way we work. But old technologies are also being applied too. So interestingly, the sale of pens, pencils, those little exam books that you write in, they've increased in sales on college campuses in the United States in the last several semesters. Because professors are cottoning on that maybe students are using this to help them complete an assignment. So they're saying, no, you can use this old technology. We'll use this old technology to test you in your exam. So if you're a non-cursive writing Gen Zer out there, good luck. Because it seems as though to combat this new technology that's disrupting the way we are educated, we're going to begin to apply an older technology to combat it. So we're talking, obviously, on this panel, this session, about techno-innovations that are disrupting the way industries function. But I want each of us to recognize that we are all doing our part. It's through our application that the disruption occurs, not through the technology itself. Thank you very much.
A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to Mr. Paul Harwood, co-founder, Useristics. May I now request Mr. Bhaskar Verma, Regional Director, NASSCOM, to kindly come on stage and present a token of our appreciation to Mr. Paul. May I now request Mr. Guru Prasad S., VP Global Director, Bosch Global Software Technology. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome Mr. Guru Prasad S.
Good afternoon. My name is Guru Prasad. I see some familiar faces here who know me well. So thank you very much. I'm happy to be back here at the Bengaluru Tech Summit. Coming from a technology innovation conglomerate called Bosch, I would naturally speak about technology. And based on the theme of the event, I really chose compute and the marriage of compute with cognition. Yeah? That's really truly unbound in that sense. And the future of our world will be largely dictated with the capabilities of what we call cognitive computing, which will power the next wave of transformation for future-ready industries. What are the industries? I will pick up a couple of industries which I'm responsible for. I care for all the topics at Bosch beyond the mobility world. So this is industrial, energy, building technology, healthcare, and yeah, I'm also one of the global directors at Bosch in Germany. With that short note, let me start. So, what does cognitive computing do? It just bridges the human thought with what we call machine intelligence. Yeah? The human thought is unbound in a different order of magnitude, but has the challenge it cannot be connected because we are all highly individual and we keep our thoughts and our actions to ourselves. So cognitive computing, it just tries to replicate the human process and puts that into a computerized model that it can be taken beyond and implemented for a larger benefit. Why do we need to do this? Maybe I need to come a little bit backward here. Basically, the world no longer is structured data. The initial world of compute started with very much structured data. We are all used to the databases and the various tools which we used on the databases. We are moving into the unstructured world. When you move into the unstructured world, you require a contextual understanding for you to interpret that data. Typically, we as human beings have that built in, but we now need the machines to look into that. But the sheer amount of data that is getting generated, we also require the systems to be adaptive, that they are able to learn by themselves, just again like the way we do, and not wait for a series of instructions to be given to them what to do next. You will see one wonderful video I have somewhere in the middle of the presentation of reasoning and problem solving, like one of the previous speakers spoke about. With the advent of, let's say, generative AI, there is an element of reasoning and problem solving which the machines now come built into. You will be surprised at what you will see there when we look at that video. Human-like interaction, cobots, robots, and all of those technology marvels already have the capability to mimic or work together with humans without causing injury to the human being for a productive purpose. Decision support and augmentation, that's the final outcome. We do all this pain in the world of compute because we need a machine to make a decision just the way I do, and possibly that's the reason I invest so much into this world. With this as a context, I'll move forward. All these things are possible due to some of the technologies which are emerging, technologies which have matured, and technologies which are enabling this transition. Let's look at onto your left, which is edge computing. The sheer amount of data which we are generating today would have no meaning if I do not have an ability to filter out, do the basic computation on the edge, and then go to the latency-driven networking and storage systems. Internet of Things, moment I have the edge computing ability, I have the ability to connect two things which can compute independently and also possibly talk to each other, and then we come to the world of Internet of Things. AI and ML, when I have the ability with certain microcontrollers and the processing element within each one of the sensor elements, I can program them to behave in a particular way, which is nothing but the world what we call artificial intelligence and machine learning. Because we are all human, and as you are seeing my actions, we all want things to be also rendered in front of us. Augmented reality and virtual reality technologies bring in that next element of interactability with the human being, which is also a technology which is rapidly maturing. Because I do all these things over a particular communication protocol, I really require it to be safe and secure, and the cybersecurity protocols and things like that step in. Rapid advances are being made here, which also enables this whole transition. Last but not the least, we're going to shake up the world of the binary compute and move into the physics of quantum computing. At Bosch, we're already the pioneers to have one of the first sensors which is based on quantum technology. And this, imagine plowing it back into the whole cycle, will revolutionize how computation is done from the current way of looking at it into the future. What are the challenges typically? All these technologies are required because they address a particular challenge. One of the typical challenge faced is the data overload. So all of them now optimize the transmission and storage of data to where it is required and discard the rest and move forward. Decision complexity. It was once normal that you pump everything into the cloud and the latency is so high that there is no real-time decision making which is possible on the edge. We now are able to optimize the decision making between an edge and a distributed model. Last one, the accuracy of this compute, the accuracy of this prediction. With the advances in technology which we just now listed, significantly and dramatic improvements are possible in the way we are able to get the prediction accuracy. What are the business enablers? These are the technology enablers. As a technologist, if technology does not solve a business problem, it has no meaning. So we come to the business enablers. The entire world is moving away into software-driven control systems. With that, I am able to remove the mechanical inertia and the enormous things which are required to change an ecosystem which is already set up. Solutions today which we are generating are digital native first. They are not digital backpacks added onto a system which did not deal with the digital world. Today's solutions are digital native. When they are digital native, they have the ability to both consume and to spit out information which is contextually relevant. Adaptation to market changes. I think the previous two speakers also spoke about it. Ultimately, why are we doing all these things? The market is rapidly changing and I need to keep pace with that. Finally, faster time to market, and then I need the dynamicity in my business solution by which I can beat my competition. Some of the industries, as I mentioned, healthcare, we're talking of personalized healthcare, remote patient monitoring, telemedicine, AI-powered diagnostics, manufacturing, smart factories, the IoT integrations, robotics and automation. I'll go into the details, I'll not read through it. Some of the caselets which I have will be on healthcare, manufacturing, consumer and automotive as we go forward. I'll skip this because of the lack of time. Smart manufacturing. By far a significant contributor to anybody's economy worldwide. Like the first speaker, my good friend, spoke about, it is the combination of that efficiency and sustainability which is the key in smart manufacturing. And what we are talking is, a large amount of production today is already autonomous. There are many factories in the world where hardly a human being steps in a complete day. It is that autonomous. A factory always deals with an input and pushes something to the output. You need connected supply chains if you want to run something autonomous. So we're talking of connected supply chains. Workforce empowerment. This is basically whether the man or the machine, is it empowered to make the call to make that process faster. Of course, sustainability is a big topic because these are energy guzzling industries and we need sustainability. At this point, I will quickly jump to a short video. Every caselet I have a short video. Due acknowledgement to whoever created it. A couple of them are from Bosch and a couple of them are outside Bosch. But that's just to bring about the perspective of what is that we're talking of when we talk of, let's say, smart manufacturing.
Envision how much more you could achieve with open, flexible, and scalable automation technology. The broadest portfolio, engineered and harmonized to move your manufacturing forward. This is complete factory automation, the way it should be. With innovative, performance-driven technologies and generations of engineering expertise, Bosch Rexroth does more to move your factory forward. From start to finish, our complete factory automation solutions get you to market faster. Open controls that simplify operations. Adaptable conveyors that transform production systems. Smarter, simpler mechatronic systems to boost your productivity. Behind it all, you'll find applications expertise grounded in thousands of automation success stories. With full lifecycle support you can count on. Let us partner with you to solve your manufacturing challenges. It's time to streamline how automation works. It's time for automation to work for you. Harmonized, customized, complete. That's factory automation, the way it should be. From Bosch Rexroth.
A snapshot. If any one of you are in the southern German town of Ulm near Stuttgart, we have an experience center of a factory automation where you can order something by your voice. An entire set of machinery and control system will manufacture the product in front of you, label the product with your name, package it the way you want, and before you leave the experience center, deliver it in a gift wrap. That's a factory automation we're talking about. Without human intervention, they are all self-healing systems. They even auto-correct an error which is done, and they're able to inspect themselves in terms of the output they generate. Yeah, I hope this gave you a little bit insight into what is that automation we're referring to. I'll move forward into medicine. Yeah, this is again a complex topic. Wherever there's profound amount of data is where I require the power of compute. Each one of us are unique. Our treatment plans today are normally uniform. We don't respond to the treatments accordingly. Personalized treatment plans can only come into picture when I am able to process your data for you, for the treatment you require, which is most optimized for you. Predictive health monitoring. In predictive health monitoring, the whole challenge is an ocean of information talks of healthiness. There are certain small trends which creep into that, which is the genesis of the unhealthiness, and you need to track it to closure, or you need to address it. Diagnostic accuracy. With the sheer amount of possibilities which are being discovered, we need to enhance the diagnostic accuracy to the point that it is specific and sensitive. Patient engagement with the ever-hungry production of human beings on this earth, I think there is no way the clinical fraternity can keep up with bringing in that many clinical professionals into the world. We need digital ones who are able to a little bit mediate this conversation. So improve patient outcomes, delivery, care, and finally, happy or healthy patients is the aim here. I'll again take you through a small topic. This is about the amazing world of genes and the genetic world, and not the typical ones of a medical device or a pharmaceutical one. I want you to look at this video, please.
To start, different people may have different genetic mutations, and sometimes even more than one. Researchers have discovered that certain treatments work better for people with specific mutations, but may not work for people with different ones. Same thing with biomarker. A patient's unique biomarkers give doctors insight into how a patient might respond to certain treatment approaches. The more a doctor knows about your biomarkers and the exact number and kind of genetic mutations you have, the better they can prevent, diagnose, and treat your disease. Personalized medicine is leading to more effective treatments that cause fewer side effects and have a better chance to cure or manage a disease. Now sure, sometimes getting something off the rack works out just fine. But why go off the rack when you have the option to have something tailor-made?
I move forward from the world of medicine. I think we covered industry, we have covered medicine, two things which profoundly affect human beings. Of course, we all need to live somewhere. We live in a building, and then there are equipments all around us which are becoming increasingly smarter and connected. We're talking of this connected consumer ecosystem. Most of our kitchens are already quite automated. There are equipments you can talk to, they respond back. There are equipments which can be programmed to order something via Amazon, they do it by themselves. There are equipments which can monitor how dirty your clothes are when it goes into a washing machine. Endless. Yeah? So this is the world of consumer ecosystem. Basically, in this world, these are discrete equipments which need to be integrated into an ecosystem, compute, communication, and then the cognition. The video will be very wonderful, but I'll save the video for a few minutes later. It's very personalized because each one of our kitchens or the equipments we use is very specific to my way of life or our way of life, and they need to be personalized. If you don't have the ability to digitally alter them, they all get manufactured at one location and they cannot be changed subsequently. How many of you have heard of the V-commerce, the voice commerce? That will be the next big thing, because there is a refrigerator from Bosch with integrated cameras inside the refrigerator, which via a hub can be connected to the internet in your house. It has a liaison with a passport control with the Amazon Web Service, and it can order tomatoes. Whenever you say, I always request 6 tomatoes in the tray. So it's today already a reality. If any one of you are interested, you are welcome to come to our Bosch Center. That refrigerator is constantly tested by our engineers, some of whom are sitting here. I can see a smile on their face. They are so proud of their work. Yeah? It has about 6 cameras. It can also tell when you left the day what was inside the refrigerator. When you came back in the evening, how many calories were consumed by somebody inside the house. So we are building algorithms for each one of them. Yeah? Yeah. Autonomous climate control. We also have the home comfort, the air conditioning, the heating systems. They also need to be in a loop. And then the whole thing about, can it be environment sensitive and can it be more self-correcting to the environment outside and changing the environment inside. I'm sure you will all be wondering, this guy is talking of technology, where is Gen AI? I want you to pay close attention to this one video which integrates home, robotics, cognition, Gen AI, and a complete assisted living. I'll now play the video. I do hope that at least at the end of this video you will clap.
Hey, figure one, what do you see right now?
I see a red apple on a plate in the center of the table, a drying rack with cups and a plate, and you standing nearby with your hand on the table.
Great, can I have something to eat?
Sure thing.
Can I have something to eat? He did not say give me the apple.
Great. Can you explain why you did what you just did while you pick up this trash?
On it. So I gave you the apple because it's the only edible item I could provide you with from the table.
Is able to reason out the answer.
Great. So, based on the scene right now, where do you think the dishes in front of you go next?
The dishes on the table, like that plate and cup, are likely to go into the drying rack next.
Great. Can you put them there?
Of course.
All right, so how do you think you did?
I think I did pretty well. The apple found its new owner, the trash is gone, and the tableware is right where it belongs.
It is able to reflect.
I agree. Thanks, Figure 1.
You're welcome. If there's anything else you need help with, just let me know.
How does this sound? It was in real time communicating with a live human being using a robotic interface that is connected to OpenAI framework. It is able to reason, it is able to reflect, it is able to diagnose what it has to do next without explicit commands. I am hungry, there is only one thing on the table, which is an apple which you can eat, and hence I give you. It did not give the plate. Nobody programmed it. I hope you are able to get the transition now. There is no program written for the plate or the apple. It is a generative AI bringing in the cognition for the machine intelligence at the edge. I'll move forward. I'm getting a sign that it's becoming a little bit interesting, but they have time constraint. Last but not the least, mobility, one of the important things, because all of us are here because of the mobility enablement. Otherwise, most of us would not have reached here. We're talking of vehicle-to-vehicle communication, autonomous vehicles. I'm sure you would have all experienced it. I don't really need to call it out. And ultimately, because mobility forms such a fundamental human need, the connectivity and the ensuing compute required to make that connectivity happen and the cognition to make that connectivity intelligence is all that we are calling as autonomous ecosystem for mobility. I'll quickly run through this. Yeah.
Goods around by truck has been an essential part of national and international logistics systems for decades, and a key factor keeping our economies moving. But the arrival of digital technology is set to revolutionize that in ways that were unthinkable only a few years ago. Before too long, trucking and logistics will be made up of an ecosystem of autonomous vehicles directed by a digitized supply chain, combining driverless trucks with no cabs and delivery hubs staffed by robots. The image of the trucker taking a break at a truck stop with his truck parked in the lot may become a thing of the past. Driving all of this change will be a range of new technologies and cloud-based digital solutions.
I'm pausing it because I'm really getting the warning that it is about to end. But I do hope that I could bring in the breadth of the possibilities. Being a core technology company and being an engineer myself, this is what we stand for. And what we're talking of is technologies which are driving these transformations. Right? Please underline this word. The future will be intelligence embedded, and like that Apple use case, a significant amount of routine programming will no longer be required. Innovation and sustainability, because you saw that it does not waste trial and error, and the way it does is already super efficient. It will be, let's say, world friendly. And then I think the future is just a limitless possibility. And I'm sure every year we will have this tech summit where we share with each other some of these interesting things. I do hope that you found this short presentation from me interesting. You have any questions, you can always write to me. I will try my best at least over the weekend to respond back to you. And thank you very much for your time.
A big round of applause once again, ladies and gentlemen, to Mr. Guru Prasad, VP, Global Director, Bosch Global Software Technology. May I now request Ms. Mamata Gowda, IAS, Government of Karnataka, to kindly come on stage and present a token of our gratitude to Mr. Guru Prasad. That's Ms. Mamata Gowda, IAS, Government of Karnataka, doing the honors. Thank you so much. Our next speaker, this known is Mr. Harish Bhatt, brand custodian, Tata Sons Limited. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, as I welcome Mr. Harish Bhatt.
A very, very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to stand here today, and it's a privilege to speak on a session which is going to be somewhat different from the sessions you have heard so far, a tribute to Mr. Ratan Tata. At the outset, I'd like to congratulate the Government of Karnataka, the Department of IT/BT, on the 27th edition of the Bengaluru Tech Summit, which has come out so splendidly. My heartiest congratulations to the government and to all the organizers. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a little over a month since Mr. Ratan Tata passed away. I'm going to request, he was chairman of the Tata Group, and he was a man who inspired hundreds of millions of Indians all across the country. Even before I begin my address, may I request all of us to perhaps stand up for a moment to pay respects to the memory of Mr. Ratan Tata. Thank you very much. You know, we miss his presence greatly today, but we are still very inspired by his principles and the memories of his life. You know, I remember being in Bombay to pay my last respects to him. His body lay in state at the National Center for Performing Arts, and there was an unending line of people from all across Mumbai who had come all across waiting to pay their tributes to him. The city of Mumbai had posters in tribute to Mr. Ratan Tata, and there was such universal love and affection for Mr. Tata as India bid goodbye to an icon who has inspired an entire nation. Just earlier this month, our Honorable Prime Minister wrote an article about Ratan Tata, and he said there that he remains alive in the lives of everyone that he touched and the dreams that he nurtured. Generations will be grateful to him for making India a better place, a kinder place, and a more hopeful place. Last month, Mr. N. Chandrasekaran, the chairman of Tata Sons, wrote a personal tribute to Ratan Tata on LinkedIn, and he said anybody who met Mr. Tata came away with a story about his humanity, his warmth, and his dreams for India. There was really no one like him. Ladies and gentlemen, what was it about Ratan Tata that made him the man he was? Why did millions of people respect, adore, and love him? What lessons can we learn from him? I'd like to narrate a few stories from Mr. Ratan Tata's life and then talk about a couple of lessons that we can learn from this icon. He was a great lover of technology. He was a great lover of technology, and I'm sure he would have been delighted to be present at a session such as this. He brought the best of technology to the Tata Group. But I want to take you way back in time, about 20 years back, to the late 1990s, when Ratan Tata stood up at the Automobile Manufacturers Association of India and said, "Can India develop its own car?" We used to have cars on the roads of India. We had the Maruti Suzuki 800, which was designed in Japan and assembled in India. We had the Hyundai, which was designed in Korea and assembled in Sriperumbudur in Tamil Nadu. But Mr. Tata said, can we have a car which is completely Indian? The design, the technology, the parts that go into the car, can it be completely Indian and full of Indian pride? Why cannot a country that has put a satellite into space have its own car? I must remind you that way back in the 1990s, people were skeptical. They said, can India make its own car? Can that kind of technology be mastered in this country? And other automobile manufacturers were not so willing to join that experiment. So Mr. Tata decided to do it within Tata Motors, or Telco as it was then called. It was a gigantic journey. His vision was to make a car which was as large as the Ambassador, as fuel efficient as the Maruti 800, and as stylish as the Zen. I don't know how many of you remember the Zen, which was on the roads at that time. The Tata Indica, as it was called, was designed by the Engineering Research Center of Telco at Pune, in collaboration with IDEO of Turin. When it came onto the roads of India, ladies and gentlemen, there was not a car designed like the Tata Indica, with the space that it had inside, the fuel efficiency that it had inside. But then you needed a plant to manufacture the Tata Indica. And a plant to manufacture automobiles is somewhat expensive, in the region of $2 billion. And Telco did not have that kind of money at that time. So we spoke about frugality earlier today, as speaker spoke about frugality. Mr. Tata and his team went the world over, found a disused Nissan plant in Australia, which was being used only for 15 minutes each day, disassembled that plant in Australia, brought it to Pune, and assembled it brick by brick in Pune. His engineers and he had to develop ancillary units to create more than 3,000 discrete parts that go into a new car. And they did that in time. Initially, there were a few quality problems with the Tata Indica, but they were resolved, and the Tata Indica V2 was launched sometime in the early 2000s. By 2001-2002, the Tata Indica had gone on to become the fastest selling car on the face of India, and it was recognized as the best car in its category. So today you see the Tata Nexons, the Harriers, the Punches on the roads, but the Tata Indica was the original Indian car. And many people have asked Mr. Tata, what gave you the courage? What gave you the courage to say that you could infuse the new technology to make the Tata Indica in India? He created the Tata Indica, ladies and gentlemen, because he thought that was right for this country. He thought that India's own car would be our nation's pride, and it would also develop an entire automobile ecosystem in the western part of India. He created the car because of his courage of conviction, because of his aspiration to do more. And he's quoted as having said, it's important, particularly for the younger people in India, to believe in what we are doing and that we can do much, much more. He said, history may say that we failed or history may say that we succeeded, but we thought of it and we made it. We made India's first own car. That, ladies and gentlemen, was the dream that Mr. Ratan Tata had, creating India's own car, and he made it happen way back in the early 2000s. I'm not going to speak about the Nano today, which was yet another dream he had and an innovation par excellence, but I'm going to quickly move to another facet of Mr. Ratan Tata, which is equally interesting. And I'm going to move once again to the year 2004, which was the IPO of a company that all of you know today, Tata Consultancy Services. TCS was a small company at that time, and this was perhaps the largest IPO of its kind in 2004. It was a huge IPO, and it was hugely oversubscribed. In fact, it set a record by being hugely oversubscribed in the retail portion alone. But due to the loss at that time, more than 40% of the IPO could not be allocated to retail investors. And Mr. Ratan Tata was not happy with that. That IPO was priced in a band of about 700 to 900 rupees. And because it was so heavily oversubscribed, the finance people started telling Mr. Ratan Tata that we should now price it at the highest end of the band, at 900. But Mr. Tata turned to them and he said, that's not right. For all our investors, particularly for our retail investors, we have to leave something on the table. Only then will we be fair to all our stakeholders. And eventually, that IPO was not priced at the top of the range. It was priced at 850 rupees, and it went on to become a huge, huge success. People who have invested in it gained hugely over the years and the decades ahead. In his mind, always it was being about fair to all stakeholders. And I believe that's a lesson for all our entrepreneurs of today, being fair to all our stakeholders rather than to the promoters alone. It was not only fairness. In Mr. Tata's mind, doing something for the community and the nation was critically important. In 2012, he spearheaded the Tata Medical Center and Cancer Research Institute in Kolkata. In 2022, just 2 years ago, under his leadership, the Tata Trusts invested in 7 cancer care hospitals which were inaugurated in the state of Assam. Under his leadership as the chairman of the Tata Trusts, a network of 20 hospitals across 7 states of India are in the process of coming up in collaboration with state governments. And the focus in all of them has been on the common man, on the quality of treatment, on the affordability of treatment, on creating awareness about cancer. Apart from the fact that these hospitals use the best technology for cancer cure today. Mr. Ratan Tata famously said that he would dedicate the remaining years of his life to healthcare, which he did. So for him, it was not just technology, not just pioneering a new car, not just the right pricing of an IPO, it was also about helping the needy and giving back to society. But those are not the only facets of Mr. Ratan Tata which come to my mind, ladies and gentlemen. I want to take a little bit of time to focus on an episode which was hugely distressing for all of us. And I want to take a little bit of time to focus on the terrible terrorist attack in Mumbai, including at the Taj Mahal Hotel on the 26th of November 2008. I would say this has been one of the most tragic episodes in our recent history. And people who have worked closely with Mr. Ratan Tata at that time say that he immediately went and stood outside the Taj for nearly 3 days. He was helpless but determined to be at hand to help. Immediately after the terrorists were vanquished, he wanted to go into the hotel. Virtually immediately, he announced the formation of a Taj Public Welfare Trust to provide relief to the victims of the terror attack. Not just to the victims in the Taj, but to the general public, the police, the firemen, the security forces, the employees of the Taj and other establishments which were subjected to the terror attack. Senior people of the Taj at that time have told me how Mr. Tata was determined to help every victim and his or her family. When people told him, "You're still not aware of how much this attack has actually impacted the city," Mr. Tata told them, "This city of Mumbai has given us so much. This is the time for us to give back to the city and to its people." He met every family of the Taj which had lost a loved one. He spent time with them, sharing their sorrow, but also reassuring them that their futures would be taken care of. And then, ladies and gentlemen, he announced from the steps of the Taj that the Taj would be up and running within a month. He said, "We cannot be vanquished, we will be up and running within a month." And this promise was fulfilled. He led the execution. With the finest technology from around the world, this promise was fulfilled when the tower wing of the Taj reopened for business by 21st December 2008, less than a month after the terror attack. Mr. Tata stood on the porch of the Taj and he spoke about how an unprecedented spirit had been awakened, exemplified by how the staff of that hotel had sought to protect guests and protect each other. And then he said, "By opening the Taj Tower block today, we send a strong message that within a month we are up and running. We send a strong message that we can be hurt, but we cannot be knocked down. This Taj here will stand for another 100 years and more, and it will stand as a tribute to the tenacity of our people." That was the tenacity and that was the pride in India that Mr. Ratan Tata displayed. His compassion and care for people, as well as his courage and defiance, are very well known. But finally, and most importantly, was his interactions with people. He believed in the dignity of every person that he interacted with. And a colleague of mine narrated a small instance earlier this year of going to meet Mr. Tata at his home. And he spoke about how Mr. Tata spent time with him, but just as he was leaving, Mr. Tata said, "I will walk you to the door." He asked him whether he had a car to drop him back. And then he stood at the door until he got into his car and drove away. There are many examples of Mr. Tata visiting his retired employees just to say hello to them and see how they were doing. One of his foremost principles was never to respect the never to in any way impinge on the dignity of another person. So many people have spoken about how gracious he was in everything that he said and he did. Through these few stories, ladies and gentlemen, I have shared a very few lessons from Mr. Ratan Tata's life, but lessons that I think can inspire all of us. The aspiration to make an Indian car, the awareness that you have to be fair to all shareholders, the courage to say the Taj will be back and running within a month of the terror attack, the compassion to spend time with people and ensure that a fund was launched to take care of people, giving back to the country and the society through the Tata Cancer Hospitals and through a number of other social initiatives, dignity and respect for the individual. These are some of the beliefs that Mr. Ratan Tata had, which makes so many of us admire him today. Mr. Ratan Tata was also a strong supporter of the Indian startup community. He invested personally in many startups and provided them with his guidance as well. His inspiration and his guidance were critical to us in the Tata Group. I myself have been part of many startups in the Tata Group over the years, such as Tanishq, Tata Tea, Tata Starbucks, and then as brand custodian of Tata Sons until I retired at the end of last year. But all I want to say is that Mr. Ratan Tata's words on how we visualize the Tata Group stay in our mind forever. Way back in 2003, he said he would like the Tata Group to be the predominant business house in India, which amidst fast eroding values will continue to stand out as being a well-integrated, growth-oriented group with market leadership, operating at a high level of integrity, a great value system, and uncompromising in its goal to achieve results without partaking in corruption, in bribery, or political influence. Those are his words. Those are the words which he believed, he cherished, the ethical values that he safeguarded and nurtured so successfully as a custodian of the values of the House of Tata. With those few words, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to say once again, I'm told, tomorrow is the 25th anniversary of the TCS Rural IT Quiz, and my colleague from TCS was telling me how earlier this year they had very much wanted to invite Mr. Ratan Tata as a chief guest to the 25th milestone edition of the quiz and also to the Bengaluru Tech Summit. While unfortunately that is not possible today, I am sure his spirit lives well within us, and I am sure his spirit and memory will inspire all of us, all the startups present here at the Bengaluru Tech Summit, as we take forward the vision of a very vibrant India. Thank you very much for giving me a patient hearing.
That was a very moving tribute, Mr. Harish Bhatt. A big round of applause to Mr. Bhatt for giving us yet another perspective of Ratan Tata, the greatest industrialist, a visionary, and above all, a human being who had imbibed the most fundamental human values and displayed them as well. A big round of applause to Sir as well as. May I now request Mr. Sunil Deshpande, Regional Head TCS and Conference Committee Member, to kindly come on stage and present a token of our gratitude to Mr. Bhatt. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Harish Bhatt, Mr. Sunil Deshpande doing the honors to Mr. Harish Bhatt. Thank you. May I now invite Mr. Murali Subramaniam, Group Head of DNA Operations, London Stock Exchange. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, as I invite Mr. Murali Subramaniam.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Good afternoon. My topic was supposed to be a keynote on technology and innovation, and I'll try to stick to it. I have 2 keynotes instead of 1, so kindly bear with me. And I'm going to try to be illustrative to deliver those 2 keynotes. There was an apple that was shown a few minutes back, and a very learned man once saw an apple fall. And the legend has it that it was then that he framed the laws of motion and explained gravity. I had a distinct privilege of attending 30 years ago a talk which was titled, "The Great Intellectual Achievement Principia Is." And Principia was written by Newton. And in that text or treatise, you would see the birth of calculus. Calculus was absolutely needed and necessary to write the laws of motion. It was not the apple that gave us the laws of motion. It was the calculus that was invented by Newton and parallel alongside Leibniz that gave us the laws of motion as we understand them today. Another example that I would like to share with you is what is called the geometry of curved spaces. General theory of relativity came around because the geometry of curved spaces was very well understood by Einstein. The message that I have for you, the first keynote that I have for you is the following, that innovations are preceded by a breakthrough technology or a subject or a discipline that is absolutely needed to drive the innovation. The key message or the note that I have for you today is the following, that if we want to advance human intellect or innovate, we need to create disciplines, or we need to be conscious that we need to work hard to understand and create new ways of doing things before we start using them to start on innovation. That was my first keynote. I'll get to my next one shortly. If I ask all of us what an angle is, some of us would struggle in explaining what an angle is. Humor me, allow me to explain what an angle is. In a 2-dimensional space, if you draw 2 intersecting lines, and at the point of the intersecting lines, if you choose that as your center and draw a circle, the ratio of the arc that is subtended between the 2 lines divided by the radius is a number. That number will be the same irrespective of how big or how small you draw the arc or the circle. I work for the London Stock Exchange Group. We are headquartered in Paternoster Square at St. Paul's. And if you walk from St. Paul's towards the Indian High Commission, on the way you would encounter the King's College London. And in the windows of the King's College London, somebody has put together a bunch of alumni of King's College London, and you will find some posters there. One such poster was very intriguing, and it was of a bearded gentleman. His name is JCM, James Clerk Maxwell. Maxwell introduced or developed a new discipline called vector calculus And that subject allowed us to understand how do you define an angle in a non-Euclidean space. Why is that important for us in the context of what I'm trying to tell you? I'll come to that in a minute, but before that, I want to share with you another interesting subject or anecdote or information that you'll find interesting. There was this lady whose name you might have heard. Her name is Jane Goodall. And Jane Goodall, I think it was the forests of Tanzania where she first saw or videographed a chimpanzee making a tool. And the tool apparently looked something like this. There's a twig with some leaves on it, and the chimpanzee would remove the leaves from the twig and make it a tool where once the tool is made, the chimpanzee will dip the tool into an ant hole and wait patiently. And after it waits for some time, the ants will cling to the tool, and then the chimpanzee will have a sumptuous, delicious meal out of the tool that it made. The problem that we have today in innovation and in use of technology that I often encounter is this: that there was another chimpanzee which was watching this chimpanzee make this beautiful tool to catch ants. But this other chimpanzee decided to copy this tool and made this tool. But with this tool, it put it into water and waited for a fish to cling to the tool. That's something that I want all of us to reflect on. Tools are easy to make, but unless you understand the basic principles of tools, we will be using tools that are being created, technology that are being created in areas that are not innovatable. We may be leading into wrong paths, and I often see that happening. Fundamental understanding of how technology and tools work is super important for innovation. That's the second message that I have for you. That as we build technology and we expect innovation, we need to understand how the tool works, what are the underlying factors of how the tool will work for us to use these technologies efficiently, effectively to innovate. Without that deep understanding, it is not possible to innovate, or you will think that you're innovating, but you may not necessarily be innovating. So the two messages, therefore, that I have for you are very simple. It's important to build underlying technologies which will help you innovate. And it is also very important to understand how the underlying technology works. Why was the Maxwell story important? It's because in what is called the Gen AI, which is in fad, and in what's called NLP, which was in fad a couple of years ago, there was this use of methodology called vectorization, where English is translated into numbers which are representative vectors. And the match of these vectors enables technologies like NLP and now Gen AI work. But if you do not understand what an angle is, or what a vector is, and how do you converge a question vector to an answer vector, and how you can build solutions based on the deep understanding of how these things work, you will be cracking problems at a very superficial level. So, in the end, I will say this. Two important keynotes. We think that technology innovations need tools that needs to be built, and a deep understanding of tools are necessary for us to innovate. without which we will not be able to innovate. Those are my 2 reflections and 2 keynotes. Thank you very much. I'll give you back your time. Have a great evening.
I request Mr. Manas Das, Senior Director, Operations Intel, to kindly come on stage. Mr. Manas Das. Please present a token of our gratitude to Mr. Murali Subramaniam. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. May I now request Mr. Sri Krishnan Venkateshwaran, Kyndryl Fellow, CTO, Kyndryl India, to kindly come on stage and make your presentation. That's Mr. Sri Krishnan Venkateshwaran. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Which is the clicker? This is the clicker. So, once again, the mic is here. Use this. Turn this on, please. Hi, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. My pleasure and honor to speak with such an august audience today. We'll talk about quantum computing. That's the topic for today. So imagine waking up one day to find that all data that secures India's economy is no longer safe. This is not science fiction. The risk is real as quantum computing is racing ahead. But with every great challenge, there are big opportunities. So what if the same technology can revolutionize India's agriculture by improving weather predictions? What if it can reimagine healthcare to India's vast and diverse population by bringing in personalized medicine? And what if it can transform the energy grids in India? So let's explore how quantum can disrupt as well as elevate India in the next few years. So let's start with what Q-Day is. So Q-Day marks the point in time at which quantum computers, they become powerful enough to break all current encryption systems. Now, there was something called Moore's Law that we all grew up with, and roughly what it said was every 2 years or 18 months or so, the computing power will just double. And that held for 50 years until about the mid-2010s, about mid-2015, 2016 timeframe. Now, quantum computing, that operates in totally different principles. Right? Think of it as a Moore's Law on steroids. So it will see a steeper growth trajectory than Moore's Law ever predicted. So imagine trading your bicycle for a rocket. Yeah, so instead of incremental gains, it's going to offer leaps in capability. Right? So there are both challenges as well as benefits out of this. Now, if I can ask you to guess, which industries do you think will be disrupted by quantum imminently? Any guesses? Okay, I would say, see, this is a McKinsey report, a recent report. So what this says is as early as next year, 2025, banking systems, financial systems, as well as government defense systems, they are at risk. And in general, any critical infrastructure, if an infrastructure is critical and at the national level, people have an incentive to disrupt it, and that disruption can cause agony. So, regulatory pressure is also a challenge. So this is the landscape. Now, what has changed in the last 3 months, right? So several new things have happened in the last 2 or 3 months that have made Q-Day more imminent than it was earlier. First of all, the US National Institutes of Standards and Technology, NIST, they standardized what are called post-quantum cryptography or PQC. What is PQC in a sentence? PQC stands for encryption methods that are designed to resist attacks from quantum computers. That's what PQC is, and that got standardized. And within 3 weeks of that, Google released a version of Chrome that supports PQC under the HTTPS protocol. And then digital certificate providers like DigiCert, they have started to offer quantum resistant, quantum safe digital certificates. Gartner has recently predicted that by the year 2029, advances in quantum that will make most conventional encryption algorithms obsolete. So essentially that is where we are. And look at other recent developments. Google released this quantum computer called Sycamore, which has achieved what is called quantum supremacy, which means they took a problem, in this case it's called the random circuit sampling problem. In a conventional supercomputer it takes 10,000 years to solve. In a quantum computer it takes 200 seconds to solve. Chinese researchers recently cracked what is called RSA-50, which think of it as a simplified version of the encryption algorithms that are used to protect all our digital systems. That was cracked as an indicator of what true quantum could do. And then this is IBM's quantum roadmap. By 2030, they are going to hit thousands of qubits. Just yesterday, it was about 18 hours back, Microsoft in their Ignite, they, in collaboration with the Atom computers, they have announced that quantum will be commercially available as early as next year, that is just 2025. About 1,000 qubits of power there. Now, see, let's dig deeper to understand how exactly quantum poses a challenge to encryption systems and by extension to India's digital economy. First, something called asymmetric key encryption. So what is asymmetric key encryption? In that, data is secured using two keys. There is a public key, there is a private key, right? Public key to encode, private key to decode. Think of it like a mailbox. Anybody can put mail on your mailbox because it's publicly accessible, but only you can take the mail out addressed to you because only you have the key. But now think of quantum as a master locksmith that has a phantom key that can unlock any mailbox and take your mail out, right, without your private key. So that's the danger there. Now, if we move to this other category of encryption algorithms called symmetric key encryption algorithms. What is symmetric encryption algorithms? The same key to lock and unlock, right? The sender and the receiver share the same key. Now, it is like, consider having a treasure chest. It is a lock. The same key is used to lock and unlock. Now, what does quantum do to it? With the power of quantum, the time needed to guess the key, right? The search to guess the key, that reduces drastically to the square root of the time required originally, right? Earlier, if it needed t seconds to guess for a conventional supercomputer, it needs square root of the time if you have with quantum. Now, the combination of these two algorithms, that asymmetric and symmetric, they power internet today. So if you see HTTPS on your browser, that is a combination of asymmetric and symmetric. Asymmetric is used to exchange the keys and establish a connection. And once the connection is established, the data exchange is through symmetric key algorithms. And like I told you, with quantum, both of these methods are at risk, right? Great risk. Now, let's look at a third category of risks, which is imminent, which is already a possibility today, which is called harvest now, decrypt later. What that means is an attacker, let's say they intercept encrypted data. They don't know to decrypt it. They just have encrypted data and they just store it and wait until quantum computers arrive. So if that data that is encrypted has longevity, like a PAN number or an Aadhaar number or in a date of birth and such, that is at risk already. Think of it like, let's say there is a conversation, a secret conversation in the room in a language that you don't understand, but you record it, or you intercept a letter that is written in a language that you don't understand. You intercept it, keep it with you, and then wait until you find the translation algorithm, right, and translation key, and then you can crack it, right? Crack the code. Now, a fourth category is called hashing algorithms. In India, e-sign, the digital signatures, and e-stamping, and there are several other use cases that use hashing. With quantum, you could easily do fake digital signatures or create look-alike fingerprints or create counterfeit documents so that they all map, right? This counterfeit and the original will generate the same hash digest. It's a tough problem to solve mathematically for a conventional, even a supercomputer, but for quantum computers, that is easy. So this is the reason why digital systems in India and worldwide are vulnerable to quantum. So just to make it real, yeah, see this cryptography, what we discussed is scattered everywhere. You just look hard enough and you'll find some cryptography. There is data in transit, which means each time you go to a browser, you do HTTPS, you access your bank account, etc. That data is encrypted, or you do a VPN from your company, or you do an SSH. All of that is data in motion. Data at rest, your disk is encrypted, or your email is encrypted, or you use QR codes, right? UPI QR codes that has asymmetric key encryption algorithms, and so on. If you patch your system, right there is an encryption to verify the validity of the patch. So essentially, it is everywhere. So what is the fix? Short term, so right now we have a castle, right? And what we have to do the short term is reinforce the existing defenses, maybe increase the key lengths and such. But the real solution is to build a new fort, right, with quantum safe capabilities. Like using this post-quantum cryptography algorithms or technologies like quantum key distribution, QKD, and so on. So building a new fort, replacing the citadel that you have with quantum safe algorithms is the long-term fix. But to do that migration, you have to start with visibility into your assets. You need to know you have to do a crypto discovery, right? What assets do you have that leverage and exploit, cryptography? And which algorithms, which protocols, which libraries, and so on. And once you do that, you need a strategy to migrate, because migration also can take time. By the time you end the migration, it should be before the Q day hits, right? Before the quantum age dawns. So you have to start, there are legacy protocols, and these quantum protocols are under standardization, so there are multiple generations of those protocols, so you have to ensure backward compatibility, interoperability, all that. So there is a curve there to do, post-quantum cryptography and quantum safety. Now, we discussed the challenges. Now let's take a quick peek at the opportunities that quantum computing holds. Right, because this is like a transformative power. Because you see, there is inherent parallelism in quantum. Right, so with quantum, you could check multiple possibilities simultaneously. Like for example, in drug discovery, the penicillin drug that has 41 atoms, right? And the number of interactions between, this is for drug discovery, you find the interactions between the atoms and molecules. So if you have 41 atoms, you have 2 to the power of 41 possible combinations. And that is kind of square root of the number of atoms in the universe. It's a very big number, suffice it to say. So with classical compute, it's beyond the reach of classical computers. Typical drug discovery takes 25 years. With quantum, since it can examine multiple states simultaneously, this becomes reachable, right, and fast. And there are certain categories of problems like risk modeling or optimization problems. There are several which you'll look at the next chart specific to India that quantum is powerful to solve. There is a sweet spot there. And also there is no need to wait until you get a quantum computer to try out quantum algorithms. Already there are GPUs, NVIDIA has a CUDA Q on the cloud. So you could actually simulate some of the quantum algorithms right now today. And there are many, many companies worldwide who are already doing it. New drugs are being discovered, new materials are being discovered by large companies. Now, if you look at India specifically, Indian Defense, Indian Navy is already deploying quantum-safe networks. Healthcare and biotech, it can be a game changer for us. We have a vast, diverse population. What if we can get personalized medicine with quantum? You know, big deal for us. Agriculture, this is, you know, millions of Indians, are employed by this sector. And if you can enhance crop yield by predicting the weather accurately. Yesterday I was in Delhi, we had this smog and pollution. So the modeling needed to pinpoint on the root cause, extremely complex. It needs huge amount of calculations and such. So all of that will become, you know, incredibly within reach. Financial modeling, right? Fraud detection. I mean, our entire economy is, hinging. Our financial future is hinging on digital India, and even there, quantum machine learning and fraud detection can change the game for us. Traffic optimization is a big problem. EVs and renewable energy. There is material discovery going on to discover new batteries that can last long. Energy management for India's grid and renewables and such. So on the one hand, we have challenges to surmount in terms of our encryption and the data being vulnerable to quantum, and we need to upgrade our encryption protocol so that they are quantum safe. On the other hand, we have to exploit quantum to the hilt. Right, so 2047 is a special year for India. It is a centenary of our independence. It is also the year when Vikasit Bharat, right, culminates. There is a goal of India becoming a $32 trillion economy. And even by the most conservative estimates, we will be well into the quantum age, much before 2047. So this entire transformation over the next few years will have not just be aware of quantum, it has to leverage quantum, to the hilt. India already, the government has announced a national quantum mission, or NQM, in 2023. We also have a startup ecosystem now. There are at least a dozen, startups in the quantum space in India. So we have the opportunity. We not only to secure our data, which is a must, but to lead the revolution, not just in India, but globally. And this kind of decisions and this kind of investments that we make today is going to shape and define our technology future. So that's all I had for today. Thank you all.
A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to Mr. Sri Krishnan Venkateshwaran, Kyndryl Fellow, CTO, Kyndryl India. May I now request Mr. Bhaskar Verma, Regional Director, NASSCOM, to kindly do the honors and present a token of our gratitude to Mr. Sri Krishnan. May I now request Mr. Ed Schlesinger, Benjamin T. Rome Dean and Professor at Johns Hopkins University. A big round of applause to Mr. Ed Schlesinger. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause as we welcome Mr. Ed Schlesinger onto the podium for his presentation. Would you want a hand mic?
Pleasure to be here. Thank you for giving me a few moments to talk to you about tech innovations disrupting various industry sectors. Obviously, we're talking about the future, and in talking about the future, one should keep in mind the old adage that making predictions is very difficult, especially of the future. And this has been proven to be true time and again. We see it in innovation, in aviation, when Lord Kelvin said that he doesn't put much stock in heavier than air flight, and of course 33 years later he was proven wrong. Octave Canute in 1910 said that there's no commercial viability for aviation, and only 16 years later he was proven wrong. When it comes to communication, Lee DeForest said that television doesn't have a future, and it turns out that 2 years later he was proven wrong. And then when it came to space technologies, the Astronomer Royal in 1956 said that space travel is utter bilge, only to be proven wrong 1 year later. The message of this is that the time between prediction and being proven wrong is getting shorter and shorter and shorter. So, with that caution in mind, what can we say with some certainty? What we can say is that more than ever before, technology is changing all aspects of how people live. There is no human activity today that is not some way affected by technology. Technology has always brought change to the world, positive and negative, has created dangers. Predicting exactly how things will change is of course impossible, but predicting that change and dislocation will occur is a certainty, and this is not new. When Gutenberg invented movable type, the world changed. Books suddenly were published in the vernacular. Latin was replaced as the language that was spoken by scholars. Authorship suddenly mattered. Pages were numbered. Communication changes. One could even say that revolutions were fomented because of the availability of written literature. And what's interesting is that Gutenberg, like all entrepreneurs, thought he knew what the world wanted. That's why he printed Bibles, because he said, what book would be more desired than a Bible? And he was absolutely wrong. He actually went bankrupt. His brother-in-law bought his equipment, and it turns out that indulgences is what the world wanted, and that's what actually made money. Let's talk about cars. There is a universal trend amongst all countries that as the per capita GDP increases, the number of vehicles in a society increases, at first linearly, and then it saturates out at around 850 vehicles per 1,000 population, 1,000 inhabitants in the country. India is on the beginning of this slope. Notwithstanding the traffic here in Bangalore, India right now does not have 850 vehicles per 1,000 inhabitants, but it's on the trend. What does that mean to have all these vehicles in a country? It means that people die. Imagine that every day, year-round, 17 mid-sized passenger airplanes carrying about 180 people crashed, killing everyone on board. Every day. That would be intolerable. But that's actually what happens today in the world in vehicle traffic deaths. About 1.2 million people are killed every year in traffic deaths. Over 150,000 in India, over 42,000 in the United States. It's the leading cause of death for children and young adults. 92% of the world's fatalities occur in middle-income countries, even though they only have 60% of the world's vehicles. More than half of all traffic deaths are amongst vulnerable and road users. And road traffic accidents cost most countries about 3% of their gross domestic product. So more vehicles, more deaths, more cost. What are we going to do about that? Well, I believe that self-driving cars that have been mentioned before in one of these speeches, in one of these presentations, is going to solve that problem. As an engineer, I don't think that's the case. I know that's going to be the case. Self-driving cars will, after all, be engineered in such a way that they will be better than human drivers. And so we will save millions of lives because of self-driving cars. And more than that, self-driving cars will bring all sorts of other benefits. They'll increase mobility for an aging population, and that's going to help reduce the cost of medical care and allow older adults to remain independent. Because they're programmed and tested and optimized for performance, we're going to decrease traffic jams. There will be less fuel consumption. They will increase human productivity because of the time that humans can spend in the cars doing something more useful. We'll no longer need parking spaces in cities because ride-sharing services will use their cars 24/7. And resources will be saved because why would you have to park a car if it's able to drive itself? It'll be used all the time. So the benefits are enormous. The lives saved are enormous. What's the problem? The problem is, and these are numbers for the United States, millions and millions of people in the United States, a country with 1/4 the population of India, are employed as drivers. Driving as a profession is one of the leading occupation in more than half of the US states. According to the American Trucking Association, in addition to the drivers, 8.5 million people are employed throughout the economy in jobs that relate to trucking activity. And then there's Uber and similar ride-sharing services. All these people are going to be put out of work. Millions of people are going to be put out of work. What are we going to do about that? What are they going to do? What's going to happen in societies when self-driving cars bring the benefits that they can bring? And it's happening now. This disruption isn't in the future. Waymo is logging 150,000 robo-taxi rides and 1 million miles a week. That's 150,000 rides a week that was not given by a human driver who would have been employed to provide those rides. And it's happening in other fields as well. In medicine, diagnosis is happening, is being advanced because of medical data. And you might say, okay, diagnosis, but certainly not surgery. And most recently at Hopkins, robots that simply watched videos learned how to perform surgery with the skills of a human doctor. So that's being disrupted. In education, this is a 14th century manuscript that shows Henry of Germany delivering a lecture to university students in Bologna. If you look at this picture, you will see that for many, many educational institutions, this is an accurate representation of a classroom today. Look at the front row. All the students are engaged and their books are open. Look at the back row. The students are talking to each other. One of the students is asleep. If this was a modern picture, there'd be only one thing different. This student would have an iPhone that they're looking at instead of being asleep. Education is being disrupted. In 2016 already, Georgia Tech introduced Jill Watson, an AI-based teaching assistant. The first time they introduced Jill Watson, they didn't tell the students that she was an AI. And I know from colleagues there that at the end of the semester, the students nominated her for a Best TA award before they were told that she was an AI, because they felt that she always answered the questions because she never sleeps. The disruption is happening now. Chegg is a company that you may or may not have heard about. It's an education technology company based in Santa Clara. It was supposed to provide homework help for students. Since ChatGPT, Chegg, their stock is down 99%. They've lost 500,000 subscriptions. That company is going away because of ChatGPT. This is a recent email I received from a colleague at Johns Hopkins, Rama Chalapa, one of our leading computer scientists, who is giving a course to the students on image processing. He gave his midterm to ChatGPT. It scored an A+. It produced the solution set for the class. Who are we teaching? What are we teaching? How are we assessing our students? Why are we teaching what we're teaching? These are profound questions that we need to answer. And it's beyond even education. In movies and television, some of you may remember that in 1977, Star Wars came out. And one of the characters there was Peter Cushing, was played by Peter Cushing. He played a character called Grand Moff Tarkin. And he reprised his role in Rogue One that was released in 2016. Peter Cushing once again played that Grand Moff Tarkin role. The only difference was that he had died in 1994. He was in AI. And so the entertainment industry is worried about what's going to happen to acting and actors in the age of AI. And which institutions are going to be responsible for this disruption? Yellow Cab never introduced Uber, and Capitol Records didn't create iTunes, and Marriott Hotels didn't create Airbnb, and Borders Books, whom you've probably never heard of, didn't create Amazon, and Rand McNally didn't create Waze. And so institutions that we think of as very powerful and important are going away. So what are the lessons that I would suggest that are very important to keep in mind? Advances in technology can empower individuals and place in the hand of individuals capabilities previously controlled by the institutions. When Gutenberg created the movable type to produce books, he suddenly took books away from the lord of the manor and the church and put it in the hands of individuals. And so institutions must understand that what they believe they control, or whether they think they have where they think they have an exclusive capability, is not the case. Technology changes the world in areas where we might have believed disruptive change is not possible. Changes that many may have believed will take years or decades can occur overnight. And societal and institutional dislocations and disruptions have consequences, and we must be prepared to lead and shape and respond to these. Some disruptions are good, some are going to be challenging. What are we going to do about all the people in the United States and in India and around the world who earn their salary through driving? This is going away, and it's going away quickly. At Hopkins, our response is to invest dramatically in AI and data science, not to try to avoid it, but to try to lead it. Our institution is investing at a scale that we believe will position us as the United States' leading epicenter of research and education dedicated to the application, the understanding, the collection, and the risks of data and the development of machine learning and artificial intelligence systems. We are hiring 150 new faculty members in AI, in machine learning, jointly between engineering and other parts of the university. We're building out 500,000 square feet of new space to house these people. We are investing in what we believe will be the preeminent academic computing infrastructure in the United States. And we're not only focused on the foundations of data science and AI, but we're talking about how this is going to transform medicine, how it's going to accelerate scientific discovery, how we're going to change engineering systems, how security and safety will be affected, and how policies will be made, and how policies will control AI and data systems and data science. So, in the future, in order to realize the promise and not the peril of AI and data science, we're going to need engineers and technologists, but we're going to need the humanists, the ethicists, the artists, the attorneys, the economists, the teachers, the natural scientists, the social scientists, the policy experts, the business leaders. We're going to all have to understand how we are going to deal with a world that is going to change dramatically. And these changes are going to lead to new laws, new policies, the creation of new industries, great benefits, but also great challenges. One of my favorite quotes is by the moral philosopher Stein, who said, "In a world of change, the learners will inherit the earth. The learned will find themselves beautifully equipped for a world that no longer exists." Thank you.
Just a moment. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to Mr. Ed Schlesinger. May I request Mr. Jagdish Patankar, founder and managing director, Active Science Tech Communications, to kindly present a token of our appreciation to Mr. Ed Schlesinger. Thank you. have a very special guest now. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, as I welcome Her Excellency Miss Lindy Cameron, British High Commissioner to the Republic of India. A big round of applause, please.
Wonderful. Thank you very much indeed for having me here today. As your colleague said, my name is Lindy Cameron. I'm the British High Commissioner to India, having been here 7 months. But I also, in a former life, was the CEO of the UK's National Cyber Security Centre, and that's probably as much why I'm here today as my role as British High Commissioner. So I'm delighted to be in Bangalore, not least because having escaped from Delhi, you can probably hear by my throat that I'm delighted to be in the fresh air and wonderful climate here in Bangalore. But I'm also really excited to be here in India because I think it's a really genuinely exciting time to be here. And I'm excited about the collaboration that we've had with India on cybersecurity over the last few years. The UK is really proud of being a leading nation, a top 5 nation in innovation, artificial intelligence, and cybersecurity, and a major power in science and technology. We aim to be at the forefront of global regulation on technology, cybersecurity, digital, and data, protecting our and our fellow democracies' security and establishing a leading edge in critical technologies. The UK demonstrated that, I think, through our innovation in creating the National Cybersecurity Centre, and I was very proud to be its second CEO. It's a really innovative part of the UK government, which is both at the same time part of the UK's intelligence services, part of GCHQ, but also simultaneously an incredibly public-facing part of the UK government that deals directly with business and individuals, helping to build resilience in our society. And we set it up like that because we saw the potential for disruption of cybersecurity, and rather than fearing that, we wanted to run towards it and see it as an opportunity for the UK. But we're also very proud of the fact the UK does that in partnership with international partners like India, with industry, and with other stakeholders to ensure that transparency and accountability are embedded right from the outset in the design and deployment of new technologies. The UK model was about taking the absolute best of our understanding and insight from our partners and turning that into advice and guidance that everybody could follow. You didn't need to be a deep tech expert to understand that cybersecurity was something you needed to understand and something that you could do something about. We took that model and worked in partnership primarily with business. It was another example of thinking about government's role and the fact that in many ways government's role was to convene rather than to do everything. Some of my proudest moments in NCSC were when government stood back and concluded it no longer needed to be at the forefront because the private sector was providing those services instead. And that was true as much internationally as it was in the UK. So as I say, we were really proud of the key role that we played in innovation and technology, and indeed in making that accessible for the UK public, and in creating the understanding that cybersecurity was a huge business opportunity if you got it right, albeit a huge threat to profitability if you got it wrong. But we were also really proud of the partnership we had with India in this space, and I think India is globally significant in cybersecurity, not least because, as you can see today at this kind of summit, the scale of India's influence in the global tech ecosystem is and is going to be absolutely massive. The technologies, and in particular the low-cost technology that India innovates in, will scale globally. And that means that the cybersecurity that is built into India's products and services will be something on which the rest of the world depends. In cybersecurity, we've seen that many of the foundational building blocks of the internet are the things that create the challenges in cybersecurity that we deal with today. And so there is a huge responsibility for product designers and for developers to build cybersecurity right into the heart of their products in order to ensure that our successors in 20 years' time don't face some of the same challenges we do. So we hugely value that partnership with India, partly because of its global reach, but partly also because of the innovation. The excitement in the room today, the scale and sense of what's possible, the sense of building an India for tomorrow, an India for 2047, I think is really palpable. And together I think we can help to create the strategies, the new security challenges need in order to address some of those technological challenges, but including also the challenges for rights, advocating for a free, open, peaceful and secure cyberspace, ensuring a digital environment that supports innovation and growth for all citizens. Because don't get me wrong, the challenge is big. When I was the CEO of the National Cybersecurity Centre, we saw a significant increase in the threat. And that wasn't just the kind of threat we see from state actors. And the UK is clear that we see a range of state actors active in cyberspace: Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran in particular. But we also saw a really significant threat from ransomware. And I think in particular, ransomware is the kind of challenge that businesses face and need to understand. The costs to businesses of ransomware are absolutely extraordinary. The World Economic Forum estimated that the cost of cybercrime globally would reach $24 trillion a year by 2027, up from an already eye-watering $8 trillion in 2022, not long after I started in NCSC. NCSC assesses ransomware attacks as potentially as harmful to the UK as direct state-sponsored espionage, partly because the successful impact of an attack has critical impacts on our national infrastructure, and in particular key services, electricity, telecoms, on which other CNI is dependent. I've talked to some of you in the room about the utter criticality of time sensitivity in financial services, of data in other services, all of which, if disrupted, can lead to service losses, loss of data, inaccessible public services, compromised customer data that both create real losses to business but also create a loss of confidence for the public. So cybersecurity is a really, really critical issue for all businesses. And one of the things that I worried about as CEO was that in many ways the risk is that the tech industry risks making this a geek subject. It risks making it something that you have to be an expert in. I can sell you one app, I can sell you one service and it'll just fix it. But actually, our approach to cybersecurity in the UK is about building a level of resilience that demystifies, that makes it accessible, that makes it something that every business can understand. If you understand what services and products you rely on, you can work out the impact of one of them being switched off. And frankly, that switch off can happen as a result of a power outage, or it can be the result of a cyber attack. But doing that kind of planning, the resilience planning to allow you to understand what happens, what the what if is the kind of thing that allows you to prepare, to work out how much you should invest in making yourself resilient. Because of course the technology is ever changing. We saw, even in my time in the job, a really significant evolution in technology, a change in dependence in different parts of the world. The AI revolution alone, not necessarily just the change in the actual technology and its potential, but the change in popular understanding of what was possible through AI. And you could see companies, HR departments, ops departments beginning to understand what they could do, but absolutely critically needing to build security into the heart of what they were thinking was possible right from the beginning. And that's one of the things that we were really proud to emphasize as part of the UK AI Safety Summit, which we ran in Bletchley Park more than a year ago now. So as I said, the challenge is really big. But on the other hand, I think resilience really is the key answer. And it is something that I think is an accessible issue that all of us can work on. And I'm really proud to have met some fantastic partners here today and to have seen the amazing delegation that we have with us from the UK here in Bangalore today, bringing ideas with them, but also co-creating ideas with people they meet here at this conference. So I think there are huge opportunities in cybersecurity. It's a really exciting moment, but it's also an exciting moment for skill building. As the UK High Commissioner, I'm really proud of the fact that the University of Southampton, one of the leading experts in cybersecurity in the UK, has just announced the opening of a campus next year in Delhi in order to be one of the first universities, in fact the first university, to take advantage of the liberalisation of the Indian higher education market to start to educate University of Southampton students here in India. And there was a really, really big opportunity for us to partner in education as much as in cybersecurity to build the skills for tomorrow, whether that's in conventional undergraduate and master's courses or whether that's as part of distance learning and online education. Because skills are an absolutely key part of driving towards a more resilient society. So I wanted to say a huge thank you for having me. It's been an incredibly exciting day to be here in Bangalore, an incredibly exciting moment to be here in India. and really a wonderful moment to look at the UK-India partnership. We have a new government in the UK. My Foreign Secretary visited in July, less than 3 weeks after the UK government was elected, and one of the first things he did was to announce a new technology and security initiative, which allows us to partner, both government to government, but also business to business, research partner to research partner, to try and build the foundations for an even closer collaboration between the UK and India on both technology and security for the future. It lays out a set of sectors, quantum, cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, and more, in which we plan to work together to make sure that we are using the cutting-edge research in both India and the UK for the benefit of ourselves and the benefit of the world. We see it as foundational for UK and Indian growth, but also for UK and Indian security, and indeed for the prosperity of the world. So it's a very exciting moment to be here. It's an exciting moment to be partnering with India. And I'd like to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk a little bit about cybersecurity, the UK approach, and how exciting the future is for us in this space. Thank you very much indeed.
Excuse me, ma'am. Yes, in the middle. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to Her Excellency Ms. Lindy Cameron, British High Commissioner to the Republic of India. May I now invite Mr. Jagdish Patankar, who is the Founder Managing Director of Active Science Tech Communications. So I would also like to let you know that Mr. Patankar and his organization is integrally involved in the conceptualization of this event from inception to execution. So a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to Mr. Patankar. Do kindly come on stage, sir. I would also like to invite Mr. Chandru K. Iyer, who is Deputy High Commissioner for Karnataka and Kerala. Big round of applause to him as well. I'm inviting both of them to do the honors to Her Excellency as a symbolic as a symbol of the growing unity and collaboration between these two countries. So may we once again have a big round of applause. Her Excellency Ms. Lindy Cameron being honored by Mr. Jagdish Patankar and Mr. Chandru K. Iyer. Well, thank you. We will begin the next session in just a couple of minutes. Thank you.
Okay, it's fine.
we now have a session on ransomware is an existential threat. So moderating this entire session is Mr. Venk Krishnan. Please put your hands together as I invite Mr. Venk Krishnan onto the stage. He is the founder of Newware. Mr. Venk Krishnan. Mr. Krishnan will take the session forward from here.
Hi, thank you. Actually, this is a good segue to the next session. Actually, Lindy Cameron had given us the government's view, especially from the UK government, in terms of how cybersecurity is an extremely critical piece of the whole ecosystem, technology ecosystem, startup ecosystem. So, and in fact, I would say in today's environment, AI and cybersecurity have a symbiotic relationship, right? It's one is linked to other, especially in today's environment. So, to start off, I'm going to invite a practitioner of cybersecurity, and I've known Tony Bessel for over a decade now, and he's one of the experts. Lot of companies look to him for inputs and advice. He was formerly the Chief Security Officer as well as Risk Officer at AllianceBernstein, which is one of the world's biggest asset managers in the world. So I'm going to ask Tony to give us a brief introduction, and post that we will have a panel discussion on this issue. So, Tony.
Good afternoon, everyone. So yeah, we're going to talk a bit about cybersecurity. We've heard some feedback and input from government officials. I want to talk a bit about it from the private sector. So for 20 plus years, I've been a cybersecurity practitioner in financial services. And what I thought I would do is just walk you through the challenges that we are having today, and jointly with my colleagues on the panel, think about what's next. Selfishly, I'm here to hear the feedback as well, to carry it back to the States. But I think it's important to understand some of the threats and where the state of affairs is today. So if we could bring the presentation up. I guess there's a delay in bringing it up. So while they're working on that, let me talk a bit about this, right? So over the last 20 years, what I've seen is that the cybersecurity world, and specifically the practitioners in that field, including myself, have watched it transition from a high-tech, technology-oriented, technology-enabled science into a full-blown risk management world. And when you look at it from that standpoint, practitioners are standing back and looking at it not just from a technology standpoint, but from a resilience and operational resilience standpoint, and what the business impact is going to be beyond what's happening. So we've been in situations where we look at the risks. The risks center around the things that you would expect. So there would be a lot of fraud, there would be data breaches, there would be impersonation crimes, and also there would be more nefarious types of crimes like ransomware and sabotage and so on. The extortion crimes are the ones that I've been focusing on, and the panel will work on that as well. But I think this is a key time in the industry because we've watched what's happened starting back in 2017, 2018, and so on. The epidemic of ransomware started back in 2017 when an exploitation kit was stolen from the National Security Agency in the United States. That exploit kit was published on the internet, and of course, bad actors began to study that code, understand what the exploits were, and how did they weaponize that information. So what had happened was, less than a year later, there were two major cyber attacks. One, codenamed WannaCry, happened, where it was the first real view of what ransomware could do if it got into the wild and started to affect a lot of companies. Subsequent to that, there was a ransomware attack that was more geared towards cyber warfare than there was an extortion crime. And that was called NotPetya. Reportedly, the Russian government or state actors representing the Russian government tried to produce some harm on Ukraine and lost control of the ransomware that they were implanting within that country. It turned out to be a worldwide event. Many companies were harmed, and it took days, if not weeks, for some of these massive companies to recover. So we started to look at this privately within the industry and thought about, okay, what if this happened to us? And the answer was, we can't imagine having downtime of 2 days, 3 days, a week, 2 weeks, the average being, and these are current statistics, between 15 and 24 days, a company is seriously impacted and unable to service their clients. For firms in financial services, and we are the services managing your wealth, we would be extinct if we could not manage your money in the way that you had directed us to. So when we look at the types of things that would happen, it's really on a case-by-case basis. But an individual firm, a bank, a broker-dealer, an asset manager, if we were the only ones attacked and the markets are operating, no other firms are impacted by any of this, it's over in a few days if we can't get the company back. If we can't start to identify, do a damage assessment, understand what's happened to us, and begin the recovery process. So I think everything changed in a much more complicated way in December of 2020. And that was the report of a backdoor engineered into trusted software that was delivered to 18,000 companies to manage their network. That backdoor was discovered by a security firm frequently hired to do investigations. What they had to do was turn their forensic capabilities inward at themselves, and they stumbled upon this backdoor within some network management software. Problem was that software was signed, was trusted. It wasn't some nefarious type of piece of code that antivirus systems and other things could detect, because by definition it's a trusted signed piece of software. Well, that changed everything, and especially the risk modeling that we were doing in the industry, because at that point and moving forward, we had to assume the bad actors were present. No more could you just rely on trying to prevent the bad actors from getting in and do whatever you can to detect unusual activity within your network. You had to assume they were present. And there's a long list. If I had the slides, I would have been prepared to show you. But there was a long list of companies in different sectors and different industries that were impacted by this. And again, it wasn't just financial services. It was the energy sector in the United States, the food sector in the United States. When we studied these attacks, we learned not just what happened, but in more detail about what the organization went through. The shock and awe of having a company down, not being able to get into the network, not just to service the company, but to be able to deal with things. We saw ransom demands in the range of millions of US dollars. The largest ransom demand that was reportedly paid was 40 million US, and the largest ransom demand, which was not paid, was $70 million US. So you could see that the crime itself, the use of ransomware as an extortion tool, is very effective and very lucrative for the bad actors that are carrying out these crimes. And it's become much more sophisticated. So what did we do about it? What we've been thinking about is just reflecting back on our generally accepted controls, understanding that these generally accepted controls are not sufficient. If you just assume that bad things are going to happen to you, what are you going to do when the lights go out? And when I say the lights go out, your cybersecurity team, your IT team can't get into the network to diagnose it. People that get up, and for the firms that I worked for were global companies. People were impacted at different times when these events take place. So you would see some people in the middle of the business day all of a sudden being locked out of their computers, unable to close the business day. Some were in the middle of the business day, and so on. I think what really made us nervous was that not that the IT folks and the cybersecurity guys didn't think about the issues that they were going to have. It was, what is the rest of the firm going to do? Yeah, I see it. I just can't move it forward, I don't think. Oh, there we go. So this was just going over some of the things that I was talking about from a ransomware definition standpoint. These are some of the statistics that we were saying. You know, the attacks have risen 13% over the last 5 years. The most common tactics, you all know about phishing emails and all of this, but they are just so much more sophisticated generally because there are software vulnerabilities everywhere. You can't expect the commercial technology teams like Microsoft and others to understand everything that could go wrong with them. So these things sit here and be entryways into some of these things that are happening. So this is the key here. The average downtime a company experiences after a ransomware attack is 15 to 24 days. Unacceptable in our field. Unacceptable in other sectors of your critical infrastructure. We've heard from the government officials the things that they're working on. This is the epidemic timeline that I went over before. The subsequent attacks, Microsoft was attacked, CNA Insurance, Colonial Pipeline, JBS, Kaseya, another technology firm. supply chain attack on the manufacturing of the software itself. That software was pushed to all of their customers with backdoors in them. These are things that, as a responsible practitioner, you have to understand that there's no stopping these crimes, no matter what we do at this point. So we heard earlier in the day from a U.S. intelligence person, and early this year there was published from the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency in the United States that nation-state actors have infiltrated the U.S. infrastructure. They're here. There's no understanding about where they are and how they're going to leverage those exploits. But the fact of the matter is you just have to be prepared for these things. Conventional countermeasures, practitioners like myself, we have playbooks that we use to define what we're going to do. They center around how we're going to govern, how we're going to protect, how we're going to detect things, respond and recover from those things. And there's even a wealth of knowledge on tactics and techniques that are published by the U.S. government on what has happened, how the bad actors are doing this. This is known as a kill chain. And we are sitting in a place where these types of attacks are happening and we're jumping all over it. Practitioners use a defense in depth strategy. There's a lot of operational resilience work that's going on in anticipation of the attack, in anticipation of the downtime. But again, conventional countermeasures are insufficient. So what's happening right now? There's a lot of work around working with firms, especially in the financial sector, asking the basic question. When the lights go out, what are you going to be doing? And this question is not just to the technology guys, not just to the cybersecurity guys, it's to the business people, it's to the lawyers, it's to the operations teams and so on, because everyone is going to be unable to perform their roles and responsibilities for a period of time. Again, 15, 20 days, I can't imagine it at this point. So some of the emerging response and recovery measures you're seeing here from a standard called Sheltered Harbor that was really developed for financial services and implemented by banking. What this standard does and why it stands out as being somewhat concerning, it gives you a protocol for continuing to operate to service your clients on a temporary basis while you're trying to take your company back. So it is something that is really, really difficult for us. It's expensive, it's complex, these are years of investments that need to go on, and there's some promising developments that are coming, but the basic question is, for me as a practitioner, where do we go from here? And that's why I want to invite up our panel, Vink and the panelists, to have a further discussion on where we go. Because as a practitioner, I'd love to hear the ideas. All right? So Vink, please.
Actually, we do have to apologize for the inconvenience. The presentation which he had got corrupted, and they had to load a new one. So, as the Murphy law, when things go wrong, everything goes wrong. Anyway, with that, I'm going to invite my panelists for this presentation. Jean, can you come on stage? I think if I'm an investor in tech startups, and one of the areas where I find there's a lot of opportunities for young Indian entrepreneurs, which I think a lot of people haven't taken advantage of, is cybersecurity, because this is a huge problem, especially in today's age of AI. As I was mentioning earlier, AI and cybersecurity have a symbiotic relationship. Today there's so many ransomware attacks, so many phishing kind of attacks. People are, they're able to take over your identity, right? So, and with the hallucinations which happens with AI, I think it is more and more important that, you know, we give a lot of importance to cybersecurity, and there has to be a lot of innovation in this space, and that's a huge opportunity. Having said that, I'm going to have each of the panel introduce themselves quickly, and then I will ask the relevant questions for them to come. And I think with time being defined, there are a couple of people on this panel who have flights to catch, so I'm going to keep it as short as we can. Okay. Having said that, Tony has already been introduced. I'm going to go with Jean.
Right, I'll keep this short. My name is Jeannie Sujin Gam, and I am Director for Government Affairs and Public Policy from Kaspersky. I just arrived today in Bangalore. Happy to be here.
G'day, my name's Glenn Murray. So I'm from Vescient. So I'm a Director of Digital Transformation, Cybersecurity Innovation, and I also hold a hat as a partner of a venture capital firm called Fund WA.
Hi, I'm Rajiv Chetwani. I'm Director for Directorate of Information Systems and Management at ISRO headquarters. I'm also CISO for Department of Space and ISRO.
Hi everyone, I'm Jyotsna Jairam. I'm a partner in the Technology, Media and Telecoms practice at Trilegal. A large part of what I do as a part of my legal advice is to focus on data and cybersecurity related laws and policies, and that's why I'm here today.
Thanks, Jyotsna. So, question for Glenn. Glenn, you have been in the cybersecurity domain for more than 2 decades and seen very critical threats. You then became a CEO of a cybersecurity company, and now you're a venture capital investor. What is your advice to entrepreneurs and CXOs on how to handle cyber threats today?
Yeah, thank you. It's a good question. So, yeah, I've been around the blocks a little bit and seen things from all sides, from the contracting side, from the company side, and also the actual owner-operator themselves. So the takeaways first, if I look at the CXOs type level, is first of all, we need to start prioritising that culture of cybersecurity. I know we all say it, and people in this forum, I'm sure you've heard it to death, but within organisations, it's a word, but we're not actually doing it. And so to prioritise that from the board down. So once we have that understanding, we then need to accept that cybersecurity is just not a tech problem. Cybersecurity is a leadership challenge. And so that also happens to really push down that education lines, ensure that your staff are appropriately trained, ensure then you start embracing proactive risk management techniques. So it might be regular pen testing, it might be investing in threat intel, it could be these detection and response capabilities, but you've really got to make a firm decision to implement those solutions. And then, the question that I normally, say to board members, and especially the chairs, is where's your critical data? What is your critical data? Where is it located? And the first question, I normally get the answer that, I know where my critical data is, or I know what it is, but then I give them a challenging question and say, has it been replicated through your organisation? Is it in your HR system and your legal system and your CRM and in, all the other systems that you've got in your organisation? And if that's the case now, who has access to that? So this critical data where you thought only 1 or 2 people who are authorised to access it, now you've got multiple people. And then the last type of question that I have in that is, tell me about a day in the life of your critical data. How does it move through your organisation? And if you understand that, then you can start understanding how to protect it. We've got to start leveraging innovation. You know, we've seen in this summit here a number of innovative type solutions going around, you know, and we've all heard it to death, you know, AI, blockchain and so forth. How do you implement those solutions in a way that is actually practical for your organisation? And sometimes it's not. Sometimes putting in an AI solution into your organisation may not meet the needs or the mandate of where you're working. Sometimes it does. And the last part, just for the CXO level, is understand cybersecurity is all about resilience. You know, and if you can think about that, it's, well, how do I focus on recovery? Because when there is a cyber attack, it's too late to think at that time. So you've got to have things like your incident response plan in place, your data backups in place. With your data backup, you know, we've got to think about innovative solutions to make sure that data has been sanitized before it's backed up. Because if I'm a cyber criminal, what do I want resiliency in your company. So if you take a backup of your data, and I'm already in that data, I'm already in that network, and you back it up to somewhere, and then you realize I'm in your network, and then you do a cleanse, back up from the backup, you're putting me back into the network again. And that's what I want. So you've got to understand, how do you get around that? So putting now on like a venture capital hat, and if I was to give, you know, some kind of advice to innovators and what things you should be looking at, I would be saying, start developing solutions for that emerging threats. You know, I believe next year is going to be the year of on-scale AI attack. You know, the AI engine now developing and deploying on-scale attacks. It's going to be about the critical infrastructure. Cyber criminals are starting to understand the value of healthcare data. So if I go back a step and say, if I was to get your credit card data, at some point, you're going to realize that I'm using your credit card data. And so you're going to cancel the credit card. So that is a finite life I've got your credit card details for. Yeah. If I'm able to get your health records, I've got that for life. You can't change that. And I can start using that for things like identity theft, blackmailing, you know, lots of different ways I can use that data. And the cyber criminal now is starting to understand that. And out of all the attacks in the world now, 25% are hitting healthcare organisations. We've got to look at how can we start, where appropriate, automating and simplifying cybersecurity. You know, do we really need to have the whole organisation understanding, you know, the details of our cybersecurity and what you're supposed to do? No. How can we then, you know, with there's significant talent shortages we're hearing, you know, across the world, how do we start using, for example, AI for detection? Is that possible? Is it feasible? Can we start doing automated patching? I know in a lot of organisations, in a lot of places we are, but in critical infrastructure, that's very hard to do. Because if you start to doing patching in these organisations, that could mean operations is now being challenged or changed or stopped. We can't do that. But there may be a way to automate it that. And is there a way?
I'm sorry to interject.
Sure.
So in the interest of time, I want to give everybody a panel a chance to give their introduction, and then we can come back. So I know time is of the essence. So
Sure.
I just
want to say one last thing then is, think global, act local. So solve it locally, but think how can you scale it in a global sense.
Excellent points, and I hope we had more time to talk, and I think somebody like Glenn comes with a lot of experience, and I hope we can leverage him more and more. Rajiv, you know, come back to you. You are part of ISRO, which is one of the biggest, you know, technology innovators today in India, right? There has been unprecedented growth in the last few years in the number of low Earth orbit satellites, right? And even there are a lot of startups which are, you know, making drones kind of application, and even there are startups which are putting satellites in space from India, right? There's a lot of investment going into that. In fact, there is a report which says that the space tech is a deep tech area which a lot of Indians are, you know, getting into. So what are the challenges and what role should the government play towards cybersecurity posture of this emerging sector?
Yeah, so thank you. You have rightly pointed out that unprecedented growth in this area. Number of low Earth satellites, low Earth orbit satellites are increasing. You must be aware that SpaceX, you know, Starlink satellites, there are around 7,000 satellites, and many Indian startups are investing in this area. No, this also increases the attack surface, the number of attack targets. The issues with satellites are slightly different. Of course, it uses underlying that same information technology, but there are some issues which are slightly different. These issues emanate from the fact that the satellite has constraints on weight, power, and compute power. So what you can put in a low Earth orbit satellites, which are generally smaller in size as compared to the other geostationary satellites and all. This is one challenge, is real estate and the compute power, then power to fuel the satellites, that electrical. So what is required is that industries, which are investing in low Earth orbit satellites, they are looking for affordable solutions. But this information security in satellite field in space is an expensive proposition. So there is a fine balance which has to be brought in between the affordability, the economics of low Earth orbit satellites and the cyber security. Then there are other aspects related to supply chain. So why there is a need for large constellation of low Earth orbit satellites? The idea is that even if one or few fail, the services continue to work. There is no disruption. But the attacks related to supply chain, if there is a supply chain issue, it may affect all the satellites which are there. So government has to chip in. You asked what is the role of government. They have to have, of course, oversight. They have to bring in regulation to an extent that which doesn't stifle innovation. Also, there has to be some kind of a reference architecture or an implementation guide or some advisory which can help these startups which are getting into this low Earth orbit satellite market, that how they can bring in cyber security. And then there is a need to create an information sharing and analysis center dedicated for space sector, because the TTP used are generally of the same type.
Okay. Thanks, Rajiv. Let me come to Jean. I hope I'm pronouncing it right.
Absolutely.
You're part of the Kaspersky report, and the recent report from Kaspersky shows that 1 in 5 computer users in India face cyber attacks, right, between July and September of this year. While the Indian government has taken several proactive steps to fight cybercrime, improve resilience to such attacks, what, according to you, should India do to urgently fight these such threats, right? And how does India fare against other major nations out there in fighting cybercrimes? And I will go back, get the legal opinion from Jyotsna post this, but I think you can start off.
Yeah, I'm sure our conversations will segue. Thanks for that question. And yes, that report was released by Kaspersky recently, and it did make some headlines. And I think people were sort of like sitting up to look at the statistics. And so I like to be quite data-driven in my response. So obviously, one of the first port of call when I look at these things would be to look at the UN ITU Cybersecurity Index, the Global Cybersecurity Index 2024. And in there, you would notice that India ranks very high. It ranks as tier 1 globally, which is the highest tier possible, obviously, right? And in particular, India scores very high in terms of legal measures, technical measures, and capacity development and cooperation. So obviously, India is fully aware of the need for, legal framework, technology, and capacity building measures. So that's not a problem. But we're looking at how it can fare better. And so I think we're looking at room for improvement. And I think it would be in the area of organizational culture and awareness, right? Because I think this is an area where many countries actually around Asia Pacific has done relatively well, actually. So maybe in terms of organizational measures, India can look closer into that because it has scored not so well in the area. And it's really not easy. to institutionalize these things, and to make sure that every organization from top to bottom pay attention to this and are fully aware about the risks and all that's involved in cybersecurity. To a large extent, I think there generally is cultural resistance because people tend to think that, my personal data is not important. Yeah? I've got no money in my bank and I'm not going to be a useful target, so I'm not going to be a target. But they don't realize that when they sit in an organization, anyone from the CEO to the clerk, to the janitor, to the administrator, to the IT engineer, everyone can possibly be a weak link, right? So you are a part of the equation. So if anyone, your devices or your computer, your whatever that you have access to in the network is vulnerable, you can be the weak link that brings the entire organization down. So I think culturally, people need to know that no one is safe because it's either everyone being safe together or there is going to be a gap somewhere in the entire organization. And as long as you have a mobile device, you definitely are a target, right? So, and also, how many times have you stepped into an office or a cafe or a coffee shop and the password to the Wi-Fi is 1234567 Of course, recently, some people were a little bit more inventive and they had the password 87654321. And also, of course, fairly recently, there was a bank that was hacked into, and the password to the network security was password. Right? These things still, well, it's shocking, but they still exist. And how many organizations actually have the discipline to review the access rights from time to time, right? I think I can just go on with this, with examples, but really based on this, what needs to be addressed most of all is awareness. And which is why companies like us have decided that we need to do our part as private vendors to help raise awareness, and even from a young age. And so we have introduced children's storybooks, and we've recently introduced and published a cybersecurity alphabet. So we teach A to Z, except that, of course, A stands for authentication, and B is for backup, C is for capture, and D is for digital. I think you get my drift. And even a lot of adults do not know this set of A to Z so well. So I think, and at an advanced level, obviously, we have expert trainings with our Kaspersky Academy and all that. And the difficult part, really, about organizational measures and awareness is that they cannot always be enforced. So I think having to foster that culture, top to bottom and bottom up, is extremely important. So those are my short remarks.
Thanks. Thanks a lot. I think I have been informed that Glenn has to be leaving because his flight is in the evening. So before he leaves, we need to make sure that we do the needful here. And Glenn, thank you so much, and apologize for the delay. I think we were supposed to start earlier, but because of delays, which were beyond our control, we had to. So I want to thank you for being here. And in the final, maybe we have 2 more minutes. Anybody has any questions for Glenn based on what he talked, we can get it answered. Is there any questions? Thank you.
Safe travels.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. Yeah, we have to give you something. We want to invite Murli Subramaniam on stage to Thanks, Glenn. Murli, maybe you can fill in the shoes here. Do you mind?
That was convenient.
Right. So based on Jeannie's input, I think I'll come back to Jyotsna. And I think Jyotsna is one of the few cyber law experts in the country, and we are fortunate to have her here. In fact, in my own company, we had a ransomware attack, and Jyotsna was involved. And I think that is one area where the legal framework within India has to get stronger, and I will let Jyotsna answer where the legal framework exists within India.
Thanks, Venk. Couple of things to clarify. I wasn't involved in the ransomware attack. No. Thankfully, that's not what I do. And also, there is,
That's a good one.
Just as far as the opportunities are concerned in the technology space for lawyers, there's a lot of cyber law experts coming up. So it is a very interesting space to be in. But very quickly going into the regulatory and policy framework that applies to cyber security incidents, right? I think the first thing that we need to ask ourselves is, because we're very quick to critique across jurisdictions that the law is not sufficient, and that's why we have bad actors, and that's why there is a rise in cybersecurity incidents. But if you were to deconstruct that a little bit, I think that it is important for all of us to acknowledge that the law cannot possibly solve for all of it, because the nature of the beast, right, when it comes to cyber attacks, is something that you will never be able to legislate for. But equally, what you can do, and it's interesting to see that this is the approach across jurisdictions, whether it's the US, the EU, Singapore, India, is to look at it at a principles level, right? To see whether we can approach things proactively. And I think this is where what Jeannie said becomes really relevant, because you may not be able to entirely ring fence yourself from these kinds of incidents. But what you can do is to be smarter about it, when it happens and what you do, right? So I think awareness and the fact that you have to become more conscious as far as privacy, personal data, cyber security is concerned, is really the need of the hour. And if you look at what regulation in India, and I can speak to that, has done, is to actually approach it in this manner. So of course, we have frameworks that the government has issued at a broad level that serve as guidance for both the public and the private sector. But you will also see that, we do have a ministry that is in charge of information technology. We have sectoral regulators who have all shifted the focus to regulating data in order to try and prevent these kinds of incidents. So I'll speak for a moment just on what our securities regulators done, which is the SEBI, is to issue a really comprehensive framework on cyber resilience. But you cannot expect either the regulator or the government or the courts to sort of ensure that these attacks don't happen. Equally, I think it is industry participation, it is cyber experts, as well as within the organization to come up with protocols. So I'll just sort of sum this up by saying that the policy and regulation on this is going to continuously evolve. Bad actors continue to get sophisticated, and so it's, instead of finding the gap, I think it's really just about putting in those processes, protocols, and awareness, so that you are in holding in better stead when you're faced with these incidents. And I think I'd just like to end with the point that Glenn made, that it's easy to say that this is a tech function, or this is the tech department's problem, but it really is not, right? Looking at the exposure that you get vis-a-vis investors, PR, the massive data breaches that happen, it's really no longer just only a tech function. It literally becomes something that you have to build into governance.
Thank you. Thanks, Jyotsna. Now, I think we want to have a little bit of a freewheeling discussion now, rather than pointing questions, and everybody is willing to chime in, especially knowing that nobody is immune to cyber attacks in today's world, right? I think everybody would have had some experience of cyber attacks in their work, or even at personal level, right? So, and especially with the remote work environments which we are all used to, right? We are many, in fact, on an average, most people in India work, I think, 2 to 3 days from home, right? So with all that in mind, what are the risk mitigation efforts which people can take? And I think some of the discussions was towards that. So with that, I'm going to put Murli on the spot. Murli, you are part of London Stock Exchange, which in an exchange which is very critical, that it's up all the time. There is no, there cannot be any excuse for downtime. So, do you have any insight into how the exchanges take care of this kind of thing?
Venk, thank you for the question. I'm not a subject matter expert, so I wouldn't know how to answer that question. However, there are two things that I can talk about. I can talk extensively about resiliency of the exchange. London Stock Exchange Group on the exchange We do about 350 million transactions a day, from order entry to execution in less than 60 microseconds. We are the world's most stable exchange, and I say that with extreme caution and authority at my command. We have built resiliency, we spent a lot of money on that. As regards to security, I will put it like this. There are a large number of institutions which are better than many other institutions when it comes to cybersecurity. The way one can possibly look at that problem is as follows. Suppose I have a house where I have 2 doors, and that's the perimeter and the entry point that I need to protect. I can put guards on those 2 doors. But there could be clever ways in which I may say that I'm not good in security, so I'm going to close those 2 doors and dig a tunnel into your house, which is more secure, and make it your problem and not make it my problem. Many institutions do that very cleverly, to rely on people who are subject matter experts and make it somebody else's problem while trying to protect ourselves. I'm not saying that we do that. That's another way to protect yourself. But having said that, that's the most wisdom I can offer on the question.
No problem. No, the reason I asked you the question was, having been part of a online a live exchange, I'm sure there are areas which you would have got insights into. Tony, maybe I'll come to you now. Especially in the Wall Street environment which you are used to. Tony was part of Merrill Lynch, one of the biggest trading companies in the world. Then he was part of AllianceBernstein, one of the biggest asset managers. So I'm saying, how does companies like Wall Street firms in particular, right? What do they do to protect themselves? Because downtime is not acceptable at all, right? You can lose billions of dollars if the exchange is down or AllianceBernstein servers are down. So how do you go about the risk mitigation?
So, can you guys hear me? Yeah, okay. I think the first thing that we've learned through some of the remarks that I went through already is that size matters. The size of your organization, the number of endpoints that you have, workstations, servers, all your network devices. You're talking tens of thousands, in some cases hundreds of thousands of devices that will be unavailable. How do you respond to that? So as Glenn was talking about earlier, it really is planning that you're doing up front. And pieces of that, I think that the biggest development in resilience is moving from a physical technology infrastructure to a virtual one. The moment you virtualize your environment, it doesn't matter if you now have disabled devices. Providing you can get back in, you can begin the recovery simultaneously of thousands of devices very quickly. Now you're left to restoring the data, and it goes back to what Glenn was saying. If your data is contaminated, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. So there's prerequisites that need to be done to position a firm to respond. So there's this notion of repaving networks. You don't even look at it anymore. You just wipe it out and start all over again. So some of the largest firms on Wall Street, that's the only strategy they have. Because the more they wait and try to figure it out, elapsed time is passing, and your clients are not being served. It's just not tolerable in our type of industry. And I mean, we could go on and on and on.
So, Jeannie, I wanted to come to you. Today, with more and more cloud being mainstream, right? Every company is going, to the cloud. So, what kind of measures should companies take from your vantage point in terms of securing their data and infrastructure?
Well, we obviously provide technology and solutions for on-premises and also on cloud and also hybrid. And for each of these, whichever option you take, or a combination of it, therein lies the risks. And of course, the mitigation measures may differ slightly, but generally, what I think companies are not doing enough of is the preparation, which is to understand, to do a thorough, comprehensive environmental scanning, to ensure that there are good preventive measures, because oftentimes prevention is better than the cure. Do you have a computer incident response team? Do you have the right set of technology and solutions? Do you, in the face of having met with a data leakage incident or an insider mishap or a cyber hacking incident, do you do a proper post-mortem, right, to review what went wrong and then to learn how you could have done better to avoid it? And then to actually take those steps toward, all these go into the preparation stage. So I would say that is one area from my vantage point is still severely lacking. So a lot of our work actually does not involve just, well, we're a vendor, we're a company that sells technology and products and software and solutions, but we don't just sell. So a large part of our efforts and our work is actually invested in the education and sort of like consultation that we give to customers and potential clients. And so that's what I see.
Thanks. Now, Rajiv, especially, I think we all know that with today's AI age, AI and cybersecurity are too symbiotic. They go together, and there are a lot of attacks with AI which was not thought about, right? With a government setup, right? What do you do in terms of looking at threats, right? How do you, from your vantage point, take care of those threats? Do you keep continuously monitoring? What do you do? And do you use external software, external agencies to look at that?
So, of course, we have to have a multi-pronged approach, a holistic approach. There is no single solution which will help us in solving this problem. So, starting from having a layered defense, which is a must now. Starting from having a layered defense to carrying out risk assessment, to building some zero trust principles. So now zero trust architecture we are talking today, but the zero trust principles have been used for many years. We have to provide the least privileges, principle of least privilege, allow only the required services, kind of continuously verify, continuously try to monitor and verify. Monitoring is a very important aspect of it. And then, as Tony's one slide was there that which says that CISA says that we know they are in the network. So you have to all the time assume that they are in the network and plan your defenses, plan your strategy, assuming that there is someone in the network, which is very important, which also involves you have to have a proactive threat hunting. All the time you have to look for the threats which are lurking undetected in the network. And then backup. Not just backup, we have to have either an offline kind of backup to protect against ransomware, what is called air-gapped backup, immutable backup, whatever suits your strategy, whatever suits your requirement. That is very critical today in a ransomware scenario. When it comes to AI can also be used for defense. So, as we know, AI can go through the huge volume of data, it can learn from previous attacks. It is also work towards not detecting zero-day attacks. So it's a multi-pronged approach which helps. We have to also involve private sector into it, the partners, the collaboration and things like that.
Sure. Thank you. I think we are coming towards the end of the thing, and I'll have one final question for Jyotsna. Jyotsna, have you in your experience, in India have bad actors being prosecuted? Because I don't hear that, right? But there are a lot of bad actors in the system. So if you have the experience or if you have seen that, can you just give us some?
So the answer to that is nothing at a scale that is sort of public knowledge, because very often it's hard to pinpoint the bad actor. Either they will be in the form of what they call themselves as ethical hacker outfits, but then also still extort companies, right? So it's a gray area. Or it'll be somebody that you technically can never identify, right? Just given how the internet works. So I think prosecution and enforcement, as far as identifying who was responsible and taking action, when it comes to large-scale cyber incidents, has not been very, very high in India. But what we can find are some of the less risk incidents where particularly the leakage is internal. You do have people who put up data on the dark web, and sometimes that's actually fed by different people in the chain. So then, you go through the cybercrime sort of a process with that, file a complaint and have them. But otherwise, I think the intent of cybersecurity regulation is also not to actually find the bad guy, because there will be 20 others the next minute. But as opposed to contain and build your resilience, right, to be exposed to these kinds of incidents.
Sure, I think we could have gone on for more time, but I think we have come to the end of this discussion. If anybody has any questions, I would relate it to the appropriate people here. If somebody can show of hand, or otherwise, I think we'll come to the end of this discussion. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to the keynote speaker, the moderator, and the esteemed panel members here. May I now request Mr. Darshan, IAS Director, ITBT and MD KITS, Government of Karnataka, to kindly come on stage. Mr. Darshan. Okay, may I request Mr. Subramaniam, Scientist F, STPI. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, as I invite Mr. Subramaniam to kindly come on stage. So I request you to kindly do the honors to all the esteemed members here. To Mr. Anthony Bessel, Senior Cybersecurity Advisor, Alliance Bernstein. The moderator, Mr. Venk Krishnan, Founder, Newware. Ms. Jeannie Sujin Gan, who is Director of Government Affairs and Public Policy, Kaspersky. Mr. Rajiv Chetwani, Director, ISRO, HQ. Ms. Jyotsna Jairam, Partner at Trilegal. Can you please assemble here for a group photo, all the members? Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, so we wind up this session for now. We meet again at 6:30 for the STPI IT Exports Awards. So please do join us here in the same hall at 6:30. Thank you so much.
have done exemplary service. As we are aware, in the year 2023-24, the top performing IT companies in terms of export, employment, women employment, etc. are going to be awarded in a short while from now. It's indeed a matter of great pleasure. Let's give a huge round of applause and welcome the Honorable Minister for Large and Medium Industries with Infrastructure Development, Shri M.B. Patil. M.B. Patil sarge ಆದರದ ಸ್ವಾಗತ ಸುಸ್ವಾಗತ. Shri Priyank Kharge ji, Honorable Minister for Information Technology and Biotechnology and Rural Development, swagata sir. We also have Shri Sharat Bachegowda, the Chairman of Kionics. Dr. Ekrup Kaur, the Secretary to Government, Department of Electronics. Hearty welcome, ma'am. Shri B.V. Naidu, Chairman of the Karnataka Digital Economy Mission, KDM. Shri Darshan, Director, Department of Electronics, Information Technology and Biotechnology, and also Managing Director of KITS, and also Dr. Sanjay Tyagi, Director, Software Technology Parks of India, Bengaluru. And a very hearty welcome to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. One thing before we start off, please keep the energy going so that all the award winners will take home sweet memories once they reach their destinations. So with this, as per the wonderful tradition, we have a team which is going to perform the invocation. The team is Nadrup, a school of Kathak dance, which they have been active in the field of performing arts for the past 39 years under the directorship of Guru Srimati Shama Bhate. They have performed all over the world, 60 concerts of great masters, and today, ladies and gentlemen, 6 bright dancers are going to perform before us the glorious dance style of Kathak, an Indian classical dance style. And please note, the artists always love the sound of the applause from the onlookers. So please put your hands together for all the dancers, Amira, Avni, Isha, Shreya, Shraddha, and Pramod. It's going to be Devi Vandana as invocation.
In the presence of such an august gathering, just as Karnataka is the hub of technology, so is it the hub of art and creativity. And so, being present here today, sharing our art with you, gives us immense joy. We are going to present before you an evening of Kathak dance. Kathak is one of 10 Indian classical dance forms, but the only one from the north of India. We hope to make you all fall in love with Kathak today, for it is truly a very dynamic dance form, brimming with vigor and lyricism. It has everything: speed, stability, rhythm, fluidity. We begin today's performance with an invocation to Devi, the Indian equivalent of the divine feminine. We've chosen to represent 2 contrasting images: the Devi as Bhagavati, the benevolent, compassionate goddess, and Mahakali, the fierce one. Bhagavati is described as the one adorned with sparkling jewels, clad in a beautiful sari with kind eyes, wearing the crescent moon on her forehead. Just looking at her gives one hope and strength. Kali, on the other hand, is formidable in her wild, untamed beauty. Her large red ears, a garland of skulls, her naked body glistening, her hair adorned with thorns that she may use as a weapon, besides the sword and the trishul that she carries. These 2 contrasting images, I think, depict the balance between creation and disruption, stability and transformation, but both unbound in their energy, just like the theme of this summit. Presenting before you, Devi Vandana.
great performance by the artists. At this juncture, I would request the Director of STPI Bengaluru, Dr. Sanjay Tyagi, for the opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत कीजिए Dr. Sanjay Tyagi.
Respected Honorable Minister for Large and Medium Industries and Infrastructure Development in Government of Karnataka, Shri M.B. Patil ji. Respected Honorable Minister for Information Technology and Biotechnology, Rural Development, Panchayat Raj, Government of Karnataka, Shri Priyank Kharge ji. Shri Sharath Bhaichand Gowda ji, Chairman Kionics. Shri B.V. Naidu ji, Chairman Karnataka Digital Economic Mission. Dr. Ekrup Kaur, Secretary IT, Government of Karnataka, Department of Electronics, IT, BT and SNT. Darshan, Department Director, Department of Electronics, IT, BT, Managing Director, KITS. CXOs, STPI IT Export Awardees, Member of Media, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a matter of great pleasure for me to welcome our Honorable Minister, Shri M.B. Patil ji, and I welcome him as a chief guest today for this STPI IT Export Award ceremony. It's also a privilege for me to welcome Shri Priyank Kharge ji, who is one of the most dynamic Minister of the IT, and under his leadership this wonderful function has happened. And he is the guy, in fact, who is having the two departments with him, which is IT, BT and Rural Development and Panchayat Raj. Probably he is the fittest minister who can remove the digital divide from the state of the Karnataka. So thank you very much, sir, for joining us as a guest of honor. Mr. Naidu, sir, thank you very much. He is our founder director of STPI. Under his leadership, the STPI have leapfrogged in the state of Karnataka. We are very happy to have him as the distinguished guest. Dr. Ekrup Kaur, I don't have to talk about her, and she is doing such a responsible and tedious job with a smile. What a wonderful event he has organized. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much for joining us today. Darshan, very nice to meet you. Thank you very much for joining us. I also welcome all the CXOs of the IT and ITS SDM industry and to all the awardees for joining today's function. STPI, as you all know, is spearheading the IT, ITS, SDM industry for the last 3 decades. When in 1991, the economic liberalization has started in this country, the economic liberalization for IT and ITS and ESDM industry have manifested through the STPI in India. We have implemented the foreign trade policies of Government of India for this sector, delivered various incentives for making this industry globally competitive. STPI has also implemented the data communication infrastructure to enable the industry to export in those times when the highest speed of the communication, last mile connectivity, was 32 kbps. So in those times we have supported the IT industry and set up the international gateway for providing datacom connectivity. We also set up the incubation and plug and play facility, and in fact STPI was one of its kind, the first single window mechanism which the Government of India established in 1991. Since then, we have never looked back, and this industry have grown phenomenally. It has become a $200 billion company, $200 billion industry now. 40 million jobs have been created, and the 52% of the ITES job have been outsourced to India from the world. In this background, we would like to now tell that in a while from now, we will be honoring our IT companies by the STPI IT Export Awards for the year 23-24. These awards are our token of appreciation and gratitude towards their immense contribution in bringing Bengaluru on the world map as Silicon Valley of India. This is also a recognition of your achievement in terms of contributing 44% of the national exports from the state of Karnataka. This is also tribute to those 2,000 STPI
and EHTP units registered with STPI in the state of Karnataka, which is contributing with an export of rupees 4.11 lakh crore during the last financial year. They have been instrumental in creating direct employment of 1 million and indirect employment of 2 million in the state of Karnataka. We are also thanking you for your immense contribution in expanding to Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities like Mysuru, Bengaluru, Hubli, and Devnagari, and making them more vibrant cities, besides creating employment at their doorsteps. Last but not the least, this award also our gratitude towards you, making Bengaluru as the startup capital of the India and hopefully the world one day. For strengthening the startup ecosystem, STPI has leapfrogged in setting up various center of entrepreneurship in emerging technology in the country, and currently 3 COEs we have set up in the state of Karnataka. We are very grateful to the Minister of ITBT for helping us in setting up the efficiency augmentation COE, sir. Thank you very much for that, for supporting financially. And there are 2 other COEs which we have set up, Internet of Things and MedTech. I hope, sir, in your leadership, we will be able to grow further and set up more COEs in the state of Karnataka. We are continuously adding up more partners to our ecosystem, and we will be adding more partners in the COE arena as well. We extend our deepest gratitude to our partners and all the dignitaries for their commitment in fostering a cultural and technological innovation. I thank eminent jury for the finalizing the selection of awards and awardees for the STPI IT Export Awards 23-24. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjay Tyagi, for enlightening us with the great insights on STPI. It's now time to invite the dignitaries on stage for the presentation of awards. I would request Honorable Minister for Large and Medium Industries and Infrastructure Development, Shri M.B. Patil ji, to kindly come over, Shri Priyank Kharge ji, Shri Sharat Bachegowda, Dr. Ekrup Kaur, Shri B.V. Naidu, Shri Darshan, and Dr. Sanjay Tyagi. I would request you to kindly welcome the Honorable Ministers onto the stage. Well, ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, we would start the award presentation straight away. The first award is High Growth in Exports, ITS, exports greater than 100 crores and up to 1,000 crores. It has gone to Microland Limited. Put your hands together for Microland. I would request Mr. D.S. Gnaneshwar, VP Finance, Mr. Benjamin John Abraham, Senior Director Finance, and Mr. Nishit Shah, Manager Taxation, to kindly come over and receive the awards from the Honorable Minister Shri M.B. Patil, Shri Priyank Kharge, and the host of dignitaries. Microland is a pioneering IT infrastructure services and consulting company providing next-generation technologies such as AI, automated operations, and platform-driven solutions which drive operational excellence, agility, and productivity for organizations. Recognized by leading industry analysts for their innovative strategies, Microland is committed to strong governance and environmental sustainability. Congratulations, Microland. The next award, Best Performer ITES in Mysuru region, the cultural capital of Karnataka, exports up to 5,000 crores. L&T Technology Services Limited, Mr. Ganesh V. Raghavan, Global Head Administration and Facilities, Mr. Surya Prakash, Group Manager STPI and SEZ Compliance, are requested to kindly come quickly. It will be helpful if you sprint. Thank you very much. L&T Technology Services is a global leader in engineering and R&D services. Their expertise in engineering design, product development, smart manufacturing, and digitalization touches every area of our lives. With innovation and R&D design centers globally, L&T specializes in disruptive technology spaces. So congratulations, L&T Technology Services. Best Performer ITITS from Bengaluru region, Karavali exports up to 5,000 crores. Touch Technologies Private Limited. I would request Mr. Santosh Karthik, the principal consultant, to kindly come over quickly to receive the award. They are majorly into ITES, covering contact center outsourcing, business process outsourcing, back office processing. Congratulations to Touch. The next award winner is Cient DLM Mysuru Limited. Please come close to the stage. The best performer, electronic hardware exports, Tier 2 and 3 region. Ms. Suchitra Royrath, Vice President Operations. Mr. Kaushal Jadia, Senior Vice President and Chief Technology Management. Mr. Suresh Narayan, Senior Director of Business Development, will come over and receive the award. Exports up to 2,000 crores. Domain manufacturing, electronics, printed circuit board assemblies and box build assemblies. The next award winner is Centium Electronics. Please come close to the stage. Best performer, electronic hardware exports, Bengaluru. Exports up to 2,000 crores. Centum Electronics. Mr. Nikhil Mallavarappu, Executive Director Management, Mr. Jagdish Singh G, President EMS Business Unit, Mr. Ramamurthy Ramprasad, Director Logistics and Trade Compliance. I would request our friends from Mercedes-Benz Research and Development to kindly come close to the stage for the next set of awards. Centum is into a diversified electronics company with operations in North America, EMEA, Asia, and they are into the domain of electronic system design and manufacturing. Congratulations, Centum Electronics. Highest jobs creator, IT. I would request our media friends to kindly move aside little. I would request Mr. Chris Gopalakrishnan to kindly join in for the award presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. Chris Gopalakrishnan, the chairperson of the Vision Group. Mercedes-Benz Research and Development India Private Limited, exports up to 5,000 crore, majorly into IT, covering automobile and R&D. Infosys BPM, kindly be close to the stage. Infosys BPM, yeah. Mr. Mahesh Sharma, Senior Manager, Mr. Harish Rangaswamaiya, Deputy Manager, Mr. Arvind S, Assistant Manager, and Mr. Sridhar MR, Assistant Manager, receiving the award. Exports up to 5,000 crores. Congratulations, Mercedes-Benz Research and Development. Highest new jobs creator, ITES, exports up to 5,000 crores. Put your hands together for Infosys BPM Limited. Mr. Raja B, Vice President and Head Business Excellence. Srimati K. Swami, VP and Head Strategy Planning and Operations, Talent Planning and Deployment, Technology Support and Optimization. Shrikant Balan, Senior Vice President and Business Head. Uma Shankar, Vice President and Head HR Global Organization. Congratulations, Infosys. Intuit India Product Development. Please come close to the stage. Intuit India Product Development Center Private Limited. The highest exports per employee, IT exports up to 5,000 crores. So put your hands together for Intuit India Product Development Center. Saurabh Saxena, Site Leader and Senior Vice President, Go-to-Market Technology. Mr. Anjuman Kumar, Director Corporate Communications. Mr. Santosh Kumar, Director and Site Finance Leader. Product, congratulations. Next is the highest exports per employee, ITS exports up to 5,000 crores. AB InBev GCC Services India Private Limited. Yes, Mr. Prafulla Kumar, Prafulla Somani, I beg your pardon, Global Director Tech Compliance. Mr. Sumit Kumar Singh, Company Secretary. They are majorly into ITS. Women Employment, Vicen Infotech Private Limited, Mr. Shubhakar Karli, Executive Chairman, Mr. Madhav Vijali, CFO. Please come. Ms. Bhanumati Santosh, AVP HR, Mr. Janardhan, Admin in charge, Ms. Vani Prasanna. They are majorly into IT covering healthcare, life sciences, manufacturing, retail, banking and financial services, telecom, energy, commodities. Congratulations. I would request WPA World Class Service India to be closer to the stage. High growth in women employment, ITES, WPA World Class Service India Private Limited, majorly into ITES. Mr. Neville Kavarana, Managing Director, and Ms. Sitapati Premalata, the Manager. They are into ITES. The goal of the company is to provide excellent customer service to their customers and best working environment to the employees. Congratulations. I would request our friends from Altran Technologies India to kindly come close to the stage. Altran Technologies, are you there? The high growth in exports, greater than 5 crores and up to 100 crores, majorly into Altran Technologies India Private Limited. Mr. Anil Veerapalli, Director of Finance, will come over to receive the award. Mr. Anil, are you there? I think we'll go to the next set of awards. Yeah, next award is the high growth in exports, ITES, exports greater than 1,000 crores and up to 5,000 crores. Standard Chartered Global Business Services Private Limited. Put your hands together for Mr. Puneet Chhabra, Managing Director, Group Enabling Services, Ms. Meenakshi Iyer, Managing Director, Technology, Mr. Sanjay Rao, CFO, CBS, Ms. Anupama Edward Dutta, Program Director, Information Cyber Security. They are majorly into IT-enabled services covering financial and banking software, client care capabilities, back office operations. With this, we come to the close of the first set of awards. I would request the dignitaries to kindly take your seats. I would request M.B. Patil sir to stay back and all others can kindly move forward. Yeah. So put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, to Shri M.B. Patil, Honorable Minister for Large and Medium Industries and Infrastructure, for his address.
Honorable Minister for Information Technology and Biotechnology and Rural Development and Panchayat Raj, Sri Priyank Karge ji, Chairman of Kionix, Sri Sharad Pachegowda ji, Secretary to Government of Department of Electronics and Information Technology, Biotechnology and Science and Technology, Government of Karnataka, Dr. Ekrup Kaurji, Sri B.V. Naidu, Chairman of Karnataka Digital Economy Mission, Darshan Nachvi, Director of Department of Electronics, Information and Technology and Biotechnology, Managing Director of KITS, Government of Karnataka, Dr. Sanjay Tyagi, Director of Software Technology, Parks of India, STPI, Bangalore, Minister of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. Good evening, all the distinguished guests, industry leaders, and awardees. I'm honored to have this opportunity to address you all today at the STPI IT Export Awards, an event that celebrates the extraordinary achievements of India's IT and software export industry. The Software Technology Parks of India, STPI, and the Ministry of Electronics and information technology has played a transformative role in fostering India's software export capabilities. Through its initiatives, STPI has created a nurturing environment for IT innovation, enabling India to rise as a global IT powerhouse. These efforts have ensured that India is not only a major player in technology, but a global leader in software services. STPI, in collaboration with the Government of Karnataka, established a semiconductor measurement analysis and reliability test smart lab in Bengaluru in 2017, marking a significant milestone in strengthening India's semiconductor and STM ecosystem. The state-of-the-art facility is equipped with advanced test and measurement equipment, enabling startups and semiconductor companies to reduce product design cycles and operational costs. Further underscoring its commitment to fostering innovation, STPI has also set up the COE IoT Open Lab in Bangalore in collaboration with Taro Electronics, spread across to 4,200 square feet. This cutting-edge facility is designed to support startups in developing disruptive IoT-based applications, products, and solutions across various sectors. Already, 130 startups have been selected, and 67 are actively onboarded, demonstrating the lab's potential to transform the IoT landscape in India. Today, as we acknowledge the remarkable achievements of IT exporters, it is essential to highlight Karnataka's pivotal role contributing to this narrative. Karnataka proudly accounts for more than 40% of India's IT exports, affirming its position as the nation's leader in this domain. Bengaluru, our capital, is known as the Silicon Valley of India, and this title is well earned with a robust ecosystem that blends innovation, talent, and infrastructure. Karnataka has become synonymous with technology leadership. Our state stands first in the Innovation Index, a testament to the relentless spirits of innovation that drives Karnataka's industries. Home to over 400 plus R&D centers, including those of global technology giants, Karnataka is a preferred destination for cutting-edge research and development. Our commitment to fostering innovation extends to the strategic development of over 200 industrial parks, covering 85,000 acres, which support over 25,000 industrial units. These spaces are not just industrial zones, but vibrant hubs of progress, collaboration, and economic growth. The foundation of Karnataka's success is unparalleled talent pool. The state is home to 243 engineering colleges and produces an annual influx of skilled professionals across various fields. Karnataka boasts over 20,000 chief designers, 10,000 analog engineers, and 10,000 aeronautical engineers. Our workforce is uniquely positioned at the intersection of advanced manufacturing, artificial intelligence, IoT, and skilled craftsmanship, making Karnataka a powerhouse of next-generation technology innovation. Karnataka is home to largest startup ecosystem in India, with more than 50% of the country's unicorns headquartered here. These startups are not just contributors to our economy, they are innovators shaping the future of technology, business, and society. The state government's commitment to supporting the IT and software sector is unwavering. We have introduced policies and incentives aimed at creating an environment conducive to innovation and entrepreneurship. From ease to doing business initiatives to tailored incentives, we are working to ensure the Karnataka remains the destination of choice for technology-driven businesses. I congratulate my IT Minister, Priyank Khurge, and his team to making this STPI award function and this function a great success. And it's learned, this is one of the finest programs which has been in India. To all the awardees, your hard work, creativity, and dedication are what make India a beacon of technological excellence. You are not just contributing to exports, you are shaping the future of technology. I once again congratulate Priyanka Giji and his team for this wonderful function and keeping the Bangalore flag very high. Thank you one and all. I'm sister, I got a sonnet till I still time. At the 7:45
Thank you, sir, for that inspiring speech. Let's give a round of applause and thank Shri M.B. Patil. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we now we'll have one dance presentation and then the second set of awards will be presented. Shiva Drupad will be the next set of dance, which will be presented by Nadru for a few minutes, and thereafter we'll have the second set of awards. So put your hands together for the artists of Shiva Drupad.
Welcome back to another glimpse of the beautiful dance form, Kathak. As you may know, all classical dances have two major aspects. The first is Nritya, which means pure dance, abstract movements, rhythms, lines and shapes, creating visual poetry. The second is called Nritya, which is the emotive aspect. Dancers use facial expressions, hand gestures and body lines to convey meaning, to depict a story. Let us now witness a powerful depiction of the god of dance, the Nataraj, Lord Shiva. He is the Adi Nartak, the prime dancer who plays the damru to create life. Adorned with serpents and a crescent moon on his forehead, he looks majestic and serene. Aptly called the Mahadev, he is the beginning and the end of all life. Wielder of the Trishul, the trident, his wrath is feared by all, lest he open his third eye. We bow to thee in obeisance, O Lord of Lords, Lord Mahadev. Presenting Drupad.
Once again, great performance. It's now my pleasure to request the dignitaries to kindly come back to give the second and final set of awards. I would request Shri M.B. Patil sir, Shri Priyank Kharge sir, Shri Sharad Bachegowda, Dr. Ekrup Kaur, Shri B.V. Naidu, Shri Sanjay Gupta, the CEO, Shri Darshan, Dr. Sanjay Tyagi, Shri Chris Gopalakrishnan to kindly come over and do the honors. We start with, ladies and gentlemen, with the high growth in exports, ITS, exports greater than 5 crores and up to 100 crores. Altran Technologies India Private Limited, majorly into IT. Mr. Anil Virepalli, Director of Finance, will come over and receive the award. I would request the friends from Schneider Electric IT business to be ready. Schneider Electric, please come close to the stage. But right now, it's Altran Technologies India Private Limited. Exports greater than 2,000 crores and up to 15,000 crores. Schneider Electric IT Business India, please come over to the stage. Mr. Anshum Jain, Vice President Global Supply Chain and Manufacturing, ready to receive. I would request friends from Amazon Development Center to be close to the stage. Amazon Development Center. Schneider, manufacturer and exporter of electrical and electronics hardware for energy management. Pride of Karnataka in electronic hardware exports. 2,000 crores and up to 15,000. Congratulations. Exports greater than 5,000 crores and up to 15,000 crores. Amazon Development Center India Private Limited. Mr. Shripad Ballam, India Lead Compliance. Mr. R. Muthukrishnan, Senior Portfolio Manager. Mr. Salil Saurabh, RIC Compliance Manager. Bosch Global Software Technologies, please be close to the stage. Bosch Global Software. Amazon Development is majorly IT, exports greater than 5,000 crores and up to 15,000 crores. Congratulations. Exports greater than 5,000 crores and up to 15,000 crores. Bosch Global Software Technologies Private Limited. Mr. Padmanabhan Kannan, Senior Director of Facilities, and his team will come over and receive the award. I would request Intel Technology India to be kindly be closer to the stage. Bosch Global Software Technology, the supplier of technology and services offering end-to-end engineering, IT and business solutions. Bosch Group is the largest software development center of what outside Germany, indicating the technology powerhouse. Congratulations to Bosch. Now exports greater than 5,000 crores and up to 15,000 crores. Intel Technology India. Mr. Manas Das, Senior Director, India Site Operations. Mr. Manjunath GN, Manager India Trade. Mr. S.A. Rashid, Manager India Trade. J. Gopi, Manager Logistics. The audience, I can hear the clapping only on the stage. What about the audience, ladies and gentlemen? Mr. J. Gopi, Manager Logistics. Angel Gayatri, Manager Operation, Mahendru Dipakshi. I would request JP Morgan Services friends to kindly come close to the stage for the next award. Congratulations. Exports greater than 5,000 crores and up to 15,000 crores. JP Morgan Services India. Kavita Gopal, Managing Director and Location Leader, Bengaluru, Head of Commercial Banking in India and Philippines, JP Morgan. Rashmi Bakchi, Executive Director of Licensing Management. They are majorly into IT. Welcome India. Please be close to the stage. Welcome India. Congratulations, JP Morgan Services India Private Limited. Qualcomm exports greater than 5,000 crores and please come over to the stage, please. 15,000 crores. Mr. Ganesh S, Director, Logistics and Compliance. Mr. Ramesh and Mr. Harun. I would request Samsung R&D Institute India to be closer to the stage. Samsung. They are majorly into IT covering semiconductor design. Qualcomm India. Foundational technology for extended reality transforming major industries. Congratulations. Exports greater than 5,000 crores and up to 15,000 crores. Samsung R&D Institute India, Bengaluru. Mr. Ram Prasad G, Director of Procurement. After this, SAP Lab, please be closer to the stage. Along with Ram Prasad, we have Mr. Virupaksha G, General Manager, Trade Compliance and Logistics. Mr. SAP Labs, Mr. Milesh J, COO, Mr. Sridhar M. Come over. Mr. Sridhar M, Manager, Mr. Amrut MP. I would request the friends from Tata Consultancy Services to be closer to the stage. SAP Labs India Private Limited, majorly into IT, they drive SAP's product strategy, responsible for SAP solutions. Tata Consultancy, Mr. Sunil Deshpande, exports greater than 5,000 crores and up to 15,000 crores, and Mr. Ramesh coming over to receive the award. After Tata Consultancy, VMware Software, please be close to the stage. TCS, covering banking, capital markets, insurance, healthcare, life sciences, and still you guys don't want to clap. Communication, media and information services. Congratulations, Tata Consultancy. In the same 5,000 crores, more than that and up to 15,000 crores, VMware Software India Private Limited. Ms. Nirupama Pillai, Director. Ms. Srilata Muralidhara, Lead India Logistics and Trade Compliance. I would request Accenture Solutions team to be closer to the stage. VMware, majorly into IT, covering semiconductor and infrastructure software solutions. Congratulations. Accenture Solutions also exports greater than 5,000 crores and 15,000 crores up to. Please come out to the stage. Mr. Ramesh Vijaya Raghavan, Vice President Logistics and Compliance. Mr. Shaju Sukumaran, Associate Manager Logistics and Compliances. Congratulations. I would request Goldman Sachs colleagues to be please close to the stage. Majorly into ITES, covering development of computer software. Congratulations, Accenture Solutions. Exports greater than 5,000 crores and up to 15,000 crores. Goldman Sachs Services Private Limited. Mr. Satyanarayanan Padmanabhan, Managing Director. Please come over. Anyone from Goldman? Yeah. I think they are not there. The awards will be sent to them later. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to top it all, exports greater than 15,000 crores. Put your hands together for the IT Ratna of Karnataka, Infosys Limited. Mr. Nityanand Yashwant, Vice President and Head, Bengaluru Development Center. Mr. Suresh Shenoy, Principal Corporate and Accounting Group. Ms. Vindhya Raj, Associate Vice President and Delivery Head. Welcome over. A leader in next generation digital services and consulting. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for the IT Ratna of Karnataka, Infosys Limited. Congratulations. With this, we come to the end of the awards presentation. I would request Dr. Sanjay Tyagi to kindly give over mementos to the dignitaries on the dais. I would request Shri M.B. Patil sir to kindly accept the memento. Thank you, sir, for your presence. I would request Dr. Tyagi to give a memento to Shri Priyank Kharge, the Honorable Minister for IT and BT and Rural Development and Panchayat Raj, Government of Karnataka. Thank you, sir. Dr. Sharat Bachegowda, the Chairman of Kionics. Dr. Tyagi will give a memento to Shri Sharat Bachegowda ji. Dr. Ekrup Kaur, the Secretary to Government, Department of Electronics, IT, BT and Science and Technology, Government of Karnataka. Thank you, Madam. To Shri Chris Gopalakrishnan, Chairman, Chairman of Karnataka Digital Economy Mission, Freedom. Also to Shri Sanjeev Gupta, the CEO. To Shri Darshan. And I would request Mr. Subramanian to kindly come over from STPI to give a memento as a token of love and affection from the entire team to Dr. Sanjay Tyagi to accept a memento. It's indeed a matter of great pleasure that Shri M.B. Patil sir has taken time off. On behalf of the Government of Karnataka, I would request Shri Priyank Kharge and Dr. Ekrup to kindly give a memento from the Government of Karnataka to Shri M.B. Patil. I would request Dr. Sanjay Tyagi to kindly accept a memento from Mr. Sanjeev Gupta. Come, we did. No, here. Thank you very much. I would now request the dignitaries to kindly take your seats in the front. I would request Shri B.V. Naidu, Chairman, Karnataka Digital Economy Mission, to say a few words on the occasion. He wants.
No, I didn't know what is the ticket. Honorable Minister Sri Patil ji, Sri Priyank Kharge ji, and Chairman Kionics Sri Sharat Bachegowda, Dr. Ekrup Kaur, Chris Gopalakrishnan, Sanjay Tyagi and Sanjeev Gupta. First of all, I must congratulate Priyank Kharge ji, Dr. Ekrup Kaur and all the team who created this such a wonderful show. I've been seeing this show for last 27 years, and I must tell you, this is the best show that ever Karnataka has in terms of the quality, in terms of the content, in terms of high technology, and also creativity. You know, this will not come until unless there is somebody has a personal passion to sketch those things, you know. That's where I think both Priyank Kharge ji and Dr. Ekrup Kaur could able to create such a wonderful event. Congratulations. Second thing, I must tell you that very nostalgic as well as emotional. The reason is, these awards was created way back in 1996. I happen to be the youngest director here in Bangalore. I was only 33 years old. First time we thought we should create this STPI Export Awards, and I did this program in the Taj MG Road. And I must tell you that for that awards, people have come from US, Canada,
and the Europe to take those awards. That time, IBM people have come, Texas people have come, Nortel from Canada, they have come, and so many other people have come exclusively for that event to receive that awards. So I feel very, very emotional about that. What has been created 29 years back, that time IT department was not there, and of course, that is, even IT.com was not there. IT.com started in 1998, and 2001, we combined these exports awards into the IT.com. That's the legacy of export awards. I'm very happy that is still continuing and also motivating lots of people in Karnataka to scale to the next heights. Right? So now, the STPI, like Sanjay has mentioned, that has created a foundation for Bangalore. And that was the initial foundation. Way back in 91, 92, there are hardly less than 17 crores of exports from here. That was the initial foundation that has helped and created a snowball effect for the kind of growth, and what we all feel proud of that. And then now, when you look at the IT department, which is a very high energy department, high-tech department, they are doing so many things, right? And if you combine the strengths of STPI and IT department and the KDM, a new organization that has created a high-tech interface or high-quality interface between the industry and the department, that is going to be very, very powerful, and we continue to grow. The synergy between the STPI, IT department, KDM is, I feel, very, very helpful for the growth of the IT in Karnataka, and we will continue to have the leadership. I must tell you, Dr. Ekrup Kaur, you have the double barrel with you, the one barrel coming from STPI and the other barrel coming from KDM. Sanjay and Sanjeev can make the difference to you and make you proud and make the minister proud. So there are few things that I discuss with DZ, because I know some of the things what happened in the government of India, right? Because I am from the ministry. So I discussed with Arvind Kumar, we need to bring in certain programs through STPI back into the Karnataka and make the Karnataka is much more, vibrant. Because I must tell you, if the country is proud of anything that has happened, STPI has created that models in Bangalore and successfully implemented those programs, then the rest of the country followed those programs, right? That leadership, I think we need to come back. And I'm very happy that Dr. Sanjay Tyagi has come back here, and he has that legacy of doing several good things, both in, I know personally, because, from the beginning, I know he was in Noida, he was in Jaipur, he was in Chandigarh, he came to Bangalore, went to Chennai, and came back here. I told Sanjay when he came here, and then I told him that first your responsibility is to make sure that whatever the vibrancy STP had those days, you need to bring it back. In between there has been a little lull, now you need to bring it back. And also there are few things that I think KDM and STPI can work together to make the IT department a little more stronger. Number one is into the Beyond Bangalore. STPI is the one which started the Beyond Bangalore centers way back in 98 and 2001. After that, there has been a lull. Now the KDM is working on that. I request Dr. Sanjay Tyagi to take extra interest and work with the KDM and help support the IT department to make sure that our Beyond Bangalore mission will be very, very successful in Karnataka. Right? That's point number one. GCCs, I personally feel it's a old wine in the new bottle. Karnataka GCC started much more when TI came here, when Intel came here, when the Nortel came here, all these companies. Now we are creating that. I think our minister has given a target that we need to have 500 more GCCs into the country, into Karnataka. I think we all need to work together synergetically to make sure that 500 GCs will be possible in Karnataka. Startups and innovation, fantastic program. Karnataka, our Minister Priyank Kharge himself had created this Elevate model, and also a lot of new programs that have come. We need to see how these programs are much more useful to the entrepreneurs coming from the Tier 2, Tier 3, and particularly beyond Bangalore cluster. And particularly here, STPI has a lot of COEs, a lot of grant from the government of India that is not been well utilized. I wanted Dr. Tyagi to realize that, bring in channelize those grants back into Karnataka and make sure the startups in Karnataka would get benefited along with the support that is coming from IT department. Right? And the ESDM, STPI used to have a scheme called EHTP scheme, Electronic Hardware Technology Park scheme. Of late that has gone, now new EMC cluster schemes have come. I think STPI can take the lead, convince the government of India to make sure that EMC clusters like what we planned in all the locations will come and work closely with KDM to make sure that EMC clusters will become vibrant and not just let the chips go to the Gujarat, rest of the value chain we can create here, either in terms of the design centers or in terms of the components, in terms of the PCB, we can create in Karnataka. So my request to Dr. Tyagi, Sanjeev, and Dr. Ekrup Kaur is that if we work synergetically, I'm sure, because if STPI does something, KDM does something, IT department something, our goal is same, our cause is same, our objective is same. We all need to work together to make sure that, the Karnataka would continue to have its leadership. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Shri B.V. Naidu, for your speech. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the final dance act of the evening, Chatrang. All aspects of Kathak is going to be presented by Nadru. And after the dance, the award winners will have a photograph with the dignitaries. And thereafter, you can head for dinner later on. I'll announce the venue afterwards so that you can stay back for the photograph, and then I'll announce for that. So put your hands together for Nadru for the final act of the evening.
Namaskar, everyone. We now present to you the final performance of today's evening, and it is one that blends all aspects of classical dance beautifully. You may have noticed that Kathak has everything. It has speed, it has footwork, it has the beautiful spins that blow you away, I hope. It has expression, it has emotion. So this piece brings a flavor of all of that in one go. So, presenting a chatrang before you that has 4 aspects, which is tarana, sargam, literature, and the syllables of dance. Before we begin, I'd like to thank the State Government of Karnataka and MM Active for giving us this opportunity to be here before all of you. Thank you so much. Moving on to the last presentation of the evening, Chaturang.
Bye.
Thank you, Nadru, for enthralling all of us. I would now request the Honorable Ministers to kindly come back on stage for a final photograph with all the award winners. And award winners are requested to follow the instructions of the photographers so that we'll have a great photograph. I would request M.B. Patil sir, Shri Priyank Kargesh, Sat Bachegowda, and all the dignitaries to kindly come back for a photograph. Well, ladies and gentlemen, after the photograph, all the invitees and award winners are requested to head to Chamara Vajra, Markata Hall, Gate D on the Jai Mahal main road. If you go out from the Bengaluru Palace, take left, and near the cantonment station again you take left, and just before the TV tower on the left hand side will be Gate D. So please enter through Gate D. It's Chamara Vajra, Markata Hall, or the best way is to put the location and you will hit straight away there. So thank you very much, and let's give a round of applause once again for all the award winners. The award winners are requested. I would request our friends from STPI to kindly guide the award winners onto the stage. Bunny, beg bunny. The earlier you come, the earlier you can have dinner. Thank you very much. With this, we come to the close of the second day deliberations. See you all tomorrow. The deliberations will start at 10. Request all of you to kindly be present in the respective halls at 9:45. Until then, all of you take care. Namaskara. Shubharatri. Thank you very much.